Chapter 612. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to wipe off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and shook his head. But when he looked once more at the sword concept fragment in Han Xuanai's hand, there seemed to be slight fear in the depths of his eyes. A mere concept fragment had directly crushed his spiritual force. That fierce aura is obviously sword concept. Moreover, it's even advanced sword concept. Duan Lingtian gasped. Fortunately, it was only instinctively protecting itself earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid not only would it have crushed my spiritual force, it would have even injured my soul. Advanced concept was also known as void transformation concept. It was a concept grasped by a void transformation stage expert, and its might was shocking. Not to mention anything else, just take this sword concept fragment as an example. According to the voice transmission Jade slip from before, the martial monarch that was suspected to have left behind a message in the sword monarch's treasure. This concept fragment was a third-level advanced sword concept fragment. Third-level advanced concept was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horn dragons. The strength of 400 ancient horn dragons? What sort of concept was that? Even if it was a 9th-level void interpretation stage martial artist, regardless of the concept he comprehended, his origin energy when fully exerted would only be comparable to the strength of 120 ancient horn dragons. Even if the 9th-level intermediate concept that was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient horn dragons was included, it would only be the strength of 220 ancient horn dragons. It was even to the extent that even a 9th-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended first-level advanced concept would only possess the strength of 320 ancient horn dragons when exerting his full strength without using a spirit weapon. The strength of 400 ancient horn dragons was undoubtedly an astronomical figure to Duan Lingtian, who didn't even possess the strength of 10 ancient horn dragons when fully exerted. Moreover, this strength was contained within this tiny concept fragment. Big brother Lingtian here. Han Xuanai casually tossed the concept fragment in her hand to Duan Lingtian as if she was throwing trash. This concept fragment is useless to us. A concept fragment was something that only a martial artist that had comprehended a concept would be able to rely on it to comprehend a higher level concept. Just like Duan Lingtian. Unless he had comprehended sword concept, even if it was only first-level elementary sword concept. Otherwise, this concept fragment would be useless in his hands. However, Duan Lingtian still grabbed the concept fragment like it was a treasure. What a joke! Even to void interpretation stage martial artists and some void transformation stage powerhouses, this concept fragment was an existence similar to a treasure. If he took it out, even 9th-level void interpretation stage experts and void transformation stage experts that had comprehended sword concept yet hadn't comprehended 3rd-level advanced sword concept or above would fight to the death for it. Big brother Lingtian, we should go down. It wasn't until Han Xuanai's voice came from the stairs in front that Duan Lingtian came back to his senses. Put it away first. After putting away the sword concept fragment in his hand, Duan Lingtian responded to Xuanai and walked down the stairs with her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was trying his best to restrain his excitement. The stairs were extremely long, and ahead of them was an expanse of gray and hazy mist, causing them to be unable to see clearly what was behind them. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai moved through the mist and walked down the stairs all the way until they stepped onto flat ground, and the mist before them gradually vanished before their eyes. Right at this moment, bush, 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 the wave of howls of the wind abruptly sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to raise his head when he felt a wave of strong wind assault him, and it caused the clothes on his body to swell up. When Duan Lingtian raised his head, he saw numerous ceaselessly revolving tornadoes flashing towards him and Han Xuanai. The tornadoes formed a row and filled the vast cavern in the 2nd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, causing one to have no way out. Now, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had two choices. The first was to return to the 1st level. The second was to force their way through. So long as they charged through this row of tornadoes that connected the top and bottom of the cavern and formed a defensive barrier, they would be able to continue deeper into the 2nd level. The reward of the second level was surely at the end of the cavern. When he saw this row of tornadoes coming closer and closer, it blew Duan Lingtian's entire body to the point it seemed as if it was about to float up. It's at least a few hundred meters away from me. If it's any closer, then wouldn't I be blown flying by it? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Big brother Lingtian, let's charge over. Han Xuanai called out to Duan Lingtian, and then her entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed out to charge towards the row of tornadoes that swept over. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Han Xuanai passed through the row of tornadoes and vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. To Han Xuanai, a tornado of this level posed no threat to her at all. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and moved as well. Whirlwind! At the same time that Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, the origin energy between his legs skyrocketed, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded almost at the same time, traversing across the sky. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he collided with the row of tornadoes that swept over. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong resistance that prevented him from moving forward. This resistance was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's speed involuntarily slowed down. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue moving forward, but the wind that blew towards him was too strong. This was the might of nature. Duan Lingtian continued to struggle forward, and very soon he collided with the row of tornadoes. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian raised an origin energy light barrier in time to protect his body. Otherwise, at this very moment, he would probably be directly minced into pieces. However, even so, his origin energy light barrier was still on the verge of collapse. The strength of the tornadoes was too strong. My origin energy light barrier will surely be broken in 5 breaths of time at most. When Duan Lingtian realized this, he became slightly impatient. With his current speed, wanting to break through the obstruction of the tornadoes in a short period of 5 breaths of time was undoubtedly an extremely difficult matter. Now, there are only 2 paths before me. The first is to turn back and return to the first level. The second is to ask Xuanai to help me. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as his thoughts spun abruptly. He was naturally unwilling to turn back and return to the first level just like this. But asking Xuanai to help him, even though it was a simple matter, yet he was subconsciously unwilling to do this. Could it be that he had to ask Xuanai to help him in everything within the Sword Monarch's treasure? If he didn't have Xuanai, then it would be difficult for him to advance even a single step. If it wasn't for Xuanai lending a hand in the first level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, then even if I was able to pass through, I would surely not have a share of that sword concept fragment. At any rate, he was a man, and Duan Lingtian was unable to rely on Han Xuanai from the beginning until the end. At least, he was unable to ask Han Xuanai for help now. He was unable to pass through this barrier in his heart. Squeak squeak, a sharp cry sounded out by his ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. Little gold, I'll surely bring you through. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder, and his gaze became even more tenacious. In the past, I didn't have Xuanai by my side, yet didn't I still pass through by myself? As soon as this thought finished resounding out in his mind, the layer of origin energy light barrier on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body was instantly minced into pieces by the tornadoes. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's entire body was completely exposed before the tornadoes. Charge! Duan Lingtian gazed ahead, and through the entire row of tornadoes, he could faintly see Han Xuanai who was waiting for him at the other end. Instantly, the origin energy beneath Duan Lingtian's feet skyrocketed, and the sound of wind and thunder was ear-piercing. A layer of earthen yellow energy appeared on the surface of his body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he charged forward. However, the pressure that came from the tornadoes that covered the skies still fiercely smashed onto his body, and it shook him to the point cracks appeared on the earthen yellow energy on the surface of his body. The earthen yellow energy was precisely the defensive martial skill that Duan Lingtian had executed in a hurry, the Earth Dragon's barrier. But Duan Lingtian had only comprehended elementary earth force after all, and the defensive strength of the Earth Dragon's barrier was extremely weak. In the blink of an eye, It was blasted into pieces by the Dragon Phoenix tornado. He followed in the footsteps of the Origin Energy Light Barrier. The strong winds that covered the sky pressed onto Duan Lingtian's body, causing Duan Lingtian's internal organs to tremble, and he was slightly unable to catch his breath. No matter how strong these tornadoes are, it's still wind. Could it be that I, a void initiation stage martial artist that has comprehended first-level wind concept, have to fall at the hands of these tornadoes? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with unwillingness. On the surface of his body, strands of azure-colored energy were ceaselessly rising. First-level wind concept. However, the first-level wind concept was similarly unable to withstand the pressure of the tornadoes, and it was suppressed in the blink of an eye. When he saw the first-level wind concept was about to be shattered, Duan Lingtian instead calmed down. Tornadoes? Why must I go head-on against it? A flash of inspiration flashed within his mind, and Duan Lingtian withdrew the first-level wind concept, and his entire body was situated within the tornadoes as he felt the fierce and vast impact of the tornadoes. Gradually, Duan Lingtian seemed to have obtained some sort of comprehension, and he felt as if he'd become light as a feather, as if he'd formed some sort of connection with the tornadoes. He moved along with the wind, and he allowed the tornadoes to carry him upwards. Big Brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Xuanai had waited for Duan Lingtian for a while, and when she noticed that Duan Lingtian still hadn't come over, she hurriedly moved out and passed through the tornadoes once more. Right when she intended to help Duan Lingtian, she saw Duan Lingtian who flew along with the tornadoes. At this moment, she even had a misconception. Big Brother Lingtian seemed to have fused into one with the tornadoes. Big Brother Lingtian. What high comprehension ability! Han Xuanai seemed to have discerned something. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Right at this moment, numerous figures walked down the stairs from the first floor of the Sword Monarch's treasure and arrived at the second floor. It was precisely the other people that had entered the Sword Monarch's treasure. Instantly, their clothes fluttered, and subsequently, they noticed the row of tornadoes. There's someone within the tornadoes. In next to no time, someone with a sharp gaze noticed the violet-colored figure that was ceaselessly being swept up by the tornadoes. It's Brother Lingtian. Dong Ming exclaimed in shock. Second-level wind concept. Right at this moment, a wave of excited voices suddenly sounded out and drew the attention of everyone. Subsequently, everyone saw. Chapter 613. After a short moment, the tornado seemed to have lost its target, and it completely disregarded Duan Lingtian and directly passed through Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian floated in midair as strands of azure-colored energy suffused around his body, and two ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Second-level wind concept. Duan Lingtian's attainments in wind concept had improved a step. At the bottom of it all, it's all thanks to this tornado. As he looked at the tornado that swept out from the other side, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At the same time, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The breakthrough in wind concept also meant that his strength had improved by a level, and he possessed the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Big Brother Lingtian, your comprehension ability is so high. You actually comprehended second-level wind concept within the tornado. Suddenly, Han Xuanai arrived by Duan Lingtian's side and exclaimed with admiration. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't force himself to merge into the tornado and use it to comprehend wind concept. The risk of doing that was truly too great. Of course, he didn't choose to do that without thinking. Because he knew that once he really encountered danger, Han Xuanai would surely lend a hand to save him. It was precisely because of this that he chose to risk it all. Otherwise, he wouldn't go so far as to gamble with his life. Even though he wasn't willing to rely too much on Han Xuanai, but when it came to a life-and-death crisis, he couldn't care so much. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of wind howling sound out from behind him. Subsequently, a figure took the lead and flashed towards the front of the cavern in a menacing manner. Duan Lingtian looked carefully and recognized this person. It was precisely the azure-clothed old man, Elder Hu. Presently, Elder Hu dashed towards the distance. Suddenly, waves of scorching aura swept over from afar. That's fire? Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he looked at the flames that covered the sky and assaulted him. These flames clearly appeared out of thin air. Looks like the second level has many inscription formations as well. Han Xuanai's eyes flickered as she spoke. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. The memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu flashed through his mind. For a time, he had a certain level of understanding towards these inscription formations that could condense tornadoes and flames that filled the sky. Looks like that martial monarch has mastered quite a number of inscription formations. Duan Lingtian sighed. Brother Lingtian, let's go too. When Han Xuanai saw Mr. Hu in the distance pass through the flames and disappear into the flames, she was a little anxious. She took Duan Lingtian's hand and rushed over there. Duan Lingtian could only passively be dragged over by Han Xuanai. When they approached the flames, Duan Lingtian felt his entire body become hot, and sweat couldn't help but drip down his forehead like rain. Sweat dripping down like rain was describing Duan Lingtian at this moment. Right at this moment. Ice. Han Xuanai's voice sounded out coldly. Instantly, an extremely icy cold aura appeared out of thin air, and it was so cold that Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shiver and tremble. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was in a world of ice and fire. The icy cold aura temporarily suppressed the flames that covered the sky. Duan Lingtian easily avoided the flames that covered the sky under Han Xuanai's lead. Now we have both wind and fire in the force of nature. As for water, lightning, and earth, I really jinxed it. While Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself, he could clearly see the surging and rushing water in the distance. The water was like the raging waves in the sea, and its speed was extremely fast. Looking from afar, one could see the waves rolling over one after another. Even though he was extremely far away, Duan Lingtian could still clearly feel a wave of extremely powerful pressure sweeping towards him. Boom, 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 boom. The raging waves became faster and faster, and in a short moment, they were near Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. The raging waves came from above and crashed down fiercely every time. In the entire cavern, there was not a single place that it did not touch. Therefore, in front of the raging waves, even an emptiness realm martial artist would find it difficult to fly away. Condense! Han Xuanai's voice sounded again. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian saw. As Han Xuanai slowly raised her hand, an extremely cold, strong wind swept out and swept toward the raging waves that were rolling over, completely freezing them. The raging waves a moment ago had completely calmed down at this moment. To be more precise, it was frozen into ice by Han Xuanai. Ice is made of water and colder than water. In front of water, ice has long surpassed its master. Looking at the scene before him, Duan Lingtian could not help but have such a thought in his heart. Let's go, brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai stretched out her slender hand again and held Duan Lingtian's hand. She led Duan Lingtian and stepped on the extremely thick and solid ice as they continued to walk inside. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as they passed the test of water, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai heard a series of thunderclaps in the distance. It's the heavenly tribulation. Han Xuanai looked towards the distance and spoke with slight surprise. Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, a figure stood in the sky and was resisting the heavenly tribulation that swept down from the sky. This heavenly tribulation looked to be no different than the heavenly tribulation that Duan Lingtian experienced when he'd just broken through to the void-prying stage. However, in terms of thickness, these heavenly tribulation were much more terrifying. The thickness of the heavenly tribulation represented the might of the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. Elder Hu walked at the front swept through the heavenly tribulation all along the way, and he gradually vanished behind the heavenly tribulation that descended like rain before continuing to head in. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai followed over. The heavenly tribulation that covered the sky was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai's assistance, even if Duan Lingtian was able to pass through it, he would probably lose half his life. Wind, fire, water, light. I've already experienced the 4 types of energy of nature. Looks like it's extremely likely that the energy of Earth will appear later. After passing through the area enveloped by the heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. The energy that appeared later was precisely the energy of Earth. The ground in the distance suddenly shook as if an intense earthquake had occurred. The ground was torn apart, as if it had turned into a huge spider web. The cracks on the spider web were ceaselessly enlarging, and in the blink of an eye, numerous terrifying chasms were formed. Not only that, there were enormous rolling rocks that covered the sky that swept over from afar, causing the entire cavern to shake as if it had fallen into the end of the world. Presently, even Elder, who was in a slightly sorry state. Those rolling rocks seemed to be extremely hard. Even if Elder who made a move, it was difficult to shatter them, and he could only rely on his movement technique to dodge. Swoosh! Han Xuanai held Duan Lingtian's hand as she took the lead and easily dodged the rolling rocks, and she even surpassed Elder Hu. Now, the energy of Earth has appeared as well. It wouldn't be ice at the back, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked as he thought to himself. If it was ice, then he wouldn't be afraid since he had Han Xuanai by his side. But the others would probably be struck with misfortune. But this time, Duan Lingtian's thoughts didn't come true. After passing through the area enveloped by the energy of Earth, the cavern ahead no longer activated the inscription formation, and it was completely silent. Then, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai continued forward. A turn appeared in front of them. Behind the turn, a stone platform appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. On the stone platform, there was a single jade piece placed all by itself. But the attention of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai wasn't on the high platform and the jade slip on the high platform. Their gazes were attracted by the 10 stairs behind the stone platform. Before these stairs was a small stone platform, and an exquisite box was placed on the stone platform. The box was spotless, and it seemed as if it wasn't a product of the same era as the box Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai saw on the first level. It's an inscription formation again. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out and approached the 10 stairs that were distributed all over, he noticed that something was off at the first possible moment. There was an inscription formation enveloping the surroundings of each of these stairs. These inscription formations were recorded in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Even though they didn't possess any offensive ability, they had the restriction of allowing entry and not exit. In other words, anyone could choose to enter one of these inscription formations, and they could easily enter without any pressure. However, it was almost impossible for him to get out of there. Unless one possessed a strength that was even more formidable than the person that set up these inscription formations. The person that set up these inscription formations was undoubtedly the martial monarch that left behind the sword monarch's treasure. Not to mention Duan Lingtian and the group of people behind him. Even Han Xuanai's strength was far inferior to a martial monarch stage expert. Big brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was still surprised when Han Xuanai's voice had already sounded out, and it contained slight pleasant surprise. Unknowingly, Han Xuanai had already arrived at the nearby stone platform and picked up the jade slip on it. It's a sound transmission jade slip? After Duan Lingtian approached Han Xuanai, he quickly recognized the jade slip. What's recorded in this jade slip? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Big brother Lingtian, you should listen to it yourself. Han Xuanai passed the jade slip to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to receive it and fused his origin energy into it, and a wave of clear voice entered into his ears in a timely manner. No matter who it is, it's truly rare to be able to enter the second level of my cenotaph and pass the test of the 5 forces of nature. There's a total of 10 stairs in front of all of you. I presume all of you have seen it as well. These 10 stairs and the boxes on the small stone platforms beside them are all enveloped by the same inscription formation. Once one chooses to enter a certain staircase, one can't leave and can only continue walking. Chapter 6:14. The 10 concept fragments are respectively 2 wind concept fragments, 2 fire concept fragments, 2 lightning concept fragments, 2 water concept fragments, and 2 earth concept fragments. Duan Lingtian found out what was contained within the box on the small stone platform at the side of the 10 stairs ahead from the voice transmission jade slip. Subsequently, a voice sounded out successively from the voice transmission jade slip. The 10 concept fragments, from left to right, are respectively the wind concept fragment, the fire concept fragment, the lightning concept fragment. The message on the voice transmission jade slip described the distribution of concept fragments in detail. Amongst the 10 concept fragments, the worst is a first-level advanced concept fragment, and the best is a 6th-level advanced concept fragment. What level of concept fragment you're able to obtain will depend on your own luck. Besides that, the message also roughly explained the level of the 10 concept fragments. The highest level was a 6th-level advanced concept fragment. What sort of concept was a 6th-level advanced concept? Not to mention anything else, just take the sword concept fragment that Duan Lingtian obtained on the first level as an example. That sword concept fragment was a 3rd-level advanced concept fragment, and the 3rd-level advanced concept contained within it was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. Whereas a 6th-level advanced concept fragment was even more terrifying, and the 6th-level advanced concept within it was comparable to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. It was even better than the sword concept fragment. My cenotaph has a total of 3 levels. The 3rd level below here is also the last level, and it changes unpredictably, and the tests for people with different cultivations are different. Only a single person is allowed to enter each stairway. Once someone enters the inscription formation that enveloped the stairway would undergo a change, and it would change from entry but not exit to entry and exit. Whereas after entering the inscription formation and obtaining a concept fragment, there's only a single path, and that is to continue to the 3rd level's test. The way out is in the 3rd level. Besides that, the rewards of the 3rd level's test are the most. The voice stopped abruptly when it spoke up to hear. Duan Lingtian also understood. The sword monarch's treasure seems to be the cenotaph of that martial monarch, and it has a total of 3 levels. The test of the 3rd level is set according to the cultivation of the person that enters the 3rd level. Moreover, only a single person can enter every single staircase that leads to the 3rd level. Duan Lingtian looked at the 10 steps in front of him and his eyes flashed. In other words, among us, only the first 10 people to enter will have a chance to enter the 3rd level. Those who come later will lose their chance. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not wait. Big brother Lingtian, looks like we'll have to part ways here. 5 concept of nature fragments, which one are you going to choose? Han Shu and I looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate. Concept of wind fragment. Although Duan Lingtian had some understanding of wind, thunder, and earth, he had only comprehended the 2nd-level elementary concept in the aspect of wind. Lightning was merely the minute force. As for the earth, it was only the force of elementary comprehension. If he chose the wind concept fragment, then once he obtained it, Duan Lingtian would be able to rely on it to comprehend wind concept a step further at the first possible moment. With the assistance of the wind concept fragment and Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability, that wasn't bad. His advancement in wind concept would surely advance by leaps and bounds. 2 wind concept fragments. Which one are you going to choose, Big Brother Lingtian? The quality of these 2 concept fragments might not be the same. Han Shu and I asked again. I'll randomly choose one. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke casually. Presently, the people behind hadn't arrived yet, so Duan Lingtian could freely choose. But besides his choice, Duan Lingtian didn't forget the little gold mouse. Little gold, do you see those 10 boxes? Within those boxes, Duan Lingtian told little gold word by word about the profundity of those 10 boxes. 2 lightning concept fragments? Little gold's eyes lit up, and she said with a childish voice, There are records of soul fragments within my inherited memories. That's an extremely formidable thing. Little gold, choose a lightning concept fragment and enter the stairway. I believe that with your strength, you'll surely be able to smoothly pass through the 3rd level's test and obtain numerous rewards. Duan Lingtian encouraged the little gold mouse. Squeak, squeak. Instantly, the little gold mouse cried out excitedly, and she said with a childish voice, "Big brother Lingtian, I won't disappoint you. Those two are lightning concept fragments. Choose one of them." Duan Lingtian pointed at the box that contained the two lightning concept fragments as he spoke to the little gold mouse. Squeak! The little gold mouse cried out before transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the box that contained the lightning concept fragment on the right. Along with the little gold mouse opening the box, a violet-colored fragment appeared in her hand. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't dare use his spiritual force to inspect it again. He could only follow the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to see if there was any other method to discern what level of concept fragment this was. 6th level concept fragment. Duan Lingtian hadn't recovered from his shock when the nearby Han Xuanai had already cried out in surprise. Only advanced concept, void transformation concept, was able to truly condense into form a concept fragment. So, when Xuanai said the violet-colored fragment in the little gold mouse's hand was a 6th level concept fragment, it was undoubtedly a 6th level advanced concept fragment. 6th level advanced lightning concept fragment? Duan Lingtian's face froze. He never imagined that the little gold mouse's luck would be so good to actually choose the highest level concept fragment amongst the 10 concept fragments. When she heard Han Xuanai's voice, Little Gold cried out complacently before charging towards the stairway. "Big brother Lingtian, big sister Xuanai, I'm going." Before the little gold mouse's figure completely vanished on the stairway, her childish voice sounded out from afar and entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. This little fellow, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. On the other hand, Han Xuanai started laughing as well. Little Gold's luck isn't bad. I wonder how Little Black and Little White's luck is. Han Xuanai raised her hand and asked the two little pythons to come out. Little Black, Little White, both of you heard what Big Brother Lingtian said to Little Gold earlier, right? Han Xuanai looked at the two little pythons that were slightly eager and asked with a light smile. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons flicked their tongues as they nodded. At this moment, their gazes were sizing up the remaining 9 boxes that hadn't been opened, and they were obviously attracted by the concept fragments within them. Little Gold, you've comprehended wind concept. Little White, you've comprehended fire concept. Those 2 boxes contain wind concept fragments, and those 2 boxes contain fire concept fragments. Han Xuanai guided the 2 little pythons. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons hurriedly nodded when they heard this. Big brother, I'm going. Big brother, Little Black and I will be going first. Before Little Black and Little White transformed into 2 black and white bolts of lightning that flashed out, they didn't forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from smiling. After a short moment, Little Black withdrew an azure-colored concept fragment from one of the boxes. 3rd level advanced concept fragment. Now, through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian, who knew how to discern the level of a concept fragment from its outer appearance, was able to discern the level of the concept fragment in Little Black's mouth with a single glance. Meanwhile, Han Xuanai exclaimed in a low voice. The little black snake drooped its head and was dispirited when it heard this. It had always taken the little gold mouse to be its opponent. Now, its opponent had obtained a 6th level advanced concept fragment, whereas it had only obtained a 3rd level advanced concept fragment. This caused it to be extremely displeased. Little Black, a 3rd level advanced concept fragment is already not bad. Go to the 3rd floor. Duan Lingtian smiled as he consoled. As the saying goes, a man whose heart is content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. These words didn't seem to be spoken without reason. Hiss hiss. The little black snake nodded lightly and glanced at Han Xuanai before reluctantly flashing up the stairway and vanishing before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. Meanwhile, the little white snake withdrew its fire concept fragment as well. 4th level advanced concept fragment. Han Xuanai exclaimed in a low voice once more. Before Han Xuanai exclaimed in a low voice, Duan Lingtian had discerned the level of the fire concept fragment hanging in the little white snake's mouth, so he wasn't surprised. The little white snake's eyes flashed when it heard this, and it seemed to be slightly excited. Perhaps it was excited that its choice had surpassed the little black snake. Subsequently, the little white snake entered the stairway as well. For a time, the three little fellows each chose a path to enter the third floor. They'd occupied 3 positions to enter the third floor of the Sword Monarch's treasure. There were still 7 positions remaining. Xuanai, which concept fragment do you intend to choose? Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and asked curiously. Han Xuanai's attainments in ice concept were extremely deep, and he'd witnessed it on many occasions with his own 2 eyes. On the other hand, even though there were 5 types of concept fragments before him, there wasn't any ice concept. I intend to choose an earth concept fragment. Han Xuanai smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded. The earth concept fragment isn't bad. Amongst the concepts of nature, if the earth concept relies on the earth to execute and draws support from the energy of the earth, then it far surpasses the other concepts of nature. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, Han Xuanai's choice was extremely rational. Sush! Right at this moment, a figure swept over like the wind and appeared before Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. It's this old fellow again. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and frowned. The old man was precisely the azure-clothed old man that had come with Dong Ming, and he was Elder Hu. Presently, Elder Hu had picked up the voice transmission jade slip on the stone platform and quickly understood the scene before him and the rules of the third floor of the Sword Monarch's treasure. 3 concept fragments are missing. According to the words on the voice transmission jade slip, the lightning concept fragment, wind concept fragment, and fire concept fragment are each missing. Chapter 6:15. However, right at this moment, "Don't move!" A cold and grim shout sounded out abruptly, causing Elder Hu's figure to stiffen and stop on the spot. Elder Hu turned his head slightly and saw the nearby violet-clothed young man looking at him with an extremely calm expression. Earlier, it was precisely the violet-clothed young man that had shouted out to stop him. Elder Hu's face sank. A mere 3rd-level void initiation stage kid dared be presumptuous before him? But when he thought of the terrifying strength of the young woman by the young man's side, he worked hard to suppress the flames of rage in his heart and asked with a low voice, "Do you need something?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Elder Hu. As the saying goes, everything has a first come first served. Up until now, Xuanai and I have arrived here earlier than you. Now, we haven't even chosen, yet you want to choose? Elder Hu took a deep breath when he heard this. Then both of you choose first. When he thought of how terrifying the yellow-clothed young woman was. No matter how much he wanted to kill the violet-clothed young man before him, no matter how much he hated the violet-clothed young man for using his connections to intimidate others, he had no other way. The situation was stronger than the person. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuan. Big brother Lingtian, you go in first, so as to avoid this old bastard playing any tricks. Han Xuanai's face bloomed into a smile when she looked at Duan Lingtian, whereas, when she inadvertently looked at Elder Hu, the smile on her face vanished and was replaced by a layer of frost. This caused Elder Hu to be unable to refrain from shivering. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then his figure flashed out to directly enter the inscription formation that contained the final wind concept fragment. There were only 2 wind concept fragments. One of them was obtained by the little black snake. It was a 3rd-level advanced concept fragment. I wonder what level this wind concept fragment left behind for me would be. Duan Lingtian was slightly anticipating it. As he stood before the small stone platform at the side of the stairway, Duan Lingtian's hand slowly stretched out towards the box on the small stone platform. Opening the box, an azure-colored fragment lay silently there. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's perturbed expression vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by pleasant surprise. A 5th-level advanced wind concept fragment. Even though the wind concept fragment he chose was inferior to the lightning concept fragment the little gold mouse chose, it was still much stronger than the wind concept fragment the little black snake chose. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and put away the concept of wind fragment with some excitement. In the distance, Han Xuanai's eyes brightened when she saw the concept fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. She hurriedly congratulated Duan Lingtian. "Congratulations, big brother Ling Tian." Duan Lingtian responded with a smile, and then he put the concept fragment into his storage ring. "Xuanai, I'll head down first." Duan Lingtian greeted Xuanai before continuing to descend the flight of stairs. He headed to the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, which was also the final level. He wasn't worried about Han Xuanai's safety. Not to mention the third level had different tests set according to one's cultivation, just Xuanai's formidable strength wasn't something anyone could compare to. Duan Lingtian walked down the stairs, and an expanse of gray and hazy mist appeared before his eyes once more. He hadn't completely passed through the mist when Duan Lingtian felt a wave of scorching aura assault his face. It wouldn't be that inscription formation that condenses flames again, right? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Only when Duan Lingtian completely walked out of the mist did he realize that he guessed wrongly. Presently, even though what appeared before his eyes was similarly a vast cavern, but there was a great deal of lava flowing within the cavern. This place was like the interior of a volcano, and it gave one an oppressive feeling. Of course, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unafraid of the lava before him. His gaze descended onto the 3-foot-long blades that were stuck all over the lava. These 3-foot-long blades were of various shapes and sizes, and they were scattered all over the cavern. When looked at from afar, this place seemed to be a sword tomb. A sword tomb was the place where swords were buried. These swords, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out at the first possible moment to detect these swords before him, whereas his calm expression revealed a wisp of shock. They're all swords that are grade 3 spirit weapons or above. Amongst them, there's no lack of grade 2 spirit swords. Duan Lingtian's mood surged. The 3-foot-long blades that were scattered all over the place shocked him. Even though he could be considered to be a grade 3 weapons craftsman now and was able to refine grade 3 spirit swords. But the materials to refine grade 3 spirit swords weren't so easy to find. It was even to the extent that he hadn't even found all the materials to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon cauldron that was comparatively simpler. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian continued walking deeper in. He'd only taken a few steps when Duan Lingtian's vigilant spiritual force felt a wave of gentle fluctuation come from beneath his feet. He wasn't unfamiliar with this fluctuation. An inscription formation. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. He knew that he'd activated an inscription formation, whereas now what he had to do was to deal with all the tests that the inscription formation brought about. But after waiting for a while, Duan Lingtian didn't notice anything wrong. What's going on? I can be sure that the fluctuation from before was indeed an inscription formation without a doubt. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Could it be that the inscription formation had decayed after a long period of time? Right when Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised and bewildered. "Lucky Junior, this is the third level of the cenotaph that I left behind. I can be sure that your cultivation is at the third level of the void initiation stage, and the following tests will be carried out according to this cultivation." A sudden voice seemed to sweep over from all directions and entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. "It's him." Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He was able to discern it. This voice was exactly the same as the voice he heard from the voice transmission jade slips in the first and second levels of the Sword Monarch's treasure. It was the same person. Sword Monarch. Duan Lingtian understood that this was the voice that the Sword Monarch left behind. This inscription formation ought to be an inscription formation that combines the sound transmission inscription and various other inscriptions together, and it's capable of detecting the cultivation of others. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian guessed the effect of the inscription formation he activated earlier. It was none other than detecting his cultivation and warning him through the sound transmission inscription. Even though this inscription formation is ordinary, it isn't something that anyone can set up. It at least requires a spiritual force at the martial monarch stage or above. With the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian knew the various inscription formations in detail. The Sword Monarch's voice didn't stop and continued. The third level of my cenotaph has a total of 6 tests. Amongst them, 3 tests one's wisdom and aren't dangerous in the slightest. The other 3 tests one's strength, and the slightest mistake might cause one to die directly. After arriving at the third level of the cenotaph, there's no path of retreat. Unless one passes through the 3 tests of strength, otherwise, the path that leads to the exit won't appear. The voice continued to sound out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel even more pressured. Won't appear? Doesn't that mean that if I'm unable to pass through the 3 tests of strength, then I'll be left here forever? Of the 6 tests, the first, third, and 5th tests one's wisdom, the second, 4th, and 6th tests one's strength. The person that passes all the tests first will obtain my inheritance. The voice sounded out once more, and it caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to be unable to help but light up. Inheritance? At this instant, Duan Lingtian felt his breathing become hurried. Never had he imagined that this sword monarch's treasure was actually set up by the martial monarch for the sake of his inheritance. He originally thought that it was only a small game of the martial monarch, and there weren't any precious treasures within. But now it would seem that he was wrong, extremely wrong. Wait. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. That martial monarch kept saying that this is his cenotaph. Isn't a cenotaph a place where the belongings of the dead are stored? Could it be that the martial monarch left behind a cenotaph before his death? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat became even faster, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Something left behind by a martial monarch before his death. Would it be something simple? Perhaps everything that the martial monarch left behind throughout his lifetime is here. But even though the rewards of the third level are numerous, they're divided into 10 portions. If I want to obtain the best reward, then I must be the first to pass through the 6 great tests set up by the martial monarch. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood calmed down. He knew that he had to rely on himself for everything that followed. Now, he was all alone. But according to the message left behind by the martial monarch, the tests of the third level were set up according to my cultivation. I presume that besides the 3 tests of wisdom, I'll be able to deal with the other 3 tests of strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, I'll begin the first test. Duan Lingtian knew that every moment and second was extremely precious now, and he had to pass through all the tests in the shortest amount of time. Only in this way would he be able to obtain the inheritance of the martial monarch. Would the inheritance left behind by the martial monarch be something simple? Duan Lingtian didn't think so. Perhaps the martial monarch passed away here. If it's like this, then perhaps there's a profundity fragment within his skull. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood that had calmed down surged once more. Profundity fragment. It contained the martial monarch's comprehension towards profundity. On the other hand, profundity was an existence that stood above concept. Even the lowest level of profundity, first level profundity, contained 2 times the strength of 9th level advanced concept. 9th level advanced concept was comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. First level profundity was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. 9th level profundity was even comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. At that time, the 10,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed from the energy of the heavens and the earth would undergo a transformation and transform into a completely new phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. But even if I obtain a profundity fragment, I'm temporarily unable to use it. A profundity fragment stands above a concept fragment, and only someone that has comprehended 9th level advanced concept and profundity is able to comprehend profundity from it. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. For example, if a wind profundity fragment appeared within the remains of the martial monarch. Chapter 616. Currently, even if Duan Lingtian obtained the wind profundity fragment, he could only temporarily keep it as a backup. But even if I can't use it for now, it's not bad to keep it as a backup. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Profundity fragment. Even if it's the great treasure that Emperor Wu prepared for his 3rd lifetime during his 2nd lifetime, there seems to only be 3. Profundity fragments were usually only martial monarchs that were able to nurture them. Moreover, there weren't many martial monarchs on Cloud Continent, and there were absolutely no more than 100 living martial monarchs. In such a large Cloud Continent, there were no more than 100 martial monarchs, so the preciousness of a profundity fragment was obvious. Moreover, a martial monarch stage expert only needed a single thought to detonate a profundity fragment. So even if someone was able to kill a martial monarch stage expert, the person would most likely be unable to obtain the martial monarch stage expert's profundity fragment. Presently, practically all the profundity fragments on Cloud Continent were left behind by martial monarchs after they passed away. There were very few profundity fragments obtained from killing martial monarchs. The preciousness of a profundity fragment was obvious. What's the first test of wisdom? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he noticed that the martial monarch's voice didn't move any longer. Let's continue forward and take a look. After waiting for a while without any movement, Duan Lingtian continued forward. In next to no time, a familiar fluctuation spread out beneath Duan Lingtian's feet, and it was precisely another inscription formation that had been activated. It's coming! Duan Lingtian's heart constricted, and he couldn't help but become vigilant. Right at this moment, the martial monarch's voice sounded out once more, and this time it seemed to be cold and indifferent, and it didn't contain the slightest emotion. The first test of wisdom: find the one and only grade 1 spirit sword in the sword tomb and pull it out. If you choose wrongly and fail the test, no matter if you succeed or fail, the sword you pull out will be the reward you obtained in the first test. The remaining swords will be buried underground and never see the light of day again. The martial monarch's voice stopped abruptly here. Grade 1 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he started to look around the surroundings. He knew clearly in his heart that the sword tomb mentioned by the martial monarch was probably referring to this cave filled with lava and swords. However, there was actually a grade 1 spirit sword among these swords? Grade 1 spirit sword. Even if the level of the weapon craftsman who refined the grade 1 spirit sword was mediocre, it was still a grade 1 spirit weapon after all. The amplification would be at least 87%. An increase of 87%, what sort of concept was that? Even the grade 4 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that he refined himself only provided a 60% amplification. However, the difficulty of finding the only grade 1 spirit sword among so many spirit swords is really not small. There are at least over 100 swords here, and grade 3 spirit swords occupy almost 90% of them, and grade 2 spirit swords only occupy 10%. Unless it's a high-grade weapon craftsman with unique experience. Otherwise, it's very difficult to distinguish what's different about these spirit swords. Duan Lingtian's gaze casually swept past these spirit swords. Even if he used his spiritual force to investigate and coupled with the experience he'd inherited from Emperor Wu of Samsara, he wasn't able to notice which sword was a grade 1 spirit sword. Let alone the others. If the others were to encounter this test, they would at most obtain a grade 3 spirit sword. However, even if it's only a grade 3 spirit sword, it can already be considered as a precious treasure to martial artists that haven't walked out of the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if I'm unable to find a grade 1 spirit sword, then even if I'm able to obtain a grade 2 spirit sword or a grade 3 spirit sword, I'll still be considered to have failed the test. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before walking out and starting to carefully size up the surroundings. After looking for a long time, Duan Lingtian confirmed it. There was a total of 103 spirit swords here. Amongst them, 90 were grade 3 spirit swords, and the other 13 were grade 2 spirit swords. What's going on? Isn't there a grade 1 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. Even if he wanted to scam someone, he shouldn't do it like this, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and carefully sized up the 103 spirit swords before him again. In the end, he still came up empty-handed. I'm sure there's no grade 1 spirit sword among the 103 spirit swords here. Duan Lingtian was extremely certain. What a joke! Although he was only a grade 3 weapons craftsman now, he had the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu in his mind. His judgment was no different from Samsara Emperor Wu's. When Samsara Emperor Wu was at his peak, he was a royal grade weapons craftsman that surpassed grade 1 weapons craftsman and quasi-royal grade weapons craftsman. Even if a grade 1 spirit weapon was placed in front of Samsara Emperor Wu would not even spare it a glance. Perhaps, in the eyes of Samsara Emperor Wu, a grade 1 spirit weapon was no different from trash. That martial monarch isn't playing with me, right? Duan Lingtian frowned. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian dispelled this thought. Since that martial monarch set up such a test, he would presumably not do it for no reason. Perhaps that grade 1 spirit sword is hidden somewhere else. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's attention no longer revolved around the 103 spirit swords that were inserted into the ground, and he sized up the surroundings of the cavern instead. This cavern couldn't be considered to be large when compared to the first and second levels of the Sword Monarch's treasure. After casually taking a few steps, everything within the cavern appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In this cavern that was covered in lava, besides the 103 spirit swords that were inserted into the ground, there was also a pile of scrap metal that was scattered around the cavern. These pieces of scrap metal were mostly sword embryos and the like. The martial monarch that left behind the Sword Monarch's treasure wouldn't be a weapons craftsman as well, right? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Besides the 103 spirit swords that are inserted into the ground, the remaining are all scrap metal. Now, I can confirm that there isn't a grade 1 spirit sword amongst the 103 spirit swords. Could it be that the grade 1 spirit sword is hidden within this pile of scrap metal? When he thought up to here, the thoughts in Duan Lingtian's heart grew even stronger. Search, search, search. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian started searching carefully within the scrap metal. In the end, he really did notice an inkling. Swish. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pushed the pile of scrap metal to the side. At the same time, a simple and unadorned sword embryo appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, it was a sword embryo that had yet to undergo the final step of weapon refinement, and it was extremely ugly and black. However, the sword embryo had a sword hilt and a sword blade, so it could be used as a sword, but it was only slightly ugly. At this moment, a part of this ugly sword embryo was inserted into the cavern wall. If it wasn't for the fact that I have the memories of the royal grade weapons craftsman, Emperor Wu of Samsara, I'm afraid I would have failed this test of wisdom. Who would have thought that a black sword embryo that was hidden within a piece of scrap metal would actually be a grade 1 spirit sword? Looking at the extremely ugly sword embryo before him, Duan Lingtian had a wry smile on his face. After confirming that this sword embryo was a grade 1 spirit sword, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and raised his hand to grab the sword hilt, preparing to pull it out. Just when Duan Lingtian's hand touched the sword hilt, a strong light suddenly flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing him to be unable to help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed that the remaining 103 spirit swords and the surrounding scrap metal had vanished into thin air within this cavern that was filled with lava. Only the ugly sword embryo in his hand was left in the entire cavern. Congratulations, you've passed the first test of wisdom and obtained a grade 1 spirit sword. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard a voice that sounded out from the ugly sword embryo in his hand. The sound condensing inscription left behind by that martial monarch is really everywhere. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he pulled out the sword embryo. The sound condensing inscription was similar to a sound condensing jade slip, and it could be used as a medium to leave a message. The latter required origin energy to be activated. The former only required someone to touch it before it could be activated by itself. This grade 1 spiritual sword is truly a little ugly. Looking at the ugly sword embryo in his hand, Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly. I wonder to what extent the amplification of such an ugly grade 1 spirit sword is. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he released the origin energy in his hand and pressed it into the extremely ugly sword embryo, intending to test its amplification. In practically an instant, The energy of heaven and earth above Duan Lingtian roiled before developing into numerous ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes in the end. There were a total of 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. There were an entire 5,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. I'm currently at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage, and without using a spirit weapon or concept, my strength is comparable to the strength of 4 ancient horned dragons. In other words, the amplification is the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons plus the strength of 5,200 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian pondered briefly before confirming in the end. This Grade 1 Spirit Sword is able to amplify strength by 88%. It can be considered to be not bad amongst Grade 1 spirit weapons. Duan Lingtian looked at the sword embryo and nodded, then laughed bitterly. But this sword is truly too ugly. I'm really embarrassed to take it out in front of others. Up until now, Duan Lingtian was still unable to let go of the appearance of this Grade 1 spirit sword. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian held the Grade 1 spirit sword tightly in his hand. According to the message left behind by the martial monarch earlier, the second test would be a test of strength. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't know exactly what the next test of strength would be, it was undoubtedly a test that would test his strength. Presently, as he held the Grade 1 spirit sword, Duan Lingtian felt his confidence increase greatly. Presently, I'm able to exert the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and over 5,000 ancient mammoths by relying on the Grade 1 spirit sword. If I utilize 2nd level wind concept, advanced lightning force, and elementary earth force, I'll gain the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and over 2,000 ancient mammoths. Added together, it's the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons and over 7,000 ancient mammoths. Almost the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 617. With the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand and the strength of almost 10 ancient horned dragons in his body, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. No matter what the second test of strength is, I'll sweep through it. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before taking a large stride forward. According to the experience of the first test of wisdom, he presumably had to activate the second test of strength himself. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. He'd only taken a few steps when a wave of familiar fluctuation came from beneath his feet, and it was precisely the fluctuation of an inscription formation. The second test is a test of strength. Right at this moment, the martial monarch's words entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more, and it reverberated like thunder in his ears. Take 3 steps forward and the Origin Shadow inscription formation will be activated. At that time, 106th level Void Initiation stage Origin Shadow puppets will appear. From the moment the inscription formation is activated, kill all the Origin Shadow puppets within 15 minutes and you'll be considered to have passed the test. The martial monarch spoke of the rules of the second test of strength. 106th level Void Initiation stage Origin Shadow puppets? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as bright lights flickered within his eyes. Originally, with his current strength, sweeping through 106th level Void Initiation stage Origin Shadow puppets that didn't possess spirit weapons or concept to rely on wasn't difficult. After all, even if a 6th level Void Initiation stage Origin Shadow puppet exerted its full strength, it would only possess the strength of 8 ancient horned dragons. But now, he was asked to kill these Origin Shadow puppets within 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour was neither short nor long. With my current strength, it's sufficient to crush 6th level Void Initiation stage Origin Shadow puppets. I ought to be able to finish killing those Origin Shadow puppets within 15 minutes if I use my full speed and full strength. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his eyes emitted strong confidence as he abruptly took a large stride forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Activate. Instantly, a deep fluctuation of an inscription formation came from beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. Subsequently, numerous human-shaped silhouettes appeared out of thin air around Duan Lingtian, and these human-shaped silhouettes were precisely Origin Shadow puppets. The number of Yuan Shadow puppets continued to soar, and only stopped when it had soared to 100. 100 origin shadow puppets floated around Duan Lingtian, filling the entire cavern. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as origin energy pulsated on the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand, and the third-level wind concept, advanced lightning force, and earth force rose up along with it. Facing 100 origin shadow puppets, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. His time was limited. Duan Lingtian's sword flashed out as if transforming into a black bolt of lightning, directly flashing towards the 7 origin shadow puppets that were gathered together in the distance. However, these 7 origin shadow puppets seemed to be able to predict the future. The moment Duan Lingtian drew his sword, they had already scattered in all directions. In the end, Duan Lingtian's sword only destroyed 1 origin shadow puppet. As for the other 7 origin shadow puppets, they fled to other places. When faced with the origin shadow puppets that pounced over one after another, Duan Lingtian had a cold expression as he continued to draw his sword. Sword drawing arts. The spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand occasionally transformed into bolts of lightning, and occasionally condensed into a tempest sword light that swept out to flash towards the origin shadow puppets. Needless to say, the origin shadow puppets were truly too skilled. Precisely speaking, it was the origin shadow puppets that appeared around Duan Lingtian now that were too exquisite. Every sword strike of Duan Lingtian only destroyed 1 origin shadow puppet. The other origin shadow puppets were always able to dodge in time. This won't do. This won't do. Every sword strike of mine only kills 1 origin shadow puppet. How many sword strikes do I have to execute in order to kill 100 origin shadow puppets? When he thought of how he only had 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian was extremely anxious. Let me see how all of you dodge in that way. Lightning flashed, Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up as he thought of a method, and the violet clothes on his body fluttered without the wind. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards a corner of the cavern. He floated in midair with his back against the wall, and he stared at the group of origin shadow puppets from afar. Whereas the group of origin shadow puppets once again charged towards Duan Lingtian. But, because Duan Lingtian's back was against the wall, the space they were in was forcefully compressed by 2 times, and the group of origin shadow puppets gathered together in a dense group. When he saw the group of origin shadow puppets pouncing over, Duan Lingtian tightly leaned against the corner of the wall, and the spirit sword in his hand swept out horizontally. A strength that was close to the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons gushed out. Swish, 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 swish. With a raise of Duan Lingtian's hand, numerous sword lights swept out, seeming to have formed a sword net that enveloped the group of origin shadow puppets. It was like a heaven-encompassing net that firmly trapped them within. The group of origin shadow puppets fled in all directions when they saw Duan Lingtian's sword light descending. But unfortunately, because Duan Lingtian's back was against the corner of the wall, the area they could flee to was extremely narrow. In the blink of an eye, over 10 origin shadow puppets had been annihilated under Duan Lingtian's sword. Satisfying. When this sword strike descended, Duan Lingtian only felt the stuffiness in his chest vanish without a trace, and he felt elated. Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his hand, the remaining origin shadow puppets once again pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Although they knew how to dodge at a critical moment, they didn't have the emotions of a human and didn't know fear, so they still instinctively attacked Duan Lingtian. And the outcome could be imagined. Although the origin shadow puppets were numerous, they were unable to withstand the slaughter of Duan Lingtian, who was leaning against the corner of the wall. In less than 15 minutes, 100 origin shadow puppets had been annihilated. Right at this moment, within the cavern, a gust of strange wind suddenly arose, and then dust suffused the air. Where's the wind coming from? Duan Lingtian looked over curiously. Only now did he notice that at the other corner of the cavern, at the place where dust was emitted, there was an exquisite box. That's the reward of the second test? Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up, and he flew out to descend at the side of the box. Subsequently, he impatiently opened the box. Within the box, a crystalline and translucent pearl silently lay there. Soul Pearl? With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this pearl. It was precisely the soul pearl he'd obtained once before. At that time, after his spiritual force fused with the soul pearl, it underwent a change. It advanced to the point of being 2 levels higher than his cultivation. Now, his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage, whereas his spiritual force had advanced to the 5th level of the void initiation stage because of fusing with the soul pearl that day. It was still 2 levels higher than his cultivation. I wonder if my spiritual force will be able to advance another step after fusing with this soul pearl. Duan Lingtian didn't think and impatiently picked up the soul pearl. Right when he intended to fuse his spiritual force into it, a voice sounded out from within the soul pearl. Congratulations on passing the 2nd test. Next, the 3rd test is a test of wisdom. Walk 5 steps backward and 3 steps to the right to activate the 3rd test. It was another message from the martial monarch. The voice transmission inscription was precisely within the soul pearl. Inscribing a voice transmission inscription within the soul pearl. Looks like that martial monarch's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions isn't shallow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into the soul pearl and directly absorbed the pure spiritual force within the soul pearl. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel his spiritual force transforming. But the transformation was extremely small. In the end, his spiritual force wasn't even able to break through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage. Soul pearls had better effects when used when one's spiritual force was weak. Perhaps, with another 2 or 3 soul pearls, my spiritual force would be able to transform a step further. What a pity! Duan Lingtian sighed. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. Being able to obtain a soul pearl can already be considered to be my luck. I was still too greedy. Duan Lingtian stood up and walked towards the place the martial monarch left behind to activate the 3rd test. The inscription formation arrived as scheduled. The 3rd test is a test of wisdom. Find a secret compartment within the cavern and obtain the thing within the secret compartment. The martial monarch's voice sounded out woodenly. The time limit is 15 minutes. If you haven't found the secret compartment after 15 minutes, then you've failed the test. Find the secret compartment and obtain the thing within it, and that thing will be your reward for passing the 3rd test. Along with the martial monarch's voice vanishing, Duan Lingtian hurriedly flashed towards the corner closest to him in the cavern and carefully sized it up. At the same time, his spiritual force stretched out and didn't miss a single place. He used his spiritual force to sense clues that were unable to be noticed by the naked eye. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident towards his spiritual force. 15 minutes of time. It's sufficient for me to use my spiritual force to search every single corner of the cavern. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. If he wasn't an inscription master and didn't possess spiritual force, then he would only use his naked eye to search for the secret compartment the martial monarch spoke of, or use some other method to search for the secret compartment. It was extremely difficult for him to pass through this test in 15 minutes. This test feels as if it's tailor-made for inscription masters. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had such a misconception. Starting from the corner of the cavern, Duan Lingtian carefully searched for the secret compartment the martial monarch spoke of, his gaze sizing it up from top to bottom, and his spiritual force was all-pervasive. Time silently flowed by. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't know exhaustion, and he seriously searched every single corner of the cavern. Finally, when half of the 15 minutes had passed, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force detected a place that was extremely strange. This place, Duan Lingtian's figure that floated in midair flashed and descended before a cavern wall, and he squatted down and sized up the flat cavern wall before him. If he only used his naked eye to look at it, he would utterly be unable to notice anything wrong with this cavern wall. Slap. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy entered into it. Bang. An enormous bang sounded out, and the cavern wall shook for a moment before splitting into pieces, yet it still didn't reveal anything. If it was another person, perhaps the person would leave and search elsewhere because of this. After all, one wouldn't be able to discern any clues just from looking at the split cavern wall. But Duan Lingtian didn't leave. He really hid it well. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The origin energy in his hand condensed into form and transformed into a short sword that pierced into the split cavern wall and tore open the crack. Chapter 6:18. Bang! Instantly, the rock on the cavern wall was pulled down by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, an inconspicuous secret compartment appeared before his eyes. "I've finally found it." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he pulled out the secret compartment with a raise of his hand. There was a spatial ring lying quietly in the secret compartment. There's no spatial ring that possesses ownership. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and then he picked up the spatial ring. Looks like the reward of the third test is within this spatial ring. At practically the instant that Duan Lingtian picked up the spatial ring. Congratulations on passing the third test. The fourth test, walk 5 steps to the right, then another 7 steps to the right to open it. A clear voice sounded out from the spatial ring. It was precisely the voice that came from the sound transmission inscription that the martial monarch left behind in the spatial ring. I'll claim ownership of the spatial ring first and see if there's anything good within it. Duan Lingtian pinched open his finger and a drop of blood entered the spatial ring. In the blink of an eye, the storage ring became his. With a thought, the space within the spatial ring appeared within his mind. What a large space! This spatial ring is probably a grade 1 spirit weapon spatial ring without a doubt. Spatial rings were divided into grades as well. Grade 7 spirit weapon spatial rings belonged to the lowest grade of spatial rings. The higher the grade of the spatial ring, the larger the storage space within it. For example, the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand was a grade 1 spirit weapon, and the space within it was even larger than the cavern he was in now. But even though the space was large, it was empty. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was attracted by a pile of milky white stones at the corner. These stones lay there silently, and a portion of them even emitted a faint white glow. Especially one of them, one could faintly see a white glow coiling around it. Origin stones. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the origin of the stone. Origin stones, the medium of wealth of foreign lands martial artists. In the foreign lands, there were similarly many transactions between martial artists. Besides private transactions, so long as it was in the foreign lands, those inns and restaurants practically didn't accept gold or silver. Only origin stones were accepted. Origin stones were a common currency in the foreign lands, and they were also a medium for martial artists to cultivate. They could help martial artists improve their cultivation rapidly. When I just entered the Sword Monarch's treasure, I was still muttering that if I was able to obtain origin stones within the Sword Monarch's treasure, then I would have profited greatly. I never imagined that origin stones would really appear. Looking at the pile of primordial stones in front of him, Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim. However, Duan Lingtian's face quickly fell. Are you kidding me? Only 1 upper-grade primordial stone? 100 mid-grade primordial stones and 10,000 low-grade primordial stones. Was this the wealth left behind by a martial emperor? That's too stingy. After counting the number of primordial stones in the pile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse. Such wealth would be considered wealthy in the hands of an ordinary emptiness realm martial artist. However, in the hands of a martial monarch, it was nothing. As someone who had fused with the memories of Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was naturally very knowledgeable in this regard. Never mind, it's better than nothing. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as he recovered his mood. To him, this pile of primordial stones was something he obtained by chance, and it was better than nothing. If these mid-grade primordial stones and low-grade primordial stones are converted into high-grade primordial stones, then it's only 2 in total. But 3 high-grade primordial stones are sufficient for me to cultivate for a period of time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Primordial stones were divided into grades as well. The spirit energy contained within a single high-grade primordial stone was comparable to the spirit energy contained within 100 mid-grade primordial stones, and was comparable to the spirit energy contained within 10,000 low-grade primordial stones. With my current cultivation, even if I only use low-grade primordial stones to cultivate, a single low-grade primordial stone is more or less able to cultivate for an hour. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he wore the spatial ring on his hand before standing up and intending to activate the fourth test. The third test from before was a test of wisdom. Now, the fourth test was undoubtedly a test of strength. I wonder what test of strength it will be. At the same time that Duan Lingtian walked out, an extremely ugly sword base appeared in his hand. It was precisely the reward he obtained from the first test of wisdom, a grade 1 spirit sword. The grade 1 spirit sword in his hand gave Duan Lingtian an extremely great sense of security. Walk 5 steps to the right, then 7 steps to the right. Duan Lingtian followed the message left behind by the martial monarch and walked with large strides towards the place where the fourth test of strength would be activated. He walked over slowly step by step. When his foot descended onto the final step, another wave of the fluctuation of an inscription formation swept out beneath his feet. An exceedingly clear voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. The fourth test of strength is called a test of strength. Defeat the 4th level Void Initiation Stage Earth Puppet that's capable of executing 4th level Elementary Earth Concept. The reward is the Earth Concept fragment in the Earth Puppet's possession. The martial monarch's message stopped abruptly at this point. Earth Puppet? 4th level Elementary Earth Concept? 4th level Void Initiation Stage? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but search through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu with the intention of wanting to know what the Earth Puppet was. In next to no time, he obtained an answer. The Earth Puppet was a type of origin shadow puppet condensed from an inscription formation, and it was a strengthened version of the origin shadow puppet. The Earth Puppet was condensed from an origin shadow puppet combined with the energy of the Earth, and it possessed a material body that was completely hard like a rock. Normally speaking, the Earth Puppet similarly doesn't know how to execute concept. But that martial monarch planted an Earth Concept fragment into the body of the Earth Puppet, allowing it to execute Earth Concept to a certain extent. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian gasped, "Rumble!" Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the ground beneath his feet shake. He raised his head to look over, and only now did he notice that the ground in the distance was shaking as strands of earthen yellow-colored energy of the earth surged out and spread out in the sky. At the same time, a human-shaped figure appeared out of thin air in the sky above the energy of the earth. It was precisely an origin shadow puppet. Subsequently, the energy of the earth poured into the origin shadow puppet, causing the body of the origin shadow puppet to ceaselessly condense, and it seemed as if it had transformed into a material person. Of course, it was impossible for it to be an ordinary person. Presently, the origin shadow puppet had transformed into an earth puppet with an earthen yellow-colored body, and the energy of the earth on its body had condensed into firm rocks that formed a formidable defense. Bang! Right at this moment, the ground shattered into pieces. Cracks that were like spiderwebs stretched out in all directions. Subsequently, swish! An earthen yellow-colored flowing light instantly fused into the body of the earth puppet. Instantly, the eyes of the earth puppet that were originally dim and lusterless suddenly flickered with strands of earthen yellow-colored bright lights, and it caused one to feel a chill run down one's spine. 4th level elementary earth concept coupled with a cultivation at the 4th level of the void initiation stage. Even if he doesn't possess a spirit weapon, he's still capable of exerting the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. It surpasses my full strength. Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Moreover, this is a cavern that's connected to the ground, and he's able to draw support from the energy of the earth. The cavern is too small, and I'm utterly unable to avoid the earth. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. 4th level elementary earth concept was comparable to the strength of 4 ancient horned dragons. With such an earth concept, mobilizing the energy of the earth was at least capable of mobilizing the strength of another 2 ancient horned dragons. In other words, if the earth puppet exerted its full strength, It was extremely likely that it possessed the strength of 12 ancient horned dragons. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt his breathing almost stop. Unknowingly, the hand that held the Grade 1 spirit sword was already drenched in sweat. That martial monarch is really a cheat. I'm only at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage, yet he asked me to deal with a monster like this. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse the martial monarch that left behind the sword monarch's treasure. He could imagine. If that martial monarch heard Duan Lingtian's curses in his heart, perhaps he would be enraged to the point of directly kicking Duan Lingtian out of the sword monarch's treasure and not allow Duan Lingtian to encroach on his possessions. Swoosh! The earth puppet moved, and it stomped on the ground to arrive before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. The earth puppet raised its hand and punched out with origin energy that skyrocketed, and it was accompanied by a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding as it blasted towards Duan Lingtian. The origin energy was suffused with a deep earthen yellow-colored energy. Earth concept. Instantly, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the earth puppet, and they flashed over with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. It seemed as if they would only stop after completely suppressing Duan Lingtian. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian didn't dare dally, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that barely dodged the earth puppet's punch. After Duan Lingtian dodged it, the earth puppet's punch didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it blasted onto the cavern wall. Bang! Instantly, cracks that were like spiderwebs appeared on the cavern wall, and the entire cavern shook as if an extremely strong earthquake had occurred. As for Duan Lingtian, he instead stood in the sky and wasn't affected. Sword drawing arts. When he saw the earth puppet's back descend before his eyes, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and origin energy condensed on the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand as he suddenly attacked. Swish! His sword was like a bolt of lightning, and before the earth puppet had even turned around, Duan Lingtian's spirit sword had already touched the earth puppet's body. Clang! A wave of clear sound sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian, who originally thought he would be able to defeat the earth puppet because of this, to be completely dumbstruck. The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within his mind, and Duan Lingtian's face flushed red, and he couldn't help but curse. F***K. You don't have to play like this, right? According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Because the earth puppet was formed from the energy of the earth and origin shadow puppets, besides possessing a formidable strength, it also possessed an extremely terrifying defensive strength. If the strength of the attack didn't exceed its own strength, then it was utterly unable to harm it in the slightest. In other words, I at least have to possess the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons before I can defeat it? This is still before it mobilizes the energy of the earth. If it mobilizes the energy of the earth, then wouldn't I have to possess the strength of over 12 ancient horned dragons before I can defeat it? Chapter 619. Duan Lingtian's sword strike had failed, and he could only temporarily dodge the earth puppet's edge. But the earth puppet had a speed that steadily surpassed Duan Lingtian, and when it charged towards Duan Lingtian, it was like an eagle catching a chick. After a short moment, the earth puppet had once again arrived before Duan Lingtian. Its fist smashed out once more, and it contained the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. This time, Duan Lingtian wasn't able to dodge in time, and in a hurry, the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand shook as it moved to intercept the earth puppet's fist. Bang! The earth puppet's fist smashed down, shaking Duan Lingtian's hand that held the sword to the point the palm between his thumb and index fingers split open and dripped with fresh blood. The Grade 1 spirit sword had almost slipped out of his hand as well. The earth puppet's fist was pressed slightly by the strength of the Grade 1 spirit sword in the end, and it avoided Duan Lingtian before fiercely smashing out. The material fist print whistled out and smashed onto the ground as if it was crushing dry weeds. Instantly, the ground quaked and the mountains swayed once more. I can't go on like this. I'll be killed by it sooner or later. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and used his origin energy to stop his bleeding. Then he consumed a great recovery pill before catching his breath and retreating to the other side of the cavern. I can only try if soul skills are effective against it, Duan Lingtian commanded in his mind, and a dim light flickered within his eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian constructed an illusory space that enveloped the earth puppet. However, it was completely disregarded by the earth puppet. Looks like even though the earth puppet possesses a material body, its essence is still an origin shadow puppet. It doesn't have a soul and is utterly unaffected by soul skills. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. At this moment, he realized that even though he'd grasped the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, it was useless before the earth puppet. Meanwhile, the earth puppet continued charging towards Duan Lingtian and unfolded the process of an eagle catching a chick. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The earth golem's speed completely surpassed the Duan Lingtian, its strength completely surpassed the Duan Lingtian, and its battle with the Duan Lingtian was simply like an adult chasing after a child. Why hasn't it mobilized the earth energy with the earth concept yet? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. He believed that if the earth puppet mobilized the energy of the earth, then he would probably be killed by the earth puppet in a single move. Duan Lingtian, who had dodged many times and suffered many injuries, came to a conclusion while being beaten. For some reason, the earth golem couldn't draw upon the power of the earth. What's going on? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel curious as he hurriedly fled under the pursuit of the earth golem. With a thought, he began to search Emperor Wu's memories. Soon he got his answer. Even if an earth golem were to forcefully fuse with an earth concept fragment, it would still be unable to compare to a human that has comprehended the earth concept. Demon beasts usually mobilize the energy of the earth. Human martial artists or demon beasts can only communicate with the earth through the earth concept and attain a level of intimacy before being able to obtain the acknowledgement of the earth and mobilize the energy of the earth. Whereas the earth puppet doesn't possess intelligence. Its stiff and icy cold body utterly doesn't know how to communicate with the earth through the earth concept. In this way, it's naturally unable to mobilize the energy of the earth. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Although the current earth puppet was still not something that Duan Lingtian could deal with. But the worry in Duan Lingtian's heart still dispersed greatly. At the very least, he was now completely sure that when the earth puppet exerted its full strength, it was only comparable to the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. Compared to him, it was only stronger by the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths. A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian's mind to instantly tense. He knew that the earth puppet had approached him again. Whirlwind. He hurriedly swung his sword backwards, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance. Clang. After the earth puppet's fist that was like a cannonball blasted the Grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand away once more, its momentum didn't reduce in the slightest as it blasted onto the cavern wall at the side with a bang, shaking the cavern wall to the point stone fragments flew into the air, and hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on the wall. It really hurts. Duan Lingtian felt the intense pain that came from the web between his thumb and index finger, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he frowned. Right at this moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the earth puppet turned around and charged towards him. The body of this earth puppet seems to be heavy, yet its speed isn't slow. Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently descended onto the feet of the earth puppet. Presently, the earth puppet had flashed out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and its feet rubbed against the ground and flickered with numerous sparks that were like bolts of lightning. These strands of sparks were imprinted within Duan Lingtian's eyes and infinitely enlarged, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become slightly dumbstruck. Lightning, Duan Lingtian muttered, and he seemed to have obtained some sort of comprehension. It seemed as if an instant had passed, yet also seemed as if a century had passed. I understand now. So it turns out that I've taken a wrong path in the past. It's true that lightning belongs to the energy of nature, but it's formed through a certain method as well. That method is similar to friction. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Right at this moment, the earth puppet had already arrived before Duan Lingtian, and its fist was ceaselessly enlarging before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It seemed as if it would smash Duan Lingtian flying in the blink of an eye. "Bring it on!" Duan Lingtian shouted out explosively, and he even didn't have the thought of dodging. Sword drawing arts. In the time it took for a bolt of lightning to flash out, the Grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out like a shadow, and it moved to intercept the fist of the earth puppet that smashed towards him. In practically an instant, the origin energy and second-level wind concept within Duan Lingtian's body easily fused into the spirit sword. It wasn't just that. Strands of lightning flashed out along with it. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air beside the 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes. Lightning concept. First-level elementary lightning concept. Swish. An ear-piercing sword howl sounded out, and when the Grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand touched the fist of the earth puppet once more, it wasn't blasted away. Instead, it slashed the fist of the earth puppet off like cutting tofu. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body moved slightly. The sound of wind and thunder resounded. He easily dodged the fist of the earth puppet that was brought out by inertia after being cut off. Bang! The fist that left the body of the earth puppet fiercely smashed onto the wall behind it, and it actually directly embedded itself into the wall. Cracks extended out in the surroundings of the fist, and it seemed to have formed a spider web. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian. Swish, 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 swish. With a raise of his hand, the sword lights in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have transformed into a rain that covered the sky, and it descended bit by bit onto the body of the earth puppet. At this moment, the body of the earth puppet that Duan Lingtian was originally unable to injure in the slightest seemed to have become exceedingly weak tofu, and it was easily shattered into over 100 pieces by Duan Lingtian. Bang, 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 bang. The remnants of the earth puppet fell to the ground successively, and they were numerous solid earthen yellow rocks. At the same time, an earthen yellow fragment appeared within Duan Lingtian's field of vision, and it fell along with the numerous earthen yellow rocks. Duan Lingtian's heart shook when he saw this earthen yellow fragment, and his gaze abruptly lit up. 7th level advanced earth concept fragment. This concept fragment was even better than the 6th level advanced lightning concept fragment that Little Gold obtained earlier. Duan Lingtian moved like a bolt of lightning to grab the earth concept fragment in his hand, and his mood surged. Right at this moment, the voice of the martial monarch sounded out from the earth concept fragment and entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Congratulations on passing the 4th test. The 5th test is activated by walking 9 steps backward and 3 steps to the left. Obviously, the sound condensing inscription left behind by the martial monarch was within the earth concept fragment. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian carefully sized up the concept fragment in his hand for a while. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he put it away in his spatial ring as if he'd obtained a precious treasure. This time, it was all thanks to this earth puppet that I was able to comprehend lightning concept in a hurry. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion as he looked at the earth puppet that had shattered into over 100 pieces beneath his feet. He could imagine. If it wasn't for him comprehending lightning concept in time, it would be impossible for him to destroy the earth puppet and obtain the earth concept fragment. There are still 2 more tests. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian continued towards the 5th test. The 5th test was the test of wisdom. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the place the martial monarch spoke of and activated the inscription formation. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred, and everything in his surroundings underwent a tremendous change. This place wasn't that cavern any longer. Instead, it was a dazzling palace. Illusory space? At the first possible moment, this thought abruptly emerged within Duan Lingtian's heart. After this thought arose, it couldn't be stopped, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be even more convinced. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with illusory spaces. The sole skill he possessed, 1,000 illusions, was capable of constructing an illusory space that caused one to be immersed within and be unable to extricate themselves. I never imagined that there would be a time when I'd be trapped in an illusory space. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Right at this moment, the voice of the martial monarch sounded out in a timely manner. The fifth test is the test of wisdom. What you have to do is leave the palace you're in and return to the cavern. The time limit is 15 minutes. So long as you're able to return to the cavern within the time limit, the sixth test will begin instantly. So long as you defeat the final sword puppet, you'll be able to obtain my lifetime inheritance. Hearing the words of the martial monarch, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Obtain the inheritance? Could it be that the others have failed the previous tests? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, Duan Lingtian still quickly recovered from his shock, and he raised his spirits to size up the illusory space before him. Although I'm able to construct an illusory space, but how should I break through this illusory space? Duan Lingtian didn't have a clue. Never mind. I'll just give it a try. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian utilized all his abilities. Second-level wind concept, first-level lightning concept, and earth force took turns to attack. But the illusory space was still stable like Mount Tai, and it wasn't affected in the slightest. Chapter 620. Thousand Illusions. A dim light flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes as he hastily utilized his soul skill. Now, he was purely treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. He didn't have the slightest confidence in his ability to break through this illusory space with his soul skill Thousand Illusions. At this instant, Duan Lingtian constructed an illusory space and enveloped himself. In the next moment, the scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes changed, and a boundless grassland appeared, and it was covered in fresh and crisp grass. A light breeze that carried the fragrance of grass blew over, causing one to feel refreshed and relaxed. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook, and it was as if the earth was quaking. Following which, under his gaze, the illusory space created by the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, shattered into pieces. Along with it, the dazzling palace shattered as well. It was also the fifth test of wisdom left behind by the martial monarch. Congratulations, you've passed the fifth test. So long as you defeat the mirror puppet and pass the sixth test, which is also the final test, you'll be able to directly obtain my inheritance and leave this place. The martial monarch's voice sounded out from all directions, and it clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. I passed just like that? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Up until now, he was still slightly unable to recover from his shock. Earlier, when he utilized his soul skill Thousand Illusions, he didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to break through the illusory space left behind by the martial monarch. The outcome now was slightly unexpected to him. Mirror puppet. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and he took a deep breath as slight fear appeared in his eyes. All along the way, he'd already experienced 2 tests of strength. The first test of strength was the 100 pure ghastly puppets that he'd single-handedly slaughtered. The second test of strength was the earth puppet that possessed abnormal offensive and defensive strength. If it wasn't for him comprehending lightning concept in time, he would probably be unable to pass that test. From his previous experiences, this test of strength would become more and more difficult as he progressed. Now, he would face the third test of strength, and it was also the final test. There's no doubt that this mirror puppet is stronger than the earth puppet. But I wonder how strong it is. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. But at this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a fierce aura coming from ahead. When he raised his head and looked ahead, he was completely stunned. Heavens! What did he see? Now, in front of Duan Lingtian, a person appeared out of thin air. To be more precise, it was a young man in purple. What shocked Duan Lingtian was that this purple-clothed youth seemed to be carved from the same mold as him. Even the details were almost identical. Regardless of appearance or height, there was no difference. Most importantly, there was an extremely ugly sword in the violet-clothed young man's hand. This sword base was exactly the same as the Grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was sure that there was absolutely nothing like a mirror before him. Moreover, his grade 1 spirit sword was currently lying within his spatial ring. His eyes. Duan Lingtian, who felt extreme shock, raised his head slightly and looked at the eyes of the violet-clothed young man that looked exactly like him. The violet-clothed young man's eyes were empty and lusterless, and his entire body was stiff as if he didn't have a soul. This is a mirror inscription formation? The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he quickly obtained an answer. The mirror inscription formation was an extremely profound and unfathomable inscription formation. Normally speaking, only an inscription master at the martial monarch stage or above was able to set it up. This type of inscription formation was extremely overbearing, and it was a great tool to trick others. No matter who it was, so long as one stepped into the mirror inscription formation, one would encounter a mirror puppet that looked exactly like him and possessed all his abilities. Besides not having a soul, being unable to execute soul skills, and being immune to soul skills. This mirror puppet is practically no different from me, no matter if it's my ability or my battle instinct. Duan Lingtian looked at the mirror puppet before him and couldn't help but gasp. The most terrifying thing is that this mirror puppet will instantly undergo a transformation along with me. For example, when I faced the earth puppet earlier, I was only able to destroy it after I hastily comprehended lightning concept. Whereas if I were to fight my mirror puppet and comprehend an even higher level of concept, its concept would transform along with it. This is an opponent with a strength that's exactly the same as mine. The most terrifying thing is that it doesn't have a soul or thoughts, and it doesn't know fear at all. In its world, there's only slaughter. Duan Lingtian's face was filled with fear. He knew that he would at most be able to fight an existence like this to a draw, and it was practically impossible for him to defeat the mirror puppet. If I could choose for myself, I would rather face 10 earth golems than my own mirror golem. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a fierce aura assault his face from ahead. It was his mirror puppet that had made a move against him. Swoosh! The mirror puppet's figure flashed and directly executed the high-grade earth rank movement technique it was most familiar with, pursuing shadow, and it arrived before Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Sword drawing arts. The same sword drawing arts was executed by the mirror puppet without the slightest bit of disharmony. A sword light that was like a bolt of lightning followed him like a shadow. It wasn't just that, the sword light even contained the second-level wind concept, first-level lightning concept, and elementary earth force that Duan Lingtian was familiar with. The icy coldness that assaulted his face caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but shiver. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian hastily dodged, and the exceedingly swift sword light practically brushed past his face as it descended. An inconspicuous white mark appeared on his face. This dangerous scene caused Duan Lingtian to instantly return to his senses. An extremely ugly sword base appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it was precisely the grade 1 spirit sword he'd obtained in the first test. Presently, Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet were like twins, and they were exactly the same from head to toe. The only difference was that the mirror puppet's eyes were empty and lusterless. Because the mirror puppet didn't have a soul. Swish! The mirror puppet attacked once more, and a tempest sword light that was coiled with wind concept and lightning concept shot out from the tip of the spirit sword in its hand, and it flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a sharp arrow that was shot out from a bow. It seemed as if it wanted to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and abruptly took a stride forward. Instantly, the spirit sword in his hand similarly pierced out in a perfectly straight manner, and a tempest sword light that was exactly the same whistled out to collide with the sword light shot out by the mirror puppet. Bang! The sword lights collided and then vanished, and a piercingly cold gale swept out, causing the violet clothes on Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet to flutter with the wind. The tempest sword light was a technique executed by Duan Lingtian by utilizing the tempest point. It was executed casually and as if it was his own arm, and its might was extraordinary. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was in a head-on collision with the mirror puppet now, and they were evenly matched. Swoosh, 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 Swoosh. After a short moment, two extremely swift figures occasionally crisscrossed within the cavern, and they occasionally brought out a narrow and long sword light. It was Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet that were in a fierce battle with their full strength. Between the two of them, their origin energy, concept, and combat experience were equal. Practically all their methods were exactly the same. Time silently flowed by. An hour had passed, yet Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet were still unable to determine a victor, and they were always in a state of being evenly matched. Gradually, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but become slightly impatient. If this continues, when will it end? Duan Lingtian was agitated in his heart. This also caused his attacks to be affected by his mood, and he was slightly in a disadvantageous position in the following confrontation. Damn it! After he fell into a disadvantageous position, Duan Lingtian suffered the attacks of the mirror puppet that were like a storm, and the mirror puppet obviously wanted to defeat him in one go or even kill him. This fellow doesn't have a soul, so he utterly doesn't have an impatient mood like me. Most terrifying of all is that he has battle instincts that are almost similar to mine, and once he finds the slightest flaw of mine, he won't let it go. When faced with the attacks of the mirror puppet that were like a storm, Duan Lingtian retreated step by step in defeat, and he was in an extremely sorry state. The mirror puppet was like an emotionless and cold-blooded machine, and for the sake of attaining its goal, it exerted all its strength and was fearless. Could it be that my main body is going to lose to a mirror puppet? Duan Lingtian's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Only someone that was in the same situation as Duan Lingtian would be able to understand Duan Lingtian's current feelings. Just like the person that was in a fierce battle with his mirror puppet in the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, the spacious cavern was covered in a layer of thick and solid ice. On this solid ice, two identical beautiful figures were ceaselessly crisscrossing each other. Suddenly, the two of them separated and stood in confrontation in midair. Ding, 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 ding. Clear and melodious sounds ceaselessly sounded out from the things in their hands. When one looked carefully, it was an exquisite bell. The sound of the bell seemed to possess the ability to attract the soul, causing one to be unable to guard against it. The two young women that were in confrontation had identical appearances, and they were around the age of 15 or 16 with beautiful appearances. One could imagine that when they grew up, the two of them would surely be drop-dead gorgeous beauties. But one of the young women was slightly strange. She didn't have lively eyes like the other young woman, and she only had a pair of empty and lusterless eyes that seemed as if she didn't have a soul. How infuriating! The young woman that blinked with lively eyes panted with rage. Not only does this fellow possess a similar strength as me, he even possesses a similar weapon as me. Not to mention this, his ice concept is actually exactly similar to mine. Chapter 621. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what happened in the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, nor did he have the interest to know. Presently, he was being suppressed by the mirror puppet. Since the mirror puppet had targeted his flaws when he was in an irritable mood, it attacked like a storm, catching him off guard and impossible to guard against. Swish! A swift black-colored sword light flashed out from the mirror puppet's hand, and it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the spirit sword that Duan Lingtian hastily raised up. Clang! Two Grade 1 spirit swords that were exactly the same collided with each other and emitted an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a violent energy come from the sword in the mirror puppet's hand, and it suppressed the strength that he hadn't completely mobilized in one go. Instantly, the violent energy on the mirror puppet's sword followed along the spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and easily surged into Duan Lingtian's body. Even if Duan Lingtian executed the high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, the Earth Dragon's barrier, it was useless. The defensive Qi barrier formed by the Earth Dragon's barrier couldn't withstand a single blow before the violent energy of the mirror puppet, and it instantly shattered into pieces. The violent energy surged into Duan Lingtian's body and blasted Duan Lingtian flying. Duan Lingtian was like an arrow that left the bow, and he heavily collided with the distant cavern wall. Pooh! Duan Lingtian, who felt a sweetness rising from his throat, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his countenance was ghastly pale and in an extremely sorry state. The mirror puppet is like my shadow. Now I've lost at the hands of my own shadow. If news of this were to spread, I wonder how many people would laugh at me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly. I'll search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and see if there's any way to break this mirror puppet. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and hurriedly fled when facing the mirror puppet that chased after him. At the same time, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed through his mind. There was no doubt that Samsara Emperor Wu was a powerful inscription master. In the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, there was a method to set up the inscription formation to form the mirror puppet. There was also a lot of information about the mirror puppet. However, when Duan Lingtian carefully sorted out the information, he was shocked to find that this information was of no use to him at the moment. It was nothing more than bragging about how powerful the mirror puppet was. Once the mirror inscription formation was set up, no one would be able to escape the slaughter of the mirror puppets. If I was the person that set up the inscription formation, then I would naturally be happy to see someone being killed by his own mirror puppet. But the problem is that I'm the one being bullied by my own mirror puppet now. As Duan Lingtian fled, his mood became more and more irritable. Could it be that there's really no way? Duan Lingtian continued to search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu that were related to the mirror puppet. Unfortunately, after half a day, Duan Lingtian still didn't have any clues. Time quietly passed. As for Duan Lingtian, he was still being chased by the mirror puppet and was in a more and more sorry state. At the moment, Duan Lingtian was still constantly searching through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. As the saying goes, the heavens reward those who persevere. These words were not wrong at all. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian finally saw a blurry memory in Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime memories. This blurry memory was precisely the flaw of the mirror puppet. The most terrifying thing about the mirror puppet is that it has no soul, no feelings, and doesn't know exhaustion. There's another terrifying thing. That is, no matter what the original body comprehends, no matter what new changes there are, it will follow and learn. The blurry memory gradually became clear. And this characteristic is not only its strength, but also its greatest weakness. If the original body deliberately self-mutilates by going berserk, the mirror puppet will generally self-mutilate as well. The original body can stop in time, but the mirror puppet won't think so much. It's one-track minded and will only continue to charge headlong, not giving up until it reaches the Yellow River. This memory caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten. So it's that simple, to think that I was played by this guy for half a day. In my opinion, this test is not only a test of strength, but also a test of wisdom. Accurately speaking, it's a test of the combination of strength and wisdom. Duan Lingtian dodged the mirror puppet's sword once again, and his heart moved. In an instant, the origin energy in his body started to surge. When Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual force extended to the mirror puppet's body, he discovered that the origin energy in its body was also surging, and the situation was almost identical to the situation in his body. Then let's play a big one. Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and his eyes revealed a trace of madness. Subsequently, the origin energy in his body instantly flowed in reverse, and charged towards the path it came from. Along the way, it destroyed many meridians. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt unbearable pain. Fortunately, these injuries were all within the scope of his control. As long as he returned and swallowed the Great Recovery Pill, he would be completely healed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force could discover that the mirror puppet's origin energy was similarly destroying its own body. Bang! The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body rushed out, destroying all the meridians along the way. The mirror image puppet followed suit. It's about time. Duan Lingtian's heart moved, and he stopped the rhythm of his origin energy. But the mirror puppet didn't know how to stop, and it still continued to destroy its own body there. Taking out a Great Recovery Pill and consuming it, Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly cold as he faced the mirror puppet that was swaying. Sword drawing arts. An incomparably swift sword strike whistled out. Facing the mirror puppet that raised its hand slowly and suffered from internal injuries, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger, and he instantly bit off the mirror puppet's neck. A deep sword mark was left on the mirror puppet's throat, but it didn't bleed. Bang! Right at this moment, the mirror puppet stopped moving, its body trembled, and it instantly exploded into nothingness. The inscription formation had been broken. Congratulations, you've passed the 6th test. As the first person to pass all the tests, you'll obtain my lifetime inheritance. Walk through the open stone door in front, and you'll be able to arrive at the place where I struggled at death's door. The martial monarch's voice sounded out once more, and it was extremely clear when it entered Duan Lingtian's ears. I passed. Duan Lingtian smiled, and he felt indescribably excited in his heart. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble. Duan Lingtian saw the cave wall in front of him suddenly tremble. Ferocious cracks appeared on it, and they combined together to form a spider web. Soon after, the cave wall collapsed, and a huge stone door appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Currently, the stone door was rising up. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in the air, and the stone door completely rose up. A passageway was revealed behind the stone door. The passageway could not be considered long, and Duan Lingtian could see the light on the other side as he stood on the spot. The martial monarch's inheritance. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, he could almost hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly rushed toward the passageway in front of him. Although he possessed the lifetime memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was not the reincarnation Emperor Wu after all. To the current him, the martial monarch's inheritance was an unreachable existence. Now, this unreachable existence was easily within his reach. Naturally, he was excited. After passing through the passageway, another extremely spacious cave appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The cave was very big, but it was empty. In the distance, there was a stone platform, and a person was sitting cross-legged on it. To be more precise, it was a complete skeleton. The skeleton was wearing white clothes, and the white clothes were made of an unknown material. After a long time, it was still intact, which was shocking. Duan Lingtian stepped forward and slowly walked to the front of the skeleton, sizing it up. The skeleton was extremely sturdy, and it seemed to be a strong man in the past. At this moment, the skeleton's right hand was stretched out, and it was tightly holding a sword that stood upright on the ground. It was a simple and unadorned sword. This sword, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but light up. He could see that this sword was much more powerful than the sword embryo in his hand. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw a word engraved on the sword hilt, and he was completely stunned. That was clearly the word wave. It can't be so coincidental, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, took a step forward, and raised his hand to touch the sword in the skeleton's hand. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that the sword was cold to the touch. As his spiritual energy extended and merged into it, he confirmed something. This is a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Lingtian confirmed it completely. Not only that, this spirit sword should have been personally refined by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the past. Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, knew some of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's habits in the past in detail. In the second lifetime of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he studied the Tao of weapon refinement to the extreme. Later on, as long as he refined quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons, he would engrave the word wave on them. The reason this word was engraved was because in the second lifetime of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, his name was Gu Lang. Gu Lang was the name of the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second lifetime, and it accompanied him throughout his life. Of course, when the reincarnation Emperor Wu once again stood at the peak of Cloud Continent in his second lifetime, besides a few friends by his side, very few people knew his true name. Everyone uniformly addressed him as the reincarnation Emperor Wu. The reincarnation Emperor Wu was a legend on Cloud Continent at that time, an undefeated legend. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, he didn't refine many quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons in his lifetime, and he gave them all to his good friends or loved ones by his side. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the skeleton before him. Could it be that this person has some sort of relationship with the reincarnation Emperor Wu? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh in self-ridicule. What am I thinking? When the reincarnation Emperor Wu reincarnated in his second lifetime, it was an entire 10,000 years from now. No matter how strong the Emperor Wu was, I'm afraid he would have already transformed into a pile of dirt. Chapter 622. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian withdrew his thoughts that had drifted to God knows where and returned to his senses. Looks like this skeleton is that sword cultivator martial monarch that left behind the sword monarch's treasure. I wonder what the inheritance he spoke of is. Duan Lingtian sized up the white-clothed skeleton before him, and then he looked around, yet he didn't notice anything. There was no spatial ring on the fingers of the white-clothed skeleton as well. Where's his spatial ring? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was filled with interest towards the spatial ring of the martial monarch before him. There were surely many good things within the spatial ring of the martial monarch. But along with Duan Lingtian searching around the spacious cavern, he didn't notice the spatial ring left behind by the martial monarch. Instantly, Duan Lingtian was slightly discouraged. This fellow wouldn't be making fun of me, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to the side of the martial monarch's skeleton. Perhaps it's on him. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand without the slightest restraint and pulled open the white clothes on the martial monarch's skeleton. Even though he didn't find a spatial ring within, he found a jade slip. This jade slip flickered with a faint jade green sheen, and it looked to be of much higher quality than the voice transmission jade slip. After searching through the memories of Emperor Wu for a while, Duan Lingtian recognized what it was. Memory jade slip. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. A memory jade slip was a jade slip that could record the specific information of inscription formations, cultivation methods, martial skills, and so on and so forth. Ordinary cultivation methods and martial skills were all recorded in a small booklet. But many high-grade cultivation methods and martial skills were directly recorded in memory jade slips. There were even many inscription masters that left behind their comprehensions towards the art of inscription on the memory jade slip before they passed away for their descendants. Of course, not every inscription master was able to do this. The preciousness of a memory jade slip was utterly not something a voice transmission jade slip could compare to. Just as he held the memory jade slip in his hand, Duan Lingtian heard the martial emperor's voice again. No matter who you are, since you're able to come here and obtain this memory jade slip, then you can be considered to have obtained my inheritance. I don't need you to acknowledge me as your master, as long as you don't let down what I've learned, that's enough. After all this nonsense, I still haven't formally introduced myself. I've been an orphan since I was young. I have no parents, and I've spent half my life in poverty. I've only been able to become a martial monarch because of repeated fortuitous encounters. My acquaintances all call me white-clothed. Most people call me Tempest Sword Monarch or White-Clothed Sword Monarch. In this life of mine, due to my worship of that reincarnation Emperor Wu who suddenly disappeared a few thousand years ago, I have touched upon the Tao of weapon refinement and the Tao of inscriptions. Of course, I am far inferior to senior reincarnation Emperor Wu. Within this memory jade slip are the methods to set up and utilize inscription formations that I'm most skilled in. Besides that, there's also the sword skill I cultivate, the 9 Tribulation sword control technique. After you obtain this jade slip, you can take the 3 profundity fragments within my skull. I hope they'll be able to assist you to become a martial monarch in the future. Besides that, you can take the spirit sword in my hand as well. This spirit sword is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that's almost extinct in Cloud Continent, and it's rare in the world. Before you possess the strength to protect it, try not to reveal it before others. An ordinary man is innocent, but a treasure is a crime. Now that I speak of it, The thing I love the most in my entire life is this royal grade spirit sword. Because it's the work of Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu that I worship the most. Before Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu, there were no spirit weapons above the quasi-royal grade in Cloud Continent. After Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu, I'm afraid it's difficult for another spirit weapon above the quasi-royal grade to appear. So, you have to take good care of this sword. The message recorded by the voice transmission inscription on the memory jade slip stopped abruptly. I never imagined that this white-clothed sword monarch is an admirer of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. But I believe him when he says there were no spirit weapons above the quasi-royal grade before Reincarnation Emperor Wu. But after Reincarnation Emperor Wu, it might not be difficult for a spirit weapon above the quasi-royal grade to appear. As he finished muttering to himself, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a smile. So long as his cultivation stepped into the martial monarch stage, he would be able to condense a quasi-royal grade weapon flame and refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon from there. Not to mention a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. If I'm able to become Emperor Wu, then even a royal grade spirit weapon would be at my fingertips. Duan Lingtian had a confident expression. He'd completely inherited the lifetime worth of memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it included Reincarnation Emperor Wu's weapon refinement experience and weapon refinement methods. So long as one's cultivation was sufficient, so long as one possessed sufficient materials, refining a high-grade spirit weapon wasn't a problem at all. According to what this white-clothed sword monarch said, he's actually a figure from a few thousand years ago. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought in his heart. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the memory jade slip in his hand. Along with Duan Lingtian's spiritual force coming into contact with the memory jade slip, vast amounts of information directly gushed into Duan Lingtian's mind. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was prepared, otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have probably been shaken to the point of fainting. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had sorted out all this information. Inscription formation. Isn't this the inscription formation that can cause the 9 swords to combine into one? Even Reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't have the fortune to touch upon this inscription formation all those years ago. I never imagined that the white-clothed sword monarch would actually know how to set it up. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised as he sorted out this memory. Besides this inscription formation, Duan Lingtian didn't care about the other inscription formations. Those inscription formations were all within the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. The only exception was the Split Unite inscription pattern formation. The Split Unite inscription formation was the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, and the inscription formation contained within the Jade Sword. It was precisely because of the existence of this inscription formation that the Jade Sword was able to be divided into 9 swords, and the 9 swords could combine into one. There's also this sword skill. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian moved his attention to the sword skill left behind by the white-clothed sword monarch. This sword skill was actually a heaven-rank sword skill. It stressed upon dividing a spirit sword into 9 and controlling the 9 spirit swords to fight the enemy. This sword skill needs to be combined with the Split Unite inscription formation. But the white-clothed sword monarch inscribed the Split Unite inscription formation on his weapon, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the spirit sword in the hand of the white-clothed sword monarch. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lightly took the spirit sword in his hand. Relying on the delight left behind by the white-clothed sword monarch, Duan Lingtian was extremely casual and easy in controlling the Split Unite inscription formation. Duan Lingtian's hand shook as his origin energy fused into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In the next moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword flashed with a strong light and transformed into 9 swords. This 9 tribulation sword control technique is interesting. It actually needs to be combined with the sword control technique. But this sword control technique requires the combination of spiritual force to execute. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he copied the sword control technique, and with a raise of his hand, he tossed the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords into the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out to envelop the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords, and he intended to control these spirit swords to float in the air. But unfortunately, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, he was only barely able to make one spirit sword float in the air. Moreover, it was even swaying and might fall at any moment. As for the other spirit swords, they directly fell to the ground and emitted a wave of clamorous sounds. This 9 tribulation sword control technique is slightly interesting. When 9 swords are executed in unison, even though it's unable to overlap their strength, the 9 swords attack from all directions, and it's impossible to guard against. Duan Lingtian had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, so his discerning gaze was unique and realized that the 9 tribulation sword control technique wasn't simple. To a certain extent, this 9 tribulation sword control technique was not inferior to the best heaven-rank high-grade martial skill in Samsara Emperor Wu's memory, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a heaven-rank high-grade martial skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duan Lingtian cultivated. After cultivating this cultivation technique to the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, one could begin to cultivate it, and its might was extremely terrifying. With my current strength, no matter if it's the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique or the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, it's difficult for me to cultivate them. I'll think about this in the future. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze once again descended onto the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords. His spiritual force extended out and touched the inscription formation in one of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords. Instantly, the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords merged into one again. Unfortunately, after this quasi-royal grade spirit sword is divided into 9, it can't attack by itself. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to having 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords in my hands. Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed about this. But he knew as well that it was impossible for such an abnormal thing to appear in this world. An inscription formation was able to allow a quasi-royal grade spirit sword to be divided into 9, and it could even be used by itself. Then wouldn't this inscription formation be heaven-defying? If such an inscription formation really existed, then even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. After the spirit sword is divided into 9, it can only be jointly used by a single person. Coupled with the 9 tribulation sword control technique, the 9 swords would sweep out from all directions, and any one of the swords would possess the amplification strength of a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. When he thought about how he would have the opportunity to utilize the 9 tribulation sword control technique in the future by relying on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was divided into 9, Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's mood calmed down. His gaze descended onto the white-clothed skeleton before him. He still remembered the white-clothed sword monarch's message. In the message, he asked him to take out 3 profundity fragments from the skeleton. 3 profundity fragments. Earlier, the white-clothed sword monarch's message seemed to have mentioned that someone called him the Tempest Sword Monarch. Wind, lightning, sword? Could it be that the 3 types of profundity fragments within his skull are the wind profundity fragment, lightning profundity fragment, and sword profundity fragment? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood that had just calmed down surged once again. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand while practically trembling, and he stretched it into the white-clothed sword monarch's skull to touch the 3 profundity fragments. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt a fierce aura sweep towards his hand, and it cut open his hand. Chapter 623. After using his origin energy to stop the wound, Duan Lingtian, who'd learned his lesson, hurriedly coiled his origin energy around his hand and once again felt his way in. This time, he withdrew 3 fragments at once. These 3 fragments were slightly similar to concept fragments in appearance, but the surface of their bodies had strands of material aura that was like flames. One of the fragments was completely jade green in color, and its surroundings seemed to flicker with jade green flames. Wind profundity fragment. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian, who'd merged with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, recognized this profundity fragment. The other fragment was completely dark violet in color, and its surroundings flickered with violet flames. Lightning could be faintly seen within the flames. Lightning profundity fragment. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he realized his guess from before was correct. The last fragment was completely translucent and emitted a fierce sword chi. It was precisely the sword profundity fragment. These 3 profundity fragments are actually all 3rd-level profundity fragments. Looks like the white-clothed sword monarch was an extraordinary figure when he was alive. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. 3 types of profundities had all been comprehended to the 3rd level. Such comprehension ability could be considered to be outstanding even amongst the numerous martial monarchs. My gains aren't bad. Duan Lingtian put away the 3 profundity fragments into his spatial ring, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. But in next to no time, he restrained his expression. I wonder how Xuanai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are now. Didn't the white-clothed sword monarch say that I can leave after obtaining the inheritance? Where do I leave from? Duan Lingtian looked around. In the end, he noticed a secret on the cavern wall at the side. On the right cavern wall, a protruding small rock had suddenly appeared since an unknown time. Duan Lingtian didn't notice it earlier. Duan Lingtian walked over and patted the small rock, and he noticed it could move. Instantly, Duan Lingtian pressed the small rock down. In the next moment, rumble, rumble. The cavern wall beside the small rock suddenly trembled, and in the next moment, it directly split open and collapsed. Then, a stone door appeared and slowly rose. A moment later, another pitch-black tunnel appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. This should be the exit. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up and he walked straight in. In his hand, a purple flame with copper edges appeared out of thin air. It was the artifact flame that he used for illumination. If there was anyone who recognized this weapon flame, they would definitely be so angry that they would vomit blood. Using a purplish copper-edged 3rd-grade artifact fire to light up the room was simply a waste of natural resources. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. Not long after, Duan Lingtian reached the end of the tunnel. At the end of the passageway was a closed stone door. Don't. Duan Lingtian knocked on the stone door. He found that the stone door was made of a special material. Even if a martial artist at the profound void martial stage or the void transformation martial stage wanted to break it with brute force, it would be impossible. There should be a mechanism here. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian began to look around. In the end, Duan Lingtian found a small protruding stone on the wall beside the stone door. I wonder where the stone door leads to. Duan Lingtian thought as he pressed his hand on the small stone. In an instant, rumble, rumble. At this moment, Duan Lingtian found that not only was the stone door in front of him rising, but there was also a loud noise coming from the end of the tunnel behind him. This mechanism not only opened the stone door, but also closed the stone door at the other end. Duan Lingtian was stunned. At this moment, Duan Lingtian found that the stone door in front of him had been opened. The ground outside the stone door was also covered with a layer of gravel. Duan Lingtian stepped out. He found that the stone door he walked out of was also covered by a thick layer of cave wall. When the stone door opened, the cave wall outside was shattered. Brother Lingtian. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard this voice, and only now did he notice a robust middle-aged man walking over from afar, and the middle-aged man arrived before him in a short moment. Dong Ming. Duan Lingtian recognized this person, and it was precisely the possessor of the first jade sword that he'd contacted with the jade sword that day, Dong Ming. Bang. Right at this moment, another loud bang sounded out. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the stone door at the entrance of the tunnel he'd just walked out of had actually closed once more. Dong Ming was shocked, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with an envious expression, Brother Lingtian, I really envy you. You were actually able to enter the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. You didn't enter? Duan Lingtian was stunned and couldn't help but ask. Dong Ming laughed bitterly. When I arrived at the end of the second level, there were people that had entered all 10 stairs. Only 10 people were able to enter the third level, and because I was already too late when I arrived, I missed it. Duan Lingtun came to a sudden understanding, and only now did he recall that there seemed to be such a thing. Duan Lingtian sized up the surroundings, and only now did he notice that this was the first level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Not far ahead of him, balls of gray and hazy mist were condensed high up in the sky. That place was the entrance to the Sword Monarch's treasure that was located at the depths of the sea. The entrance to the Sword Monarch's treasure was there. Where are the others? Duan Lingtian looked around the surroundings and only noticed Dong Ming, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. There are another 6 people like me that were unable to enter the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. At this moment, they're probably still at the second level. Dong Ming said. This time, there were 7 people that weren't fated to enter the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, the little gold mouse, and the 2 little pythons occupied a total of 5 spots in the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Besides that, only 5 spots remained, and when divided amongst 12 people, there were naturally 7 people that didn't obtain anything. Why didn't you stay at the second level? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In any case, I've already missed the third level, so there's no use in staying at the second level. So I returned to the first level. But since Elder who has entered the third level, I didn't come here in vain this time. As he finished speaking, Dong Ming was slightly excited. He entered the third level. What are you so excited about? Duan Lingtian's face froze. Dong Ming said with a smile, Brother Lingtian, there's something you don't know. Before I came here, I discussed it with Elder Hu, and no matter what we obtained, we'll split it equally between the 2 of us. What you mean is, we have to split half of the treasures he obtained with you? Duan Lingtian asked. Dong Ming nodded. Duan Lingtian frowned. Ask that Elder Hu to split half of the treasures with Dong Ming? Would he be so kind? He didn't hold any hope. Why haven't Xue Nai and the others come out yet? Duan Lingtian chatted idly with Dong Ming for a while when he noticed Xue Nai, the little gold mouse, and the 2 little pythons hadn't appeared, and he couldn't help but frown as a wisp of worry appeared on his face. Brother Lingtian, is the third level very dangerous? Dong Ming's heart jerked when he saw the worry on Duan Lingtian's face. It's not just dangerous, it's simply life-threatening. When he heard Dong Ming, Duan Lingtian recalled the scenes he'd encountered on the third level, and for a time, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. Dong Ming's expression went slightly grim when he heard this, and he said with slight worry, I wonder how Elder Hu is now. If Elder Hu died on the third level, then he would have really come here in vain this time. Brother Lingtian has returned. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded out from afar. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw 6 people heading straight towards him. Amongst these 6 people, 3 of them had once received kindness from him. On the way here, because the cultivations of these 3 people were comparatively low, it was difficult for the origin energy barriers they held up on the surface of their bodies to resist the pressure of the seawater at the bottom of the sea, and it was he who asked these people to take refuge on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger. The cultivations of these 3 people were all 4th-level void initiation stage martial artists. Presently, the 3 of them looked at Duan Lingtian with slight warmth. On the other hand, when the other 3 people looked at Duan Lingtian, traces of a greedy sheen was mixed within the depths of their eyes. Although it was concealed very deeply, Duan Lingtian still noticed it clearly. The cultivations of these 3 people were all 5th-level void initiation stage martial artists. Presumably, it was precisely because their cultivations were limited that they weren't able to arrive at the end of the second level in time and missed the quota to enter the third level. Brother Lingtian, did you gain anything on the third level? One of the 3 people that were warm asked curiously. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. Congratulations, Brother Lingtian. The other 2 people congratulated Duan Lingtian repeatedly. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the expressions of these 3 people froze, as if they'd suddenly thought of something. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed that a sheen of conflict flickered in the depths of their eyes. In the end, The sheen of conflict vanished and was replaced by greed. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face didn't change, yet there was slight coldness in the depths of his gaze. According to his guess, these three people that were originally very warm to him ought to have received the voice transmissions of the other three people now, and they'd come to some sort of agreement. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian had completely guessed the intentions of the other three people. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by 6 people. "What are all of you doing?" The scene before him caused Dong Ming's face to go grim as he asked with a shout. "Dong Ming, this matter isn't related to you. You better stay at the side. Otherwise, we'll kill you as well." One of the 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists glanced coldly and indifferently at Dong Ming as he threatened. This person was precisely one of the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that first aroused greed towards Duan Lingtian. "Dong Ming, I advise you to mind your own business. You're only at the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. We have 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists here, and any 2 of them would be sufficient to annihilate you." Another person spoke out as well. Dong Ming's face sank, as he naturally knew that what these 2 people said was true. If he helped Duan Lingtian, then he would probably be unable to escape death. Don't forget young Miss Xuanai by Brother Lingtian's side. If you dare touch him, then young Miss Xuanai will absolutely not let you off. Dong Ming took a deep breath and carried out Han Xuanai. As soon as Dong Ming finished speaking, the expressions of the 3 people that were instigated to go against Duan Lingtian went grim. But in next to no time, they gritted their teeth and became firm. Riches and honor were sought amidst danger. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Chapter 624. Young Miss Xuanai? So long as we kill him and destroy the evidence. How would young Miss Xuanai know that he was killed by us? Destroy the evidence? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, yet the cold lights in the depths of his gaze grew deeper. If it wasn't for Brother Lingtian asking all of you to take refuge on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger earlier, all of you would utterly be unable to arrive at the Sword Monarch's treasure. Now, all of you have turned hostile and become ingrates? Dong Ming stood by Duan Lingtian's side as he spoke with an enraged expression. The expressions of the 3 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists went slightly grim when they heard this, and they glared fiercely at Dong Ming. It was as if they were blaming Dong Ming for being talkative. "Dong Ming, I'll give you 5 breaths of time to leave this Duan Lingnan. Otherwise, you'll be buried with him." A 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist looked at Dong Ming as he threatened. "Dong Ming, fuck off." The other 2 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists shouted out in a grim voice. Dong Ming's expression was unsightly, yet he didn't have the intention of leaving. "Coming. This matter isn't related to you." Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Ming as he shook his head and smiled. "Brother Lingtian, I don't care if you've taken me to be a friend, but I've taken you to be a friend. Since you're my friend, it's naturally impossible for me to stand idly by when you've encountered danger. Otherwise I, Dong Ming, would be a man in vain." Dong Ming became more and more agitated as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved, as he never imagined that Dong Ming's temper would be so stubborn. But Dong Ming's temper was very compatible with Dong Ming. "Looks like you really want to be buried with him, Dong Ming. This is good as well. We don't have to worry that someone would expose us to that little girl after you die." One of the 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that surrounded Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming sneered. "Die." The other 2 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists revealed cold lights in their eyes. Bush. Origin energy raged on the other 3 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, and their gazes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Only greed remained in the depths of their gazes. "Do you really want to kill me that much?" Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists and couldn't help but laugh, and he laughed extremely naturally. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression when facing the 3 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists and 3 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that came with ill intent, and he wasn't shocked or afraid. Duanling, you've helped us and we owe you a favor. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for taking something you shouldn't have. One of the 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists braced himself as he spoke. Not bad. The other 2 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists hurriedly followed suit. Something that shouldn't be taken? What are you referring to? Duanling Tian was stunned. I'm naturally referring to the treasures you obtained in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. A 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist looked at Duanling Tian with a greedy expression, and he stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips. This caused Duanling Tian to be unable to help but frown, and he felt slightly disgusted. In next to no time, Duanling Tian started laughing. All the treasures I obtained in the 3rd level seem to have been obtained by me relying on my own ability, right? On what basis did the 6 of you take them away? On the basis that we're stronger than you. The origin energy on the body of the other 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist skyrocketed, and 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, accumulating force while waiting to attack. Even if we don't utilize concept, we're still capable of easily annihilating a 3rd level Void Initiation Stage kid like you by merely relying on our origin energy and spirit weapons. The origin energy on the body of the last 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist raged as well, and 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above him as he sneered at Duanling Tian. When he saw the situation was about to erupt, Dong Ming's face went grim, and he took a stride forward to protect before Duanling Tian. On his body, origin energy was raging. 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him as well. But as a 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, facing 3 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists at the same time, he felt slightly weak no matter how he looked at it. Dong Ming, since you want to stand out forcefully, then we'll kill you first, and then we'll kill Duanling Tian. A 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist shouted out with a grim voice as he took a stride forward to charge towards Dong Ming. The other 2 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists were enveloped by origin energy that was like flames, and they followed behind like shadows as they targeted straight at Dong Ming. When faced with 3 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists attacking at the same time, Dong Ming's face went grim. Kill Duanling Tian. The other 3 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists attacked at practically the exact same time. But their target wasn't Dong Ming, but Duanling Tian. The origin energy on the grade 6 spirit weapons in the hands of the 3 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists skyrocketed, and their concept suffused out to sweep towards Duanling Tian. 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above 2 of them. 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above the other person. It was in this hurry that Lin Fan's expression changed. Duanling Tian abruptly turned around to look at the 3 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that charged towards Dong Ming, and a dim light flashed in the depths of his eyes. 1,000 illusions. In the next moment, he directly utilized his soul skill to construct an illusory space that enveloped the 3 5th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists. At the same time, a simple and ordinary sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. This sword was precisely the sword he'd obtained from the white-clothed sword Monarch skeleton earlier, and it was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Along with the pulsation of the origin energy on Duanling Tian's body, 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, whereas when his hand that held the sword tightened, and his origin energy fused into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. An entire doubled amplification. How could this be possible? When this scene entered into the eyes of the 3 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, it caused them to be dumbstruck. Even their attacks that blasted towards Duan Lingtian slowed down slightly. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand amplified strength by 100%? Even if it was a grade 1 spirit weapon, it seemed to only amplify strength by almost 90%, right? A grade 1 spirit weapon that was capable of amplifying strength by 89% could already be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 1 spirit weapons. They'd never heard of a spirit weapon that amplified strength by 100%. Sword drawing arts. Right at the instant the 3 4th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists were dazed, a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was precisely this moment that he'd been waiting for. If he were to go head-on with them, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the 3 of them at the same time. If the 3 of them were careless, then it would be a different story. Swish. A sword howl swept out, and it was accompanied by a wave of the sound of wind and thunder. Besides the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared. Second-level wind concept was comparable to 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First-level lightning concept was comparable to 1 ancient horned dragon silhouette. The strength of a total of 11 ancient horned dragons. It suppressed 2 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists and was only inferior to the last 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. A sword light that was like a bolt of lightning flashed past, and 2 lines of blood shot out. Bang, bang. The 2 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists crashed to the ground. Even though the last one had hastily blocked Duan Lingtian's sword strike, he'd suffered a heavy injury as well. Originally, when this person exerted his full strength, his strength surpassed Duan Lingtian by the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, but it was precisely because of his carelessness that he'd missed the best opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. The heavily injured 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist struggled to stand still, and the grade 6 spirit weapon in his hand pointed horizontally at Duan Lingtian, and his expression was ghastly pale to the extreme. What spirit is that? But unfortunately, he was bound to be unable to finish speaking. Swish. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand transformed into a sword light that followed closely behind like a shadow, and it easily killed this heavily injured 4th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword back into his spatial ring. Brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, Dong Ming recovered from his shock, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. What are the 3 of them doing? Dong Ming, who just asked this question, suddenly smelled a bloody smell, and when he turned around to look, he saw the 3 corpses that had fallen before Duan Lingtian. The 3 corpses laid in a pool of blood, and it was so dazzling and resplendent when it entered Dong Ming's eyes. Dong Ming recovered from his shock after a short moment, and he stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, you did this? What do you think? Duan Lingtian shrugged, and a brilliant smile hung on his face from the beginning until the end. But when the smile that Duan Lingtian revealed now entered into Dong Ming's eyes, it was no different than the smile of a devil. Duan Lingtian turned around to look at the 3 people that were killing each other in the illusory space created by his soul skill, Thousand Soul, and he had a calm expression as if all of this wasn't related to him. The 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists had equal strengths, and they were in a chaotic battle. The spirit weapons in their hands even flashed out fiercely to smash towards their companions that were standing on the same side a moment ago. The situation of the battle was extremely horrifying. When Dong Ming turned around as well, he looked at the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that were in a chaotic battle and had suffered heavy injuries. Brother Lingtian, what are the 3 of them doing? I don't know, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said indifferently, perhaps they're not splitting the spoils evenly, causing them to fight each other. Dong Ming naturally didn't believe Duan Lingtian. Not splitting the spoils evenly? What a joke. Earlier, these 3 people came over menacingly and utilized all their ability to kill him. He originally thought that he would die at the hands of these 3 people. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the 3 of them actually stopped attacking at the same time and started fighting each other. This caused the origin energy on his body that was originally accumulating strength to disperse completely, and he stared blankly at the three of them fighting each other. He who was originally the target of everyone had become a spectator. The three people that called each other brothers a moment ago and joined forces to kill him had instead started fighting each other, and it caused him to be speechless. But he just didn't know what had happened. Suddenly, Dong Ming inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian, and when he saw the cold smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, his heart jerked for no reason or rhyme. Could it be? Brother Lingtian did it? After this thought arose in Dong Ming's mind, it was impossible for it to disappear, and it seemed as if it had taken root and sprouted in his mind. Even though he didn't know how Duan Lingtian did it. But he had a strong premonition that all of this was done by Duan Lingtian. For the first time, traces of terror arose in his heart for no reason or rhyme when he looked at the violet-clothed young man before him. He knew. This was an existence that couldn't be offended. He could only be a friend and not an enemy. If he were an enemy, then he would surely die a graveless death. Chapter 625. After a short moment, the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that were within the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1,000 illusions, had all killed each other to the point of being heavily injured. The three of them were barely able to stand still and stood in a triangular confrontation, and they were out of breath. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous bang sounded out, and it drew the attention of Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming. As for the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists, they seemed as if they didn't hear anything. Duan Lingtian glanced over. The distant cavern wall suddenly collapsed, and a stone door appeared within it. Along with the stone door rising, a beautiful figure walked out with large strides to appear before his eyes. Xuanai! Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up when he saw the yellow-clothed young woman that walked out slowly. The young woman was precisely Han Xuanai, Big Brother Lingtian. The young woman originally had a worried expression, yet when she saw Duan Lingtian, she squeezed out a trace of a smile. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked with slight worry when he saw Xuanai was slightly off. Big Brother Lingtian, I'm really useless. There are a total of 6 tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, yet I actually failed 2 of them. Xuanai had a long face as she spoke with a dejected expression. Which 2 tests did you fail? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It was the first test of choosing a grade 1 spirit sword I failed. Then the last test was challenging the mirror puppet, and I only fought it to a tie, and it ended in failure in the end. As Han Xuanai finished speaking, she had an unwilling expression. That fellow knew all my abilities, and I was utterly unable to do anything to it. Han Xuanai spoke casually here. But when it entered Dong Ming's ears, it instead caused him to feel as if he was struck by lightning, and he was completely stunned. Grade 1 spirit sword? To Dong Ming, there was a certain level of difficulty in obtaining a grade 5 spirit weapon. A grade 1 spirit sword almost caused his heart to jump out of his chest. Then did you choose a grade 2 spirit sword or a grade 3 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. A 2nd grade spirit sword. Han Xuanai was crestfallen. A 2nd grade spirit sword? Dong Ming was stunned again. Why was this young girl so unhappy after obtaining a 2nd grade spirit sword? As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. In his opinion, if it were him, not to mention obtaining a 2nd grade spirit sword, even if he obtained a 3rd grade spirit sword, he would be so happy that he would not be able to sleep for a few days. A 2nd grade spirit sword is not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled. I'm not looking down on its grade. Han Xuanai shook her head. I only wanted to pass that test. No matter if I chose a 2nd grade spirit sword or a 3rd grade spirit sword, it would still be a failure. In my eyes, there is no difference between the two. Hearing Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Looks like Xuanai's background is really unfathomable, and she doesn't even take a grade 2 spirit sword seriously. Brother Lingtian, what are they doing? In next to no time, Han Xuanai recovered and became full of vitality. When she saw the three people that were in fierce battle nearby, she couldn't help but be stunned. They. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. They wanted to kill me, so I slightly used some tricks on them. Brother Lingtian, you even know soul skills? Han Xuanai exclaimed in surprise as she glanced at the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that had empty gazes as they battled together. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Han Xuanai was able to discern that he'd done something. What a joke! Xuanai was a member of a great power in the foreign lands after all, and it wasn't strange for her to recognize a soul skill. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Han Xuanai instantly looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration when she heard this. Brother Lingtian, you're really formidable. I've never heard of a human martial artist being able to execute a soul skill before becoming an Emperor Wu. My luck is good and I obtained some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian smiled. The nearby Dong Ming was instead unable to wrap his head around it. Soul skill? Emperor Wu? He'd never seen or heard of the former. He'd only heard of the latter, and he knew that it was an existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Brother Lingtian seems to know some sort of soul skill, and that soul skill is something that human martial artists can only execute after becoming an Emperor Wu? This was the logic that Dong Ming had summarized after sorting it out. This Brother Lingtian is really surprising. The corners of Dong Ming's mouth twitched as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was chatting cheerfully with the young woman, and as he finished muttering, he didn't know how to describe the shock Duan Lingtian brought to him. Brother Lingtian, why did they want to kill you? Han Xuanai asked. They saw me come out from the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, so they coveted the things I obtained there, and they wanted to kill me and seize my treasures. In the end, it became like this. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he shrugged and had an expression of, "It's none of my business." Brother Lingtian, you're too merciful. They wanted to kill you, yet you still let them live for so long. Han Xuanai lightly shook her head. Subsequently, under the astounded gazes of Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming, Han Xuanai suddenly raised her hand. Along with Han Xuanai slowly pushing out her hand, a wave of extremely icy cold wind swept out to envelop the 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that were in a chaotic battle, and it froze them into ice sculptures. The 3 ice sculptures were of various shapes and were lifelike. They're an eyesore. Han Xuanai frowned as she looked at the 3 ice sculptures, and her hand lightly shook. Instantly, 3 fine needles condensed from ice condensed into form and whistled out. Swish, swish, swish. The ice needles respectively collided with the 3 ice sculptures, causing them to directly shatter and collapse. The 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists within the ice sculptures were deader than dead. After doing all this, Han Xuanai instead seemed as if nothing had happened, and her gaze descended onto the 3 people that lay in pools of blood. Why have these 3 people died as well? I recognize them. Brother Lingtian, you'd once kindly helped them earlier and allowed them to take refuge on the big guy's back. They were killed by me. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 3 corpses and said, "The 3 of them and the other 3 people you killed earlier joined forces with the intention of killing me and seizing the treasures I obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure." What? Han Xuanai's face went grim as she glared angrily at the 3 corpses. These 3 fellows actually repaid kindness with enmity? Damn it! Under her extreme rage, Han Xuanai attacked once more, and an extremely icy cold aura swept out to envelop the 3 corpses. Instantly, the 3 corpses transformed into 3 ice sculptures that lay on the ground. Bang! Han Xuanai raised her hand and slapped out, and 3 palm prints whistled out to blast the 3 ice sculptures into ice shards. This wasn't the end. Swoosh! Han Xuanai's sleeve swept out, and an extremely icy cold strong wind seemed to have condensed into numerous wind blades in the air, and it seemed to have formed a dense net that enveloped the ice shards. Instantly, the ice shards transformed into mist that covered the sky and dissipated in the air. A wave of gasping sounded out. It was Dong Ming who felt coldness arise in his heart when he saw the young woman's actions, and he couldn't help but gasp. This little girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw Xuanai's actions, and warmth arose in his heart. As the saying goes, one is infuriated for a beauty. This little girl Xuanai was instead infuriated for her older brother now. You aren't coveting the things in my big brother Lingtian's possession, right? In next to no time, Han Xuanai's gaze descended onto Dong Ming, and traces of an icy cold aura leaped about within it. It seemed as if so long as Dong Ming's answer caused her to be dissatisfied, then she would attack once more and freeze Dong Ming into an ice sculpture before destroying it. Dong Ming's body shuddered for no reason or rhyme. He'd completely experienced the temper of this young miss, and he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Now, even if someone beat him to death, he wouldn't dare offend this young Mississippi. When others killed, they would at least leave behind a corpse, and at the very least, they would leave behind some remains. But this young miss was different. With a raise of her hand, she'd annihilated a person without leaving a single trace in this world. Xuanai, don't scare Dong Ming. When those 6 people wanted to deal with me earlier, he even stood out to help me and wanted to fight them to the death. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The coldness in Han Xuanai's eyes instantly vanished when she heard this, and replacing it was warmth that was like spring. So that's how it is I've misunderstood you. I never imagined that you even helped my big brother Lingtian. Since it's like this, then I'll give you a gift of thanks. As soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, with a raise of her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, and it whistled out before firmly descending before Dong Ming and piercing into the ground. This is? Dong Ming was shocked, and when he recovered from his shock, he looked at Han Xuanai with a bewildered expression. This is the grade 2 spirit sword I obtained in the 3rd level. I reckon big brother Lingtian wouldn't fancy it now. Take it. As Han Xuanai spoke, she slightly turned her head to look at Duan Lingtian, and her gaze was filled with deep meaning. This caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be unable to help but jerk. Could it be that this little girl knows something? Grade 2 spirit sword. Dong Ming's body trembled when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he looked at the spirit sword before him with an astonished expression, and he was extremely excited in his heart. After a short moment, he recovered from his shock and looked at Han Xuanai. You really want to give it to me? What? You don't want it? Han Xuanai's beautiful brows raised as she said indifferently, if you don't want it, then I'll take it back now. I want it. I want it. Dong Ming was instantly anxious when he heard the young girl, and he grabbed the grade 2 spirit sword and directly put it away in his spatial ring, deeply afraid the young girl would really regret it. After he put away the grade 2 spirit sword, Dong Ming heaved a sigh of relief, and then he looked at the young girl and hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai. Why haven't little black, little white, and little gold come out yet? Han Xuanai looked at the surroundings and frowned, and a trace of worry was mixed between her brows. Although Duan Lingtian didn't say anything, the worry on his face could still be discerned. Time silently flowed by. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours later, bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Dong Ming to wake up from their dreams. In next to no time, they saw the distant cavern split open, and a thick and heavy stone door appeared within it, and it was slowly rising up. Squeak, squeak, a familiar cry sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Chapter 626. Swoosh. The little gold mouse transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that flashed out to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Little gold, you've finally come out. How was it? How many of those 6 tests did you pass? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse as he asked with a smile. Earlier, when he heard Xuanai speak of her encounter on the 3rd floor, Duan Lingtian realized that the tests that everyone that entered the 3rd floor ought to be the same. Of course, the last test, the mirror puppet, was different. Everyone was facing their own mirror puppet. 2. The little gold mouse drooped its head as it spoke with slight dejection. You only passed 2 tests? Which two? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The 100 origin shadow puppets and the earth puppet test. I've failed the others. The little gold mouse spoke dejectedly. But its childish voice didn't bring out its current feelings in the slightest. Looks like my results aren't bad. Han Xuanai walked over to Duan Ling Tian and stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse's smooth back as she spoke with a light smile. She'd found balance on the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse instead closed its eyes comfortably and enjoyed Han Xuanai's stroke. It didn't reject Han Xuanai in the slightest. Perhaps it was because Han Xuanai had once helped it take revenge. Although Han Xuanai didn't directly kill all the higher-ups of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan, it was Han Xuanai that sealed them in ice, allowing the little gold mouse to have the chance to kill them. The little gold mouse possessed intelligence that wasn't inferior to a human, so it naturally knew that if it wasn't for Han Xuanai, it would be impossible for it to take revenge. Presently, when he saw Duan Ling Tian, Han Xuanai, and the little gold mouse talking and laughing, Dong Ming, who stood nearby, was dumbstruck. A mouse that can speak. It's a void interpretation stage demon beast? Dong Ming felt that the amount of surprise he had experienced in his entire life was not as much as what he had experienced in the past few days. What kind of people and demonic beasts are those by Brother Ling Tian's side? For a moment, Dong Ming felt his scalp go numb. Brother Ling Tian. The little gold mouse blinked her pair of jade-green eyes as she stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "How many tests have you passed?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and didn't answer directly, but instead said via voice transmission, "All passed." "Pass all of them?" Shock instantly appeared in the depths of the little gold mouse's eyes. This scene just happened to be noticed by Han Xuanai, and Han Xuanai sent a voice transmission into Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Big Brother Ling Tian, this isn't fair. You only told little gold and not me. You little girl, don't you already know?" Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly as he replied. The reason he didn't speak directly and chose to send a voice transmission wasn't because he didn't want to tell Han Xuanai, but because he was afraid of frightening Dong Ming, who was standing nearby. Duan Ling Tian, however, didn't know. Presently, Dong Ming had already been frightened by the three of them, and no matter how frightened he was, he wouldn't feel too much of it. Because he was already numb. Even if something unbelievable happened to Duan Ling Tian, he wouldn't feel it was strange. "How would I know if you didn't tell me?" Han Xuanai's voice transmission carried slight grievance when she heard Duan Ling Tian, and her face even revealed a delicate and pitiful expression as tears welled up in her eyes. The current her was simply like a completely different person compared to the her from before that was chatting and killing decisively. Duan Lingdan shook his head and said via voice transmission with slight helplessness, "All right, I'll tell you. I've passed all the tests. Didn't you already guess it when you looked at me with that gaze earlier? I only felt earlier that Big Brother Ling Tian might have passed all the tests. I didn't completely confirm it." As Han Xuanai's voice transmission finished, her delicate and pitiful expression vanished, and her tone was filled with surprise. "Big Brother Ling Tian, how did you pass the first and last tests?" When facing the curious Han Xuanai, Duan Ling Tian didn't conceal anything and spoke of his experiences. Of course, he omitted the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. A grade 1 spirit sword is actually an unformed sword embryo? Moreover, it's within a pile of scrap metal in the surroundings of the cavern? After Han Xuanai heard about Duan Ling Tian's experience during the first test, she couldn't help but grumble. That martial monarch is truly too deceitful. Who would have known that a grade 1 spirit sword would be an inconspicuous and ugly sword embryo? Most importantly, it was hidden within a pile of scrap metal. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he heard Xuanai's grumbling. The first test was a technical job. Perhaps only a high-grade weapons craftsman would be able to find such an inconspicuous grade 1 spirit sword. "Big Brother Ling Tian, how did you find that grade 1 spirit sword?" Han Xuanai couldn't help but ask curiously. "I'm a weapons craftsman." Duan Ling Tian's answer was very simple and direct. So Big Brother Ling Tian is a weapons craftsman. No wonder. Han Xuanai came to a sudden realization. Weapons craftsmen have a unique eye for spirit weapons. I heard that many weapons craftsmen are even able to discern the grade of a spirit weapon just by looking at its appearance. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Being an alchemist was a skill to begin with, and after refining many spirit weapons, one would naturally have an extraordinary perception and eye towards spirit weapons. Then what about the last test? Han Xuanai asked. I was helpless against my mirror puppet. In the end, we fought to a draw, but the time was up and we were stopped by the inscription formation. Otherwise, she would have defeated me sooner or later. Big brother Ling Tian, how did you deal with your mirror puppet? Han Xuanai blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked curiously at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled. Xuanai, actually, I didn't really deal with it, I just lured it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke of the specific process of the last test. That works. Han Xuanai's expression froze, and she said with slight vexation, why didn't I think of it? So the last test could be so simple. Big brother Ling Tian, you're too smart. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of admiration. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt lightheaded, and at the same time, he could not help but blush. After all, that was not the method he found. That was the method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. On the other hand, he was only borrowing the method of others. Big brother Ling Tian, in this case, you've obtained the martial emperor's inheritance? When Han Xuanai sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian again, she was inexplicably excited. The martial emperor's inheritance. Even she was quite interested in it. Duan Ling Tian was just about to tell Xuanai about the martial emperor's inheritance when he was suddenly interrupted by two loud bangs. Bang, bang. Two loud bangs sounded out, and Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on two more holes on the other side of the cave wall in the distance. Inside the cave, the two large doors slowly rose up. At the same time, whoosh, whoosh, two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from behind the two large doors respectively, and their target was Duan Lingtian. After a while, the two little pythons, one black and one white, appeared on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Hiss hiss, they flicked their forked tongues excitedly and licked Duan Lingtian's cheeks. Big brother Lingtian, looks like little black and little white are closer to you. They went to look for you as soon as they came out. Han Xuanai stood at the side, and her tone was somewhat sour. Hiss hiss, after hearing Han Xuanai's words, the two little pythons immediately left Duan Lingtian considerately and flashed to Han Xuanai's shoulder, flicking their forked tongues to comfort Han Xuanai. Only then did Han Xuanai reveal a satisfied smile. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. In terms of actual age, this girl was at least in her early 20s. But it was indeed rare for her to be able to maintain such a childlike innocence. Little black, little white, how many tests have the two of you passed? Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons and asked curiously. Squeak squeak. Meanwhile, the little gold mouse looked at the two little pythons with interest as well, and her pair of jade green eyes obviously carried slight perturbation. Obviously, she was worried that the results of the two little pythons would surpass her. When she found out that the two little pythons had only passed 2 tests just like her, the little gold mouse leaped for joy. What little black and little white passed was also the 2 tests of the 100 origin shadow puppets and earth puppets. However, to little gold, little black, and little white, the other 4 tests were indeed slightly more difficult. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. It's good that the 2 of you are fine. As for those tests, it doesn't matter if you pass or not. Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons and consoled. Duan Lingtian, who'd experienced the 6 tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, knew clearly. There was a certain amount of risk of being killed in the 3 tests of strength. Being able to survive was undoubtedly an extremely fortunate thing. Hiss hiss, after Duan Lingtian consoled them, the 2 little pythons that were originally dispirited became excited once more. Big brother Lingtian, you haven't told me about the martial monarch's inheritance you obtained earlier. Han Xuanai's voice transmission sounded out once more by Duan Lingtian's ears. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to answer Han Xuanai, history repeated itself once more. An enormous bang sounded out and interrupted Duan Lingtian once more. Bang. The distant cavern wall split open with a bang, and the shattered rocks fell to the ground as a door that slowly rose up appeared within the cavern. Under the focused gazes of Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Dong Ming, an azure-colored old figure walked out from within. Elder Hu. The azure-clothed old man had just walked out when Dong Ming had already cried out in shock, and his eyes were filled with burning desire. The person that had come out now was precisely the expert he'd specially invited for the Sword Monarch's treasure. Moreover, he'd reached an agreement with the old man that they would share everything they obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure equally. Elder Hu walked out and glanced indifferently at Dong Ming before rising into the sky with the intention of leaving the Sword Monarch's treasure. Elder Hu. The expression of Dong Ming, who was originally looking forward to Elder Hu sharing the gains equally with him, went slightly grim, and he hurriedly rose into the sky to stop Elder Hu. Fuck off right now if you don't want to die. Elder Hu glared angrily at Dong Ming as he shouted with a grim voice. Elder Hu, have you forgotten our agreement? Dong Ming asked with a low voice. Agreement? What agreement? Elder Hu grunted coldly. Elder Hu, you said that no matter what we obtain after entering the Sword Monarch's treasure, we have to share it equally. Could it be that it isn't so? Chapter 627. Dong Ming, are you questioning me? Elder Hu's face sank slightly when he heard Dong Ming. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to remind Elder Hu that if it wasn't for me, it would be impossible for you to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dong Ming spoke out. His words undoubtedly expressed a meaning. If it wasn't for me possessing the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, if it wasn't for me bringing you here, it would be utterly impossible for an old fellow like you to encroach on the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dong Ming's words caused Elder Hu's expression to become even more gloomy. For a time, he wanted to flare up. But when his gaze inadvertently flashed past the two people that were calmly looking at him and Dong Ming on the ground, he couldn't help but suppress his rage. He took a deep breath and didn't directly shed all pretenses with Dong Ming. I naturally remember that agreement. But I didn't obtain anything from the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure this time, so how can I split the treasures equally with you? Elder Hu's expression recovered its calm as he spoke indifferently. The current Elder Hu was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You have a good plan, I have a way out. It was more or less like this. You didn't obtain anything? Dong Ming's face went grim. Elder Hu's shamelessness had exceeded his imagination. Elder Hu, according to my knowledge, the first test you entered the third level was to give you a spirit sword. It's best if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, and the worst is a grade 3 spirit sword. Now, you're telling me that you didn't obtain any treasures in the third level? Do you think I would believe you? As he finished speaking, Dong Ming's tone carried slight rage, and he'd completely shed all pretenses. Or perhaps, you think I'm easy to fool? I don't know what you're talking about. What spirit sword? I don't know anything. Slight astonishment flashed deep within Elder Hu's gaze, and he was obviously surprised that Dong Ming actually knew what he'd encountered. But his expression still remained unchanged as he continued. If it was someone that didn't know, then perhaps they would really be deceived by him. But was it possible for him to deceive Dong Ming, who'd already understood the test of the third level? Elder Hu, I can give up on the spirit sword you obtained, but please take out the other treasures you obtained. Dong Ming spoke directly and straightforwardly. I've already said that I didn't obtain any treasures. If you dare to continue blabbering, I'll definitely kill you. Elder Hu said with a sullen face. His words were full of threats. Ha! Suddenly, Dong Ming roared with laughter, and his laughter was filled with slight sorrow. I truly never imagined that Elder Hu would change just like that in the face of absolute benefits. If I knew earlier, then even if I brought a dog to the Sword Monarch's treasure, it would still be better than bringing you. You dare to call me worse than a dog? Elder Hu's expression changed greatly. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed like a ball of extremely violent white flames, and he was ready to rush up and swallow Dong Ming at any time. Is it not? After Dong Ming shed all pretense of cordiality, he no longer had any misgivings. If you don't think so, Do you dare to remove the ownership of the spatial ring in your hand and show it to me? If there isn't a third-grade spirit artifact or above, I will definitely not pester you anymore. Dong Ming, if you still don't move aside, then you'll surely die a graveless death. Dong Ming's every word made Elder Hu's face turn uglier. In the end, Elder Hu completely exploded. The origin energy on his body was even more profound, and the power of intent was faintly discernible. He immediately intended to make a move and kill Dong Ming. Dong Ming, where did you find this old fellow? He's actually so shameless. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had already soared into the sky to stand by Dong Ming's side, and he shrugged as he spoke lazily. You. When he saw Duan Lingtian wanted to stand out for Dong Ming, Elder Hu's face went grim, and slight fear appeared between his brows. He wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian. He was afraid of the young woman by Duan Lingtian's side. Even if he obtained some gains in the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure and his strength had improved greatly, he felt that he was far from being a match for the young woman. The gap between the Void Initiation stage and Void Interpretation stage was too great, and it was like a chasm that was impossible to surmount. What about me? Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Elder Hu as he asked indifferently. This matter is a private matter between me and Dong Ming, so please don't interfere. Elder Hu took a deep breath and worked hard to suppress the flames of rage in his heart. What if I insist on interfering? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face was covered in a smile. His smile was bright and resplendent, yet when it entered into the eyes of Elder Hu, it caused his expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. But Elder Hu's expression quickly calmed down, and he glared fiercely at Dong Ming as he said via voice transmission, Dong Ming, you win. I'll spare your life today, but you won't be so lucky in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Hu soared into the sky and intended to leave. When they saw Elder Hu about to leave, Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming stood on the spot without making any movements. Right at this moment, a cold wind that was filled with an icy cold aura blew by, and a beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the Sword Monarch's treasure. This was a yellow-clothed young woman, and as she stood there, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen by the icy cold aura emitted from her body. The young woman had a beautiful appearance, and it could be imagined that she would surely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty when she grew up. Young Miss Xuanai. When he saw the young woman appear and obstruct his path, Elder Hu took a deep breath and said slowly, I've already decided not to make things difficult for Dong Ming any longer. I wonder what you want to do? Do what? The yellow-clothed young woman was precisely Han Xuanai, and when she heard Elder Hu, a devilish smile bloomed on her face. Of course it's to kill you. Practically at the instant Han Xuanai finished speaking, the surrounding air became slightly icy cold once more. Elder Hu's face went grim. Right at this instant, Han Xuanai made a move. With a raise of her hand, strong winds that were icy cold to the extreme swept out and enveloped Elder Hu from all directions, causing Elder Hu to have no place to flee. No! Elder Hu's face went grim as he cried out in sorrow, and the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as he wanted to flee before he was frozen into an ice sculpture. But would he be able to flee? Needless to say, the speed of an 8th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist was extremely swift. But would it be swift enough to surpass the speed of a Void Interpretation stage expert like Han Xuanai? The answer was no. Swish. Swish. The strong winds that were icy cold to the extreme swept out and covered Elder Hu's body, causing him to have nowhere to flee. In the next moment, Elder Hu's body stiffened as he stopped on the spot and transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Through the layer of ice, one could see that Elder Hu's pupils had constricted and his face was covered in a panicked expression, and this obviously showed how terrified and despaired he was before he transformed into an ice sculpture. The origin energy on Elder Hu who was frozen into an ice sculpture was gradually obliterated, and in the end, it transformed into nothingness. Meanwhile, the ice sculpture fell to the ground with a bang, and it transformed into pieces that covered the entire ground. 8th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, dead. Whoosh, along with Han Xuanai raising her hand, a piece of ice on the ground flew up and descended into her hand, and there was a spatial ring within it. Through the layer of ice, one could see that the spatial ring was extremely ancient, and its grade wasn't low. Whoosh. At the instant Han Xuanai spoke, origin energy bloomed from her hand, and the ice gradually melted to only leave behind the spatial ring in the end. Here! With a raise of her hand, Han Xuanai tossed the spatial ring in her hand to Dong Ming. Dong Ming hurriedly received it and looked at Han Xuanai with gratitude. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai. You've helped big brother Ling Tian, and he wants to help you as well, so I naturally won't stand by idly. Han Xuanai nodded indifferently. Duan Lingtan stood at the side and smiled lightly. Xuanai, we ought to leave as well. Xuanai smiled as she replied, and then she soared into the sky to leave the Sword Monarch's treasure with Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming, and they passed through the door that was enveloped by the inscription formation to once again return to the depths of the sea. On the other hand, the colossus that lay there at the entrance of the Sword Monarch's treasure had finally moved. Big guy! Xuanai was the first to fly out and descend onto the colossus' back. When it saw Han Xuanai, the colossus cried out in a low voice, and its voice contained slight trembling mixed within. Obviously, it was traumatized in its heart. The colossus was precisely the three-eyed flame tiger, the Empire Guardian demon beast of the Darkstone Empire. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming returned to the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as well, and they didn't have to worry about being unable to resist the pressure of the depths of the sea while being enveloped by the origin energy barrier of the three-eyed flame tiger. Big guy, let's go! Along with Xuanai speaking, the three-eyed flame tiger's limbs stomped on the ground. Rumble! Rumble! At the depths of the sea, the ground quaked and the mountains swayed. The three-eyed flame tiger transformed into a swift-flowing light that flashed upwards. Everywhere it passed, the seawater split apart and spread towards the sides, and it swept out extremely vast. Not long after, Duan Lingtian and the others rode on the three-eyed flame tiger to leave the boundlessly vast sea and return to the surface of the sea. All along the way, even though they'd encountered many ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea, all of them were directly annihilated by the three-eyed flame tiger. As for demon beasts, they'd been terrified to the point of hiding at the side since long ago when facing a terrifying existence like the three-eyed flame tiger. This expanse of sea wasn't far from Cloud Continent, and the strength of the demon beasts that concealed themselves here was ordinary. Chapter 628. Because when they headed to the location of the Sword Monarch's treasure earlier, the three-eyed flame tiger had chased after the jade sword, and because the jade sword's speed couldn't be considered to be swift, its speed had intentionally slowed down greatly. This time, there was no need to chase after the jade sword, and the three-eyed flame tiger only spent half a month of time to send Duan Lingtian's group of three back to the Darkstone Empire. Swoosh! The three-eyed flame tiger dashed through the sky, and it seemed to have transformed into an enormous flaming cloud that swept past, leaving behind an expanse of crimson-red light in the horizon that was dazzling and gorgeous. On the back of the three-eyed flame tiger that was wide like a football field, the yellow-clothed young woman stood behind the three-eyed flame tiger's head, and two little pythons coiled around her wrists. The little pythons didn't move, and they might be cultivating or sleeping. Not far away, a sturdy middle-aged man sat there, quietly cultivating. Besides that, there was also a violet-clothed young man that sat cross-legged in the distance without the slightest movement, and he seemed like a statue that didn't have any signs of life. The little gold mouse that was lying on the shoulder of the violet-clothed young man suddenly woke up, and she slowly stood up before lazily stretching herself. After she noticed that the violet-clothed young man was still cultivating, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes flickered for a moment before transforming into a golden light that flashed out and pointed directly at the yellow-clothed young woman in the distance. After a short moment, she arrived at the young woman's shoulder. Big Sister Xuanai, Big Sister Xuanai. The little gold mouse stood on the young woman's shoulder and lightly rubbed against the young woman's neck that was white like jade, and it seemed to be extremely intimate. "Little gold, you're awake." Han Xuanai smiled lightly as she stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse. "We've already returned to the Dark Stone Empire. I wonder when Big Brother Ling Tian will be able to wake up." Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's eyes flickered with slight anticipation as she looked at the violet-clothed young man that was cultivating in the distance when she heard this. Time silently flowed by. Not long after, the robust middle-aged man that was cultivating at the side woke up, and a wave of excitement appeared on his face as he looked down at the boundless ground beneath his feet. "Dark Stone Empire. I've finally returned." As someone that lived near this area of the Dark Stone Empire, he was extremely familiar with this area. "Brother Ling Tian hasn't woken up yet." The robust middle-aged man was precisely Dong Ming, and after he glanced at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl that stood behind the three-eyed flame tiger's head. "Miss Xuanai, my home is nearby, so I won't continue disturbing you and Brother Ling Tian. Please help me pass on my message when Brother Ling Tian wakes up." Dong Ming prepared to leave. "Yes." Han Xuanai glanced at Duan Ling Tian, who hadn't completely woken up yet, and nodded gently. "When Brother Ling Tian wakes up, I'll tell him." "Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Xuanai." Dong Ming nodded respectfully to Han Xuanai, then glanced at Duan Ling Tian before flying away. He had always been grateful to Duan Ling Tian. Since the beginning, Duan Ling Tian had been helping him, and later on, it was because of Duan Ling Tian that he'd obtained an extremely great fortuitous encounter. The Grade 2 Spirit Sword, Elder whose gains from the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, and all the wealth of Elder who had now become his. If it was in the past, this was something that was difficult for him to imagine, and he didn't dare imagine. Now, all of this had come true. Moreover, all of this was due to this violet-clothed young man. No matter if he was able to meet this mysterious violet-clothed young man again in the future, he would surely engrave this kindness in his heart in his entire lifetime. If he had the chance to repay the violet-clothed young man, then he would surely go through fire and water without hesitation. A few days later, the three-eyed flame tiger had arrived at the border between the Darkstone Empire and Dark Han Dynasty. Suddenly, a ball of dazzling white-colored flames suddenly rose explosively around the violet-clothed young man that sat upright on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, and the white flames were ceaselessly rising. Whoosh! In next to no time, the white flames rose explosively to the limit. Whereas at the side of the 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above him, another 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes suddenly appeared. "I've broken through." Duan Lingtian's body trembled as his feelings surged exceedingly, and he abruptly opened his eyes that flowed with lights that were dazzling like an array of stars. At this moment, if someone were to look into Duan Lingtian's eyes, the person would notice that besides a strand of flowing light flickering in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, there were also 2 dim lights that were faintly discernible. Of course, the dim lights didn't exist for long, and it wasn't long before they were completely annihilated. The appearance of a cactus was nothing more than this. Crackle, crackle. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian abruptly clenched his fists tightly, and a wave of the sound of his bones rubbing together sounded out, and it was clear and pleasing to the ear. "My strength has become much stronger." As he felt the strength contained within his body, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his face was covered in delight. After he broke through to the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage, he'd obtained an increase of 2 ancient horned dragons in one go. Such an increase could be considered to be the first time in Duan Lingtian's entire lifetime that he'd obtained such a great improvement, and he'd created a completely new record. "Big Brother Ling Tian." Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a childish voice sound out by his ears. Swish! A golden light assaulted his face and instantly pounced onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and it revealed a fluffy and chubby figure. It was precisely the little gold mouse. "Little gold." Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to hold the little gold mouse in his hand, and then he lightly smiled. "Have you broken through during this period of time?" "Big Brother Ling Tian, I've broken through." The little gold mouse raised her head and spoke with slight complacency, and her childish voice seemed to be slightly strange when combined with her tone. Big brother Ling Tian, congratulations. Meanwhile, another voice that was pleasant to the ear like an aureole sounded out. After a short moment, a beautiful figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Obviously, she discerned something from Duan Lingtian, and that was why she congratulated him. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman before him, and the smile on his face grew wider. Big brother Lingtian, you still haven't told me what the martial monarch's inheritance you obtained is. Han Xuanai spoke to Duan Lingtian. Her large eyes flickered with traces of a sheen of curiosity. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was busy cultivating, and even though she was curious about this, she didn't disturb Duan Lingtian and had always restrained herself from asking. Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian smoothly breaking through, her curiosity instantly arose once more. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He never imagined that this little girl Xuanai would actually be so stubborn. However, to him, there was nothing to hide in front of Xuanai. Not to mention Xuanai had always been helpful to him. Even with Xuanai's mysterious and formidable background, she might not be interested in the martial monarch's inheritance he obtained, and at most, she would probably be curious. Xuanai, at that time. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke in detail of what happened after he passed through all the tests in the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, and he didn't conceal anything, including the 3 types of profundity fragments. Xuanai, if you're interested in any one of those 3 profundity fragments, then I can give it to you. Duan Lingtian spoke to Han Xuan. Even though profundity fragments were extremely precious, in Duan Lingtian's heart, it was far from being able to compare to the friendship between him and Han Xuanai. If Han Xuanai needed it, then he wouldn't frown in the slightest even if Han Xuanai gave away 3 profundity fragments. As the saying goes, a tiny bit of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai helping him all along the way during his trip to the Sword Monarch's treasure this time, it would be very unlikely for him to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the 3rd level with his cultivation. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew himself well. It could be said that everything he'd obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure was given to him by Han Xuanai. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai, he would probably have nothing. Big brother Lingtian, you should keep it for yourself. You'll be able to use the Wind Profundity Fragment and Lightning Profundity Fragment in the future. As for the Sword Profundity Fragment, perhaps it'll be of use in the future. Han Xuanai shook her head and refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. Han Xuanai didn't even blink when facing the temptation of a profundity fragment. This caused Duan Lingtian to be even more shocked in his heart, and he was even more curious about Han Xuanai's origins. Exactly what background does Han Xuanai have? Even if it was the Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, even though he wouldn't be too excited before a profundity fragment, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to maintain his composure. Of course, since Han Xuanai didn't want it, Duan Lingtian didn't continue persisting. It was just as Han Xuanai had said. The Wind Profundity Fragment and Lightning Profundity Fragment were profundity fragments that he'd be able to use in the future. As for the Sword Profundity Fragment, Duan Lingtian had plans in his heart. Once he cultivated the 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique, he would try his best to comprehend sword force and even sword concept. I just happen to have a sword concept fragment in my possession. So long as I comprehend sword concept, I'll be able to comprehend that sword concept fragment and improve the might of my sword concept. Duan Lingtian still remembered. The sword concept fragment in his possession was obtained at the end of the 1st level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. He'd relied on Han Xuanai's ability to obtain it. Big brother Lingtian, we've already entered the area of the Dark Han Dynasty now. I intend to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition with you. What do you think? Han Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Han Xuanai. This little girl Xuanai wants to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition? Isn't this clearly bullying others? Duan Lingtian could imagine. If this little girl Xuanai really participated in the dynasty martial competition, there would probably be no one that was a match for her. An existence at the void interpretation stage that was even more formidable than the #1 expert of the Inkstone Empire, King Yong, sweeping through all the young geniuses in the Darkhan dynasty would be nothing difficult. So long as you're interested. Duan Lingtian said, I presume so long as you raise this idea to King Yong, he'll surely be impatient to ask someone to give up a spot for you. This was something that Duan Lingtian could be sure of. With Xuanai's strength, so long as a rare monster like Xuanai didn't appear while representing the Darkstone Empire to participate in the dynasty martial competition, then she would definitely obtain the first in the dynasty martial competition. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Once we return to the Darkhan dynasty's capital, I'll ask Uncle Red Mole to give me a spot. Chapter 629. Uncle Red Mole? Duan Lingtian naturally knew who Han Xuanai was talking about, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In his mind, the red mole between King Yong's brows that was like a congealed blood slowly appeared, and it was so dazzling when it entered his eyes. Only this little girl Xuanai dares call King Yong Uncle Red Mole. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After the three-eyed flame tiger entered the territory of the Darkhan dynasty, he headed all the way towards the capital. The Darkhan dynasty's martial competition would be held in the capital at that time, whereas Duan Lingtian would represent the Darkstone Empire to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The martial competition of the dynasties was actually only an appetizer. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was the true main event. At that time, the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties including the Darkhan dynasty would gather together and compete in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to seize the highest honor. What I need to do now is obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties during the dynasty martial competition. After that, I'll stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and use the foreign lands powers as a stepping stone to officially enter the foreign lands. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a dazzling sheen. He knew clearly in his heart that it wasn't an easy thing to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At the very least, it had a certain level of difficulty to him now. Even if I have origin stones and the advancement of my cultivation is extremely swift, but it's practically impossible for me to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with my current cultivation. It's even to the extent that I might not be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties even in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he felt a certain level of pressure. Cultivate. Cultivate. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged before withdrawing a mid-grade origin stone and pinching it to cultivate. At the same time, vast origin energy surged out from within his body, and it passed through the meridians in his entire body to ceaselessly surge into his dantian to strengthen his original origin energy. After an unknown number of days, Duan Lingtian felt his origin energy become saturated once again. Of course, he was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. After consuming a mid-grade primordial stone, Duan Lingtian took out another mid-grade primordial stone to cultivate. While cultivating, another fragment appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This fragment was precisely the wind concept fragment he obtained in the 2nd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, and it was a 5th level wind concept fragment. Cultivating the origin energy and comprehending the concept at the same time. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's strength and concept were also quietly increasing at a rapid pace. He hadn't even walked out of the foreign lands, yet he already possessed such cultivation conditions. If news of this were to spread, then even those experts that stood at the peak of the Darkhan dynasty would probably be jealous. No matter if it was mid-grade origin stones or concept fragments, they were both things that were difficult for them to obtain. In the Darkhan dynasty, low-grade origin stones would at most appear. These low-grade origin stones were basically from the origin stone veins of the various dynasties. Origin stone veins were the foundation of a dynasty. Of course, the origin stone veins of the various dynasties were all origin stone veins of the lowest grade, and low-grade origin stones would appear at most. It was impossible for them to extract mid-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones. But even then, it was already shocking. Once I walk out of the foreign lands, so long as it's a power that's ranked and has some resources and reserves, practically all of them possess an origin stone vein of their own. An origin stone vein is the foundation of a power's foundation. Only those small powers that are inferior to the various dynasties don't have fixed origin stone veins to extract. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew the situation in the foreign lands like the back of his hand. The stronger a power in the foreign lands was, the more origin stone veins it possessed, and the higher grade it was. For example, the few top powers in the foreign lands. Practically all the origin stone veins they possessed were high-grade origin stone veins, and top-grade origin stones would occasionally appear amongst them. A single top-grade origin stone was comparable to 100 high-grade origin stones. The preciousness of top-grade origin stones was obvious. Another few days passed. Duan Lingnan woke up and looked down at the vast expanse of land beneath the three-eyed flame tiger, then muttered, "We've already passed the Dark Han Dynasty's southern desolation. Milky Way City is not far ahead." Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and said, "I want to make a trip to Milky Way City before returning to the capital." Duan Lingtian had come to Milky Way City once before. He'd stayed for 3 months that time. During these 3 months of time, besides going to the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion to post a bounty for the ageless root, he'd also walked around Milky Way City for a while, and before he left, he'd even made a deal with the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Until now, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but be slightly excited when he thought of that deal. That was a deal that was sure to be profitable. Relying on a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for 2 spirit fruits and a grade 4 spirit sword. Not only that, the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Xianxia, had even promised to spare no effort to help him find the ageless root. Now, I wonder if that pavilion master Xiang has found the ageless root for me. No matter if he found it or not, I still have to make a trip. Otherwise, if he really found it and I didn't go get it in time, then I would have missed it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The ageless root was related to the rebirth pill. Presently, Duan Lingtian had already more or less prepared the medicinal materials required for the rebirth pill. The most important primary medicinal ingredient, the red luan's blood, and the secondary medicinal ingredient, the phoenix feathergrass, had already been obtained. Now, he only lacked the other secondary medicinal ingredient, the ageless root. So long as he found the ageless root, he would be able to refine the rebirth pill right away, and then rely on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. With the peerlessly overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, if I consume it, I'll be able to charge into the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above in a short period of time. When the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins 1.5 years later, I might even have already relied on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to break through to the void interpretation stage in one go. Void interpretation stage. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded, then asked, "Big brother Lingtian, where's that Han River City?" "It's not far ahead. Over there." As Duan Lingtian spoke, the distant clouds and mist dispersed, and a small black dot appeared before his eyes, and it was precisely Han River City. "Big guy, go to that city ahead." Meanwhile, Han Xuanai instructed the three-eyed flame tiger. "Ow!" The three-eyed flame tiger roared in a low voice, then transformed into a crimson-red waterfall that headed directly towards the small black dot in the distance. Whereas the small black dot grew larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into an exceedingly enormous city that was like an enormous beast that lay there, and it caused others to be unable to refrain from feeling shocked in their hearts. It was precisely Han River City. "Big guy, you don't have to go down with us." Duan Lingtian spoke to the three-eyed flame tiger, then he bid farewell to Han Xuanai, and the two of them flew out together to slowly descend towards Han River City. As for the little gold mouse and the two little pythons, they were currently cultivating. The two little pythons coiled around Han Xuanai's white wrist and didn't move in the slightest, whereas the little gold mouse instead lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with her limbs facing the sky, and she looked as if she'd fallen asleep. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai flew down to descend outside the treasure-gathering pavilion in Han River City, and for a time, it drew the attention of many people. "Foreign kid, you're so ignorant of the rules. Let your grandfather, properly teach you." Suddenly, a sonorous explosive shout sounded out. After that, a figure that was swift like a bolt of lightning flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian and attacked Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled before finally transforming into the silhouette of an ancient horned dragon that dashed out with its bloody maw wide open as it pounced towards Duan Lingtian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the gazes of everyone present, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth moved slightly as he slowly spat out 4 words. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his hand. Origin energy skyrocketed and coiled around his hand before finally converging at the tip of his index finger and condensing into an origin energy light. In the next moment, Tempest Point, the material origin energy finger force instantly shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed past to intercept the Duan Lingtian that pounced towards Duan Lingtian. The speed of the burly man was slow like a turtle before this bolt of lightning. Swish! The origin energy finger force flashed past, and it even didn't contain any concept as it easily penetrated the space between the burly man's brows. A bloody hole appeared between the burly man's brows, and fresh blood sprayed out. Bang! The burly man's body stopped in midair, and his eyes dimmed before his entire body crashed down to fiercely fall onto the ground. Silence. The surroundings were deathly silent. 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The expressions of the surrounding spectators went slightly grim as they looked at the 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that gradually dispersed above the violet-clothed young man, and their eyes were filled with fear. He didn't utilize force or concept and was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to form such a phenomenon with merely his origin energy. He's a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Heavens! How old is he? 4th-level void initiation stage. He's simply a monster. He's too young. That fellow is really unfortunate. What does it have to do with him how he wants to enter the city? A mere 7th-level void prying stage martial artist dares to easily take the edge of a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist? He's really courting death. That person is simply courting death. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly, and they shook their heads as they looked at the corpse that fell on the ground. A 7th-level void prying stage martial artist was gone just like that. Xuanai, let's go. From the moment he made a move to killing that ignorant burly man, it was only an instant, and it seemed to not affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. It was as if everything that had happened earlier wasn't the slightest bit related to him. Xuanai nodded and followed Duan Lingtian to walk towards the treasure-gathering pavilion. Customer, do you need anything? The attendant at the entrance of the treasure-gathering pavilion had witnessed the scene from before with his own 2 eyes, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xuanai was filled with reverence. I've come to look for your pavilion master. Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he spoke slowly. Customer, how do I address you? Hearing that Duan Lingtian had come to look for their pavilion master caused the attendant to be even more terrified. My surname is Duan. Chapter 630. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian's short sentence caused the expression of the attendant from the treasure-gathering pavilion to go pale. He still remembered the words their pavilion master left behind a few months ago. Anyone with the surname of Duan must be invited into the treasure-gathering pavilion with the most respectful etiquette. If anyone neglects an esteemed guest, then they must be heavily punished. Guest, please come in. When he thought up to here, the attendant broke out in cold sweat. Then he lowered his head and respectfully made a gesture to welcome Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai into the treasure-gathering pavilion. On the other hand, the group of people outside the treasure-gathering pavilion were completely dumbstruck. Who the heck are they? They're actually able to make the members of the treasure-gathering pavilion treat them with such respectful etiquette. Based on the current situation, their identities aren't simple. Of course. If their identities were simple, then how could they make the members of the treasure-gathering pavilion act like this? According to me, they might even have a deep relationship with our Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion's Lord Pavilion. If it's really like this, then this fellow is really blind to have offended such an existence. The group of people that were discussing couldn't help but shoot their gazes towards the corpse of the burly man that lay on the ground. As for Duan Lingtian, he paid no attention to the bustle behind him. Presently, he and Han Xuanai directly entered the treasure-gathering pavilion to see the pavilion master, Xianxia, under the lead of the attendant. Brother Lingtian. Xianxia seemed to be extremely happy to see Duan Lingtian once more. Pavilion Master Xiang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he replied, then introduced Han Xuanai to Xianxia and introduced Han Xuanai to Xianxia. Miss Xuanai. Xianxia lightly smiled and nodded to Han Xuanai, then paid no further attention to Han Xuanai and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he sighed. Brother Lingtian, you ought to have come this time for the ageless route, right? I'm truly sorry, up until now, even though I've utilized all my connections, I still haven't obtained any news related to the ageless route. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Xianxia knew the reason for his visit. However, when he found out about the result, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Don't worry, I'll think of something else. Duan Lingtian shook his head and squeezed out a smile. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. I'll do my best to continue searching for the whereabouts of the ageless route. Xianxia solemnly vowed. Then I'll thank Pavilion Master Xiang first. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then said, since there's still no news of the ageless route, then Xuanai and I will be leaving first. Pavilion Master Xiang, farewell. After Duan Lingtian and Xianxia said their goodbyes, they left Jubao Pavilion together with Han Xuanai. Walking out of the Jubao Pavilion, Duan Lingtian could see many respectful gazes falling on him. It was even to the extent that all along the way, discussions about him were being spread out everywhere. Supposedly, this young man has a deep relationship with the pavilion master of our Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion. Even the attendants of the treasure-gathering pavilion are extremely respectful to him. He wouldn't be the illegitimate son of the pavilion master, right? Even though the pavilion master's reputation spreads far and wide in our Darkhan dynasty, he ought to be unable to give birth to such an outstanding son. Perhaps all of you don't know, but this young man is already a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist at such a young age. It can't be, right? He's a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist? Yes. Earlier, before the treasure-gathering pavilion, he made a move for a short period of time, and he killed the 7th-level void prying stage martial artist that attacked him for no reason with a single point of his finger. Waves of intense discussions clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this. He directly soared into the sky and returned to the sky above Milky Way City with Han Xuanai, returning to the sky above the three-eyed flame tiger. But when they arrived high up in the sky and saw the three-eyed flame tiger, they couldn't help but be stunned. Presently, the three-eyed flame tiger stood in the sky in the distance, and its enormous body was trembling intensely, as if it had suffered some sort of pressure. It wasn't just that. Duan Lingtian, who had sharp eyes, noticed that slight terror seemed to be mixed within the depths of the three-eyed flame tiger's eyes. It was terror that came from the bones and the depths of the soul. Squeak, squeak, Suddenly, the little gold mouse that lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with its 4 feet in the sky woke up, and it cried out in shock as its fluffy and chubby body lightly trembled. It seemed as if it had sensed something terrifying. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, the 2 little pythons that were curled up on Han Shuanai's wrist had successively awoken from their cultivation, and they swiftly flicked their tongues as their 2 pairs of sharp eyes flickered with an unusual sheen. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's face went slightly grim, and he hurriedly looked around the surroundings with the intention of searching for the reason that caused the demon beasts to act strangely. But, no matter how he searched, even if his spiritual force swept out, he still came up empty-handed in the end. If it wasn't for him seeing the demon beasts act strangely with his own 2 eyes, he might really think that there was no person or demon beast in the surroundings. Even my spiritual force is unable to detect his depth. From this, it can be seen that his cultivation is at least at the void interpretation stage or above. Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart, and he took a deep breath as his eyes were filled with fear. If the opponent was an existence at the void interpretation stage or above, then what he feared the most now was, the opponent was an enemy and not a friend, and the opponent's strength was even stronger than Han Xuanai. Xuanai, you noticed as well? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Han Xuanai's face had gone grim, and her eyes even emitted an indescribable flowing light, and he couldn't help but ask. Han Xuanai nodded. Xuanai, could it be that he's even stronger than you? Han Xuanai's extremely unsightly expression caused Duan Lingtian's heart to jerk, and he realized that the matter wasn't so simple. That person's strength might even surpass Xuanai. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Han Xuanai nodded once more. Who the heck is it? Moreover, according to what Han Xuanai said, the 2 little pythons were able to achieve what they had today because of Qing Nu's contribution. So she's Qing Nu, Duan Lingtian sighed, then looked at Han Xuanai and smiled bitterly. Then why were you like that earlier? Han Xuanai's appearance earlier was precisely the source of Duan Lingtian's confusion from his concern. Han Xuanai lowered her head as she looked at the azure-clothed old woman in the distance, and she said dejectedly, Brother Lingtian, Qing Nu's arrival means that I can't continue to stay in the Dark Han dynasty. I want to go home. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it was because of this. If you want to continue playing outside, then can't you discuss it with her? Duan Lingtian suggested. Chapter 631. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the helplessness in Han Xuanai's tone. However, he still nodded solemnly in response to Han Xuanai's words. Don't worry, Xuanai. I'll definitely let you see a brand new me the next time we meet. Xuanai nodded. The gloominess on her face was swept away, and she regained her optimistic smile. However, she soon sighed again and looked at Duan Lingtian. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Brother Lingtian, little black and little white. At this moment, how could Duan Lingtian not understand the meaning of Han Xuanai's words? His gaze fell on the 2 little pythons in Han Xuanai's hands, and he was somewhat reluctant to part with them. Little Black and Little White had been with him since birth. Although they had left for a few years, their relationship with him was still very deep. And Duan Lingtian had always treated them as family. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons seemed to have realized something. They flicked their tongues in annoyance and kept swinging their tails. The next moment, swoosh, swoosh, 2 bolts of lightning, 1 black and 1 white, flashed out from Han Xuanai's hands, streaked across the sky, and coiled around Duan Lingtian's hands. Brother, I don't want to leave. I want to stay by your side. Brother, I don't want to leave with Sister Xuanai. I want to follow you. I miss Sister Kerr and Li Fei. The 2 little pythons' voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt warmth in his heart. Originally, the 2 little pythons had left him for many years, and there was an invisible distance between them. At least, that was the case on Duan Lingtian's side. But now, The two little pythons' actions made Duan Lingtian feel warmth, and that trace of distance in his heart disappeared without a trace. Sister Xuanai, I want to stay by brother's side. Sister Xuanai, I don't want to leave brother again. Han Xuanai, who was standing far away, had a complicated look in her eyes when she heard the voice transmissions from the two little pythons. In the past few years, although she had been with the two little pythons day and night, the hearts of the two little pythons were obviously not on her side. This made her feel both helpless and bitter. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed. Since Little Black and Little White want to stay by your side, I won't take them with me this time. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to say something, Duan Ling Tian suddenly opened his mouth. It was as if a gust of wind blew past. The green-robed old woman who had been standing in the distance suddenly appeared behind Han Xuanai. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a hoarse voice, "These two little fellows are descendants of mutated holy beasts. In terms of natural talent, they aren't the slightest bit inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse on your shoulder." The green-robed old woman was precisely Qing Nu, who was by Han Xuanai's side, and she was currently looking at the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she spoke slowly. Descendants of mutated holy beasts? Duan Lingtian looked at Little Black and Little White with an astounded expression. He was extremely clear about Little Black and Little White's background. They were the children of two ferocious beast pythons. How could they possibly be related to a holy beast? Senior, have you made a mistake? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Nu and asked. At the same time, he spoke of the origins of the two little fellows one by one. Descendants of two ferocious beast pythons? Qing Nu hadn't said anything when Han Xuanai had already exclaimed in shock. Brother Lingtian, you said Little Black and Little White are the children of two ordinary ferocious beasts? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At that time, it was I who personally brought them back home before they were hatched. Moreover, their appearance after they were born had once puzzled me, because they didn't look like their mother, nor did they look like their father. This isn't difficult to understand. Qing Nu spoke once more, and her voice was still hoarse. Instantly, the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai were successfully attracted by Qing Nu. Qing Nu continued. The so-called mutated holy beast descendants are different from ordinary holy beast descendants. The descendants of ordinary sacred beasts, such as this jade-eyed heavenly mouse, could inherit the bloodline inheritance of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan through its mother. However, the descendants of mutated sacred beasts could rarely inherit the bloodline inheritance. It was more random, just like these two little fellows. Duan Lingtian seemed to be lost in thought when he heard what Qing Nu said. These things weren't present in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Speak frankly if you have something to say. In the end, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at Qing Nu. He was able to discern. What Qing Nu said earlier was intentional, and she was obviously paving the way for something. Qing Nu's originally dim eyes abruptly lit up as she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, "No matter if it's a mutated holy beast descendant or an ordinary holy beast descendant, their potential is extremely enormous. If you're doing it for their own good, then you should give them a better future and allow them to become demon emperors in the shortest amount of time." Hiss hiss. As soon as Qing Nu finished speaking, the two little pythons that coiled around Duan Lingtian's hand became restless and ceaselessly flicked their tongues. Obviously, they heard what Qing Nu said and were displeased. "Didn't you say so much because you want us to go with you? I won't go with you. I want to follow Big Brother Lingtian." The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Qing Nu. "Little fellow, you're smart. Being able to speak in the human tongue at the void initiation stage has completely broken the common sense of ordinary demon beasts. Looks like I've still underestimated you." Qing Nu looked at the little gold mouse and a slightly surprised expression appeared on her face. Obviously, she was shocked by the little gold mouse's sudden words. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse raised her head complacently and cried out twice when she heard Qing Nu. At the same time, the little gold mouse looked at the two little pythons. "You two idiots that don't know how to speak, both of you. Are you going to follow big brother Ling Tian like before, or continue following big sister Xuanai and this old woman? Old woman? The little gold mouse's words caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. Little Gold called this expert that's suspected to be at the void transformation stage an old woman. If it was another existence like this, Duan Lingtian would have been burning with anxiety since long ago. Now, he was able to maintain his composure. After all, this existence that's suspected to be at the void transformation stage or above before him was someone by Xuanai's side. He believed that Xuanai wouldn't allow her to act rashly. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw it again. Qing Nu wasn't angered in the slightest by the little gold mouse's rude words, and her expression was calm like an ancient well without the slightest ripple. Perhaps, in Qing Nu's eyes, the little gold mouse was only a child, and a child's words carried no harm, so she didn't have to fuss about it. Hiss hiss, the little gold mouse's words didn't enrage Qing Nu, but instead enraged the two little pythons, causing the two little pythons to glare angrily at the little gold mouse. In next to no time, they made their stand clear. They followed Duan Lingtian. Of course, it's fine if you insist on keeping them by your side. Qing Nu added. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Qing Nu. I wonder what's the better future you speak of? Qing Nu didn't hesitate and said directly, let go and allow them to return to their wild nature. Demon beasts are only able to stimulate their entire potential and break through their limits under the most adverse circumstances. With their natural talent, so long as they experience sufficient tempering, it isn't impossible for them to transform into true saint beasts. Transform into true saint beasts? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Even though he didn't know what the saint beasts Qing Nu spoke of were, as there was no record of them in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. But since the jade-eyed heavenly mouse was only a descendant of a saint beast, the terror of a true saint beast could be seen from this. The descendants of saint beasts were all demon emperors when they matured to the limit. Then what about true saint beasts? It was unimaginable. You have a way to help them? Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Nu and asked with a low voice. Even though he was extremely reluctant to part with the three little fellows. But if the three little fellows were really able to have a better future, then he would absolutely not ask the three little fellows to stay by his side. He took the three little fellows to be his family, so he naturally hoped that the three little fellows would be able to have the best future. Duan Lingtian's concern for the three little fellows was no different than a father's concern for his child. It was all for the sake of the latter. I know of a place that's suitable for them, but the time required is slightly long. Qing Nu said, at least 7 or 8 years, and at most 10 or 20 years. 7 or 8 years. 10 or 20 years. Duan Lingtian's face went slightly pale, as he never expected that it would take so long. Qing Nu, Han Xuanai, who'd been silent all along, finally spoke, and her expression was extremely heavy. You want to send little gold, little black, and little white to that place? You're crazy. As she finished speaking, Han Xuanai was like a she-wolf protecting her cubs. They're still young, they're only children. Duan Lingtian was stunned. After knowing Xuanai for so long, it was still the first time he'd seen Xuanai lose her composure like this. He could guess that the vile environment Qing Nu spoke of was an extremely terrifying place. At least, even a void interpretation stage martial artist like Han Xuanai would go pale when talking about it. Young Mississippi, Qing Nu sighed. Even though they're young, they possess extraordinary bloodlines that are far from what ordinary demon beasts can compare to. You ought to know that if they're able to come out from there, they'll surely be able to obtain extremely great benefits, and even have a profound influence. Han Xuanai went silent for a moment when she heard this. She naturally knew that what Qing Nu said was true. Not to mention others, just Qing Nu was an existence that had once come out from that place. Whereas the current Qing Nu's cultivation had long since far exceeded the limits of what her natural talent could attain. It could be said that Qing Nu had been changed precisely by that place. That place was hell to 90% or more of the demon beasts that entered it. But to the remaining less than 10% of the demon beasts, it was heaven. Heaven Hell, a fine line between life and death, and one would become a true expert. Xuanai, is that place really so good? Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai as he asked. Big brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai laughed bitterly. I can only say, the demon beasts that enter that place can be said to have a slim chance of surviving, whereas those that are able to survive are all existences with peerless natural talent and extraordinary strength. That place is indeed the best touchstone for demon beasts, but the risks within it can't be underestimated. Chapter 632. Hiss. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp when he heard Han Xuanai. Even though I hope the future of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White is even better, but if I have to risk their lives, then I'd rather be selfish and keep them by my side and not let them leave. Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Nu as he spoke, and his voice wasn't loud, yet it was clear and resounding. From this, one could see Duan Lingtian's determination that even 10 cows would not be able to pull him back. Presently, Duan Lingtian was like a responsible father. If the child wanted to go out and adventure, then he wouldn't stop it. But if the child had a slim chance of survival, then he would surely do his best to keep the child behind. In the world, so long as it was apparent, practically all of them would rather their child live a mediocre life than allow any mishap to befall their child. This was what a qualified parent was like. You've made up your mind? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Qing Nu asked after a short while. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded affirmatively, and there was no room for discussion. Could it be that you don't want to wait for them to become stronger so they can help you better? With their natural talent, no matter how great the test of danger they face is, at least one or two of them will be able to survive in the end. Even if only one of them survives, its help to you is something that can't be measured by anything else. Qing Nu looked at Duan Lingtian as she spoke slowly, and her tone was filled with temptation. Qing Nu's words were extremely simple. If the little gold mouse and 2 little pythons entered that place, then even if only one of them could survive in the end, Duan Lingtian would have profited. As soon as Qing Nu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression went completely grim, and he said furiously, the lives of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White are priceless in my eyes, and there's nothing that can replace them. So you don't have to speak nonsense in front of me. No matter what, I won't allow them to take a risk. Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. If it wasn't for the azure-clothed old woman before him being someone by Xuanai's side, and if it wasn't for the old woman's strength being stronger than him, he'd have directly given her a slap long ago. But when Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he was stunned, because he saw Qing Nu. Little fellows, do you see that? For the sake of your safety, he would rather lose the assistance from you. He chose to do this for the sake of all of you. Could it be that all of you don't want to be able to help him in the future? With his fortune, if all of you continue to stay by his side, then with his continue to stay by his side, continue to stay by his side, with his fortune, with his fortune, with his tut. At that time, you will become a burden to him, and he will have to protect you. Is this what you want to see? Qing speak gold speak. Hiss, hiss. The 2 little pythons that coiled around Duan Lingtian's hand instantly became excited, and they hurriedly shook their little heads. Squeak. After the little gold mouse let out a sharp cry, it said with a childish voice, Granny, I don't want Big Brother Lingtian to protect me. I want to protect Big Brother Lingtian myself. Do you have the strength? Qing Nu laughed with ridicule and said with disdain, Little fellow, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you're not a match for him now. When the little gold mouse heard this, it, who was originally extremely excited, drooped its little head and became dejected. Enough. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai shouted out furiously at almost the exact same time. Han Xuanai had a gloomy expression as she spoke first. Qing Nu, I know you have high hopes for Little Black and Little White, but that place is truly too dangerous. I don't approve of their going as well. Qing Nu sighed and didn't say anything further. The reason she persisted was because she didn't have any ill intent. She just didn't want these three little fellows with potential to be covered in dust. As a demon that had experienced life and death in that place, she was sure, with the potential of these three little fellows, if they were able to come out alive from that place, they would surely soar into the sky. But since her young miss had spoken, it was naturally not good for her to persist. Big brother, I want to go to that place with her. Qing Nu had calmed down, but the little gold mouse was restless, and it spoke to Duan Lingtian with a childish voice. Its tone was firm and resolute. Little gold, don't cause trouble. Duan Lingtian glared angrily at the little gold mouse. Big brother, I'm not causing trouble. I've already discussed it with Little Black and Little White. We're going to that place. Once we come out from there, we'll come back to look for Big Brother. At that time, we'll be able to help Big Brother even better. The little gold mouse continued speaking with a childish voice. Discussed it? With Little Black and Little White? Wasn't Little Gold always on bad terms with them? For a time, Duan Lingtian was slightly bewildered. When these three little fellows were together, it was truly a headache. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and he was just unwilling to allow the three little fellows to take the risk. But the stubbornness of the three little fellows had completely exceeded his imagination, and they were unwilling to stay behind no matter what. In the end, Duan Lingtian was completely at his wits' end. At the same time, his heart was filled with dissatisfaction towards Qing Nu. If it wasn't for this old fellow constantly encouraging the three little fellows, how could the three little fellows have changed their minds? Duan Lingtian gnashed his teeth with hatred towards Qing Nu. If anything happens to the three little fellows in the future, then even if she's someone by Xuanai's side, I'll still kill her. At that time, don't blame me for not knowing how to respect the elderly. Duan Lingtian swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest that he would be able to possess a strength that surpassed Qing Nu in the future. Putting aside his outstanding innate talent and the concept fragment and profundity fragment in his hands, he was still in possession of the profundity fragment. Even the great treasure vault left behind by the Samsara Emperor Wu in the foreign lands and the rebirth pills were sufficient to allow him to possess a cultivation speed that far exceeded an ordinary person. Swoosh! A gust of wind whistling sounded out, and the little gold mouse had left Duan Lingtian's shoulder to arrive on Han Xuanai's shoulder. Swish! Swish! The two little pythons weren't willing to fall behind and returned to Han Xuanai's wrist. Big brother Lingtian, don't worry, I'll take good care of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. Since it had already come to this, Han Xuanai didn't know what to say, and could only continue to console Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and was slightly dispirited. Big brother Lingtian, we'll be leaving first. Han Xuanai and the three little fellows bid their farewells to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, Han Xuanai even glanced at the three-eyed flame tiger before leaving. Big guy, obediently send Big Brother Lingtian back to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. If I find out that you're disobedient, I'll surely freeze you into a popsicle. Oh. The three-eyed flame tiger's body lightly trembled when it heard Han Xuanai's threat. But if one looked carefully, one would be able to notice that in the depths of the three-eyed flame tiger's gaze, there was a faint sheen of excitement mixed within. I can finally get rid of this little she-devil. The three-eyed flame tiger roared excitedly in its heart, and it was overjoyed from excitement. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian ascended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger and sent off Han Xuanai and Qing Nu with his gaze. The two of them even brought along the three little fellows. Little Gold, Little Black, Little White, nothing must happen to all of you. Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart when he saw Han Xuanai's figure vanish before his eyes. Instantly, the scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was dragged along by the three-eyed flame tiger to flash out towards the direction of the capital. All along the way, the three-eyed flame tiger roared excitedly without end, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Looks like this big fellow was really bullied by Han Xuanai earlier to the point it had a belly full of pent-up anger. Now that Han Xuanai had left, that pent-up anger had completely erupted. Duan Lingtian shook his head and paid no further attention to the three-eyed flame tiger before directly sitting down to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Not long after, Duan Lingtian had already immersed his entire body and mind into cultivating, and he seemed to have forgotten the time. He only knew how to ceaselessly cultivate. The origin energy within his body seemed to have transformed into a vast river that ceaselessly flowed through the meridians within Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian's cultivation was increasing at every moment. The three-eyed flame tiger quickly sent Duan Lingtian back to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Whereas Duan Lingtian had returned to the estate the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Duan Lingtian. Not long after he entered the estate, Duan Lingtian heard someone call out to him from behind. When he turned around, he saw the person that called out to him with a single glance. Su Li? You've gone out as well? The person that called out to Duan Lingtian was none other than Su Li. At this moment, Su Li had obviously just returned from outside. I just went out for a walk. Su Li lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he thought in his heart. I've been out for a few months this time. I wonder what changes Su Li's cultivation has undergone. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force silently stretched out to envelop Su Li's body. It detected Su Li's current cultivation at the first possible moment. How could this be possible? At practically the instant his spiritual force detected Su Li's cultivation, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly, and his heart was filled with shock. Heavens! What have I detected? Su Li is actually at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage as well. This was the source of Duan Lingtian's shock. Su Li's current cultivation was actually no different than his. He was extremely clear in his heart about the fortuitous encounters Su Li obtained to possess this cultivation. But how did Su Li advance so quickly? Could it be a spirit fruit? If it's really a spirit fruit, then it's understandable. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But it can be seen from this that the master behind Su Li isn't simple at all. What a joke! Would a person that was able to use a spirit fruit to advance Su Li's cultivation to such an extent be an ordinary person? Duan Lingtian, you've left for a slightly long time this time. Did you obtain any special gains? Su Li asked. I didn't obtain any special gains, and I only obtained some comprehension in terms of concept. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Su Li walked together and returned to their own courtyards. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he couldn't help but sigh when he felt the cold atmosphere. All of them have left. Only I remain. Chapter 633. I wonder how Kerr and Little Fei are now. But since they've entered a power in the foreign lands and obtained the favor of the higher-ups of the powers, their cultivations have surely advanced by leaps and bounds. Guisu, their strengths might have already far surpassed me now. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had thought of his 2 fiancées. In the blink of an eye, he hadn't seen his 2 fiancées for a few years. He missed them greatly in his heart. Little Fei, wait for me, I'll come look for the both of you very soon. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd suddenly taken stimulants, and he shuddered before instantly sitting up from the bed. He held a mid-grade origin stone and wind concept fragment in his hand before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Vast origin energy surged within Duan Lingtian's body and filled the meridians throughout his body before finally converging together and gushing into his dantian. No matter what, I must become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only by becoming eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would I have the chance to join a formidable power in the foreign lands. Only by joining a formidable power in the foreign lands would I be able to possess a trump card to protect myself in the foreign lands. With my current strength, if I were to walk out of the foreign lands by myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to walk far before being killed. Only by leaving the foreign lands would I be able to look for Kerr and Little Fei, and only then would I be able to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the Emperor Wu during his second lifetime. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he drew a perfect blueprint for his future. All of this was the motivation that ceaselessly pushed him forward. After he returned from the Sword Monarch's treasure, Duan Lingtian stayed in his courtyard to cultivate and didn't leave. Over 2 months later, on the bed in his room, Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged there, had an instantly tense expression, and he seemed to have encountered something. At the same time, the origin energy in his body surged out like waves of tempestuous waves. The tempestuous waves swept out and charged towards the final bottleneck between the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage and the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Bang! A light sound rang out as Duan Lingtian's origin energy smoothly broke through the bottleneck, and the origin energy in his entire body underwent a transformation along with it. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes, and there was a slight excitement on his face. His cultivation had finally broken through smoothly to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. If others were to find out that Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage 3 months ago and had broken through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage now, moreover, he hadn't consumed any spirit fruits, their jaws would probably be shocked off. Only Duan Lingtian was not surprised. With my natural talent that was transformed from the 10,000-year stalactite milk and coupled with the assistance of origin stones, spending 3 months of time to advance from the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage is nothing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Presently, only half a year remains before the Dynasty Martial competition begins. If nothing unexpected happens, I ought to be able to break through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage in half a year. Although it was slightly unhappy, it didn't dare show it. Who knew if the fellow on its back would tell on it to the little she-devil? If the little she-devil were to know that it had neglected this fellow, then wouldn't the little she-devil freeze it into a popsicle? With the three-eyed flame tiger's speed, it wasn't long before Duan Lingtian once again arrived at Milky Way City. After entering Milky Way City, Duan Lingtian directly went to the treasure-gathering pavilion. Brother Lingtian, you're so anxious to find me, is there something you need? The Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master, Xianxia, had a bewildered expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Pavilion Master Xiang. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point and spoke of the reason for his visit. I came this time because I want you to take care of something for me. I want a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists. Besides the Spirit Void Fruit Pavilion Master Xiang gave me the other day, any other spirit fruit is fine. Xianxia was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, someone by your side is participating in the Dynasty Martial competition? The Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial competition was half a year from now. Presently, practically everyone in the Dark Han Dynasty was discussing this grand event. At the same time, there were already many powers throughout the Dark Han Dynasty that had spread the word that they were willing to pay an extremely high price to exchange for spirit fruits used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists. Practically all these powers had young geniuses that were preparing to participate in the Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial competition. Every member of every power hoped that the young geniuses of their powers would be able to become eminent in the Dynasty Martial competition and win the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. So, they spared no expense to wantonly gather spirit fruits used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists. I'll participate myself. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke directly. Participate yourself? Xianxia was stunned. When Duan Lingtian came to ask about spirit fruits used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists, his reaction at the first possible moment was that someone by Duan Lingtian's side wanted to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition, whereas Duan Lingtian was looking for spirit fruits for that person. It wasn't that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian himself intended to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition, but Duan Lingtian was truly too young. Moreover, he'd only heard 2 months ago that Duan Lingtian was only a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. With Duan Lingtian's age, being able to possess such a cultivation meant that in terms of natural talent, it was already sufficient to shock others. But if it was just this little bit of cultivation, it was practically impossible for Duan Lingtian to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was precisely because of this that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian himself wanted to participate in the dynasty martial competition. Yes. Duan Lingtian wasn't impatient when faced with Xiang Ying's repeated questions, and he nodded. Xiang Ying returned to his senses and laughed bitterly. Brother Lingtian, I can only say that I'll try my best. The main reason is that the dynasty martial competition is about to arrive, and not only are the various powers of the Dark Han dynasty searching for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists, even the various empires are paying attention to the news of spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. Now, so long as spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists appear, it utterly wouldn't be long before it would be directly bought at a high price. As he finished speaking, Xiang Ying shook his head and sighed. As the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, he was clearly aware of how many people had come to the treasure-gathering pavilion to ask about spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists in the recent period of time. So he knew. At this moment, the spirit fruits that were used by void initiation stage martial artists were extremely rare and precious. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't surprised by this. Then I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master Xiang to help me pay attention. If Pavilion Master Xiang is able to obtain spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists besides the spirit void fruit, then I can ask Master to lend you a grade 3 spirit weapon for Pavilion Master Xiang to study properly. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiang Ying and spoke slowly. As he finished speaking, there was no lack of temptation in his voice. Whereas this temptation was undoubtedly enormous to a grade 4 weapons craftsman like Xiang Ying. Brother Lingtian, is this true? Xiang Ying looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a serious expression. At the same time, his breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows that didn't stop for a long time. Of course it's true. Duan Lingtian nodded. Don't worry, Brother Lingtian. During this period of time, I'll surely do my best to search for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists and the ageless root for you. Xiang Ying vowed solemnly. If Pavilion Master Xiang is able to help me find the ageless root, then I can promise you on behalf of my master to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for you. Of course, you have to prepare the materials yourself. Duan Lingtian continued to add fuel to the fire. Chapter 634. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon? That was something that Xiang Ying dreamt of obtaining. As a grade 4 weapons craftsman, his greatest dream was to be able to advance a step further in the Tao of weapons refinement and become a grade 3 weapons craftsman. But even though Xiang Ying always had this dream, he didn't have the slightest confidence in realizing it. Because he'd seen with his own 2 eyes that many grade 4 weapons craftsmen hadn't touched the threshold to become a grade 3 weapons craftsman until the moment they died of old age. Of course, Xiang Ying knew that the reason these weapons craftsmen were like this was mostly because they hadn't come into contact with a grade 3 spirit weapon. A grade 3 weapons craftsman hadn't appeared in the Dark Han dynasty for a few thousands of years. On the other hand, the only grade 3 spirit weapon in the Dark Han dynasty that was possessed by the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family was also the only grade 3 spirit weapon that was known to all in the Dark Han dynasty. But this grade 3 spirit weapon was taken to be a precious treasure by the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and no matter who it was, they were unable to borrow it. Xiang Ying had once negotiated with the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family many times with the intention of seeing the grade 3 spirit weapon's elegance, but he was refused every single time without exception. It was precisely because of this that it set off the rarity and preciousness of a grade 3 spirit weapon. Yet now, when he heard he had a chance to obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon, Xianxia was completely unable to sit still. Brother Lingtian, I'll go instruct my subordinates right now. Under Duan Lingtian's slightly astounded gaze, Xianxia seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that instantly vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Not long after, Xianxia returned once more. Brother Lingtian, if there's news of the spirit fruit and ageless root you require, how should I go find you? Since you intend to participate in the dynasty martial competition, I presume you ought to be heading to our Dark Han dynasty's capital, right? Xianxia asked. Meanwhile, Xianxia's tone became hurried, as if he'd already found the thing Duan Lingtian required. You can go directly to the capital. I usually stay at the estate the Darkstone Empire purchased in the capital. That estate is called the Darkstone Estate. Duan Lingtian said to Xianxia. All right, Darkstone Estate, I'll remember it. Xianxia nodded. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Pavilion Master Xiang, we'll meet again. I'll wait for your good news. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, Duan Lingtian left the Jubao Pavilion and left Han River City. He did not go anywhere else but directly returned to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Now, with Pavilion Master Xiang helping me, even if I'm unable to find the ageless root for the time being, I ought to be able to have some leads on the spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. I only hope that he'll be able to help me find it as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. So long as he was able to break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition, he had the confidence to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Once again returning to the capital, Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to return. Feng Clan. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as a graceful figure appeared in his mind. This figure wore a fiery red robe and danced gracefully as if she had turned into a burning flame. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian gradually closed his eyes as slight recollection appeared on his face. Feng Tianwu. The young woman he met in Phoenix Nest City when he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for the first time and arrived at the Darkstone Empire. He still remembered. Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and if she was unable to deal with it before the age of 30, then her body would explode and she would die at the age of 30. Now, since I've arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's capital, I ought to pay a visit to the Feng clan city governor Feng and take a look at Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he had a plan. Big brother, do you know how to get to the Feng clan? Duan Lingtian swiftly stopped a passerby on the street and asked politely with a light smile on his face. I don't. The passerby waved his hand impatiently before going around Duan Lingtian and leaving with large strides. Duan Lingtian could only look at the next passerby that passed by. Big brother, do you know where the Feng clan is? This time, Duan Lingtian withdrew a 1,000 gold note and waved it before the passerby. I know. Of course I know. The passerby's eyes lit up when he saw the gold note, and he spoke hurriedly and excitedly. Meanwhile, the passerby that went around Duan Lingtian and walked in front heard the words of the passerby behind him as well. As he turned around, he secretly exclaimed, "There's still someone that's so willing to help others these days? It's truly rare." But when he turned around and saw the violet-clothed young man that asked him the question earlier had actually withdrawn a 1,000 gold note and passed it over to another passerby, he was completely dumbstruck. I only answered a question and obtained a 1,000 gold note? For a time, he was extremely regretful and hated himself for being too impatient and actually missing this rare opportunity. He swore in his heart. If someone asked for directions in the future, he would surely not be impatient and would patiently answer the person that asked for directions. All this was something that Duan Lingtian would never know. Presently, after he found out the location of the Feng clan estate that the Feng clan resided in, he directly walked over. Not long after, Duan Lingtian stood before the door of a vast estate. This vast estate was dazzling and magnificent, and it looked to not be the slightest bit inferior to the imperial palace. It could be seen from this that the power this estate represented wasn't simple in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty. This Feng clan is really extraordinary. A mere estate's door is comparable to the city gate of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. As he looked at the door before him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the enormous plaque on the door of the estate. On it, 3 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Feng clan. That Feng character. Suddenly, seeming to have sensed something, Duan Lingtian's burning gaze stared at the Feng character on the plaque. On this Feng character, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed the aura of an inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into it, bang! At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of invisible energy surging toward him. Subsequently, his mind became clear. At the same time, a shocking scene appeared before his eyes. In the scene, an exceedingly enormous flying beast floated in the sky, and its entire body emitted an extremely beautiful crimson-red sheen. The body of the flying beast blazed with boundless flames, and it was like a happy fire spirit. Phoenix. Even though Duan Lingtian had never seen a flying beast like this in the past, this flying beast was similar to a phoenix. However, this type of flying demon beast was slightly similar to the legendary divine beast, the phoenix, so it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to link the two together. Most importantly, this scene was in the form of an inscription formation, and it existed within the word Feng on the plaque of the Feng clan estate's entrance. It caused one to be unable to refrain from daydreaming. Duan Lingtian walked out with large strides and headed towards the entrance of the Feng clan estate. In next to no time, the guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate abruptly stood out, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous guardian deities that obstructed Duan Lingtian's path. These Feng clan guards wore fiery red clothes, and the space between their brows was filled with seriousness, causing them to seem to possess an overbearing aura. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop these Feng clan guards and detect their cultivations. The strongest amongst these Feng clan guards was at the 9th level of the void prying stage, and the weakest was at the 7th level of the void prying stage. This caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly speechless. I truly never imagined that the clan Tianwu is so terrifying. A martial artist at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above is actually only a guard of the clan she's from. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. What are you here for? Meanwhile, the one and only 9th level void prying stage martial artist amongst the Feng clan guards stood out and stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a low voice. I've come to look for someone. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke slowly. Who are you looking for? The Feng clan guard pursued the root of the matter. I'm looking for Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian directly stated the reason he'd come. Feng Tianwu? The group of Feng clan guards couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Tianwu? Does our Feng clan have such a person? Instantly, many Feng clan guards looked at each other, and some even couldn't help but mutter. Although their voices were soft, it was completely heard by Duan Lingtian, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Can't be. These people actually don't recognize Tianwu? Little brother, have you come to the wrong place? Our Feng clan doesn't have a person called Feng Tianwu. In next to no time, the Feng clan guard in the lead spoke to Duan Lingtian. There's no person called Feng Tianwu? The Feng clan guard's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned for a time. Are you sure your Feng clan doesn't have a person called Feng Tianwu? In the end, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and asked. No. In the end, the answer Duan Lingtian obtained was still the same. Then I want to ask, how many Feng clans are there in the capital of the Darkhan dynasty? Duan Lingtian asked. In the capital of the Darkhan dynasty, there's only our Feng clan. The Feng clan guard answered Duan Lingtian patiently. Only the Feng clan? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, when these Feng clan guards said their Feng clan didn't have a person called Feng Tianwu, he thought he'd come to the wrong place. He'd even once guessed that it was very likely that a second Feng clan existed in the capital of the Darkhan dynasty. And Feng Tianwu was in that Feng clan. But now, the words of the Feng clan guard caused Duan Lingtian to realize that he didn't come to the wrong place. This place was the Feng clan he was looking for. But, they actually don't know Tianwu? How could this be possible? I want to confirm if the person I'm looking for is really in your Feng clan. If all of you haven't heard of Feng Tianwu, then do all of you know Feng Wudao? Duan Lingtian looked at the Feng clan guard and asked a step further. Feng Wudao. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when he spoke these words, the expressions of the group of Feng clan guards went completely pale. These Feng clan guards originally had casual expressions. But right at the instant they finished speaking, they simultaneously revealed expressions of reverence. Chapter 635. When he saw the reverence that the group of Feng clan guards revealed, Duan Lingtian knew that he hadn't found the wrong place. This place was precisely the Feng clan that Feng Wudao spoke of that day. But, how could these members of the Feng clan not know Tianwu? This caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely puzzled. Right at this moment, the Feng clan guard in the lead was the first to recover from his shock, and he took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. Young master, you know the eldest master? Eldest master? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he reacted to what had happened. This Feng clan guard was precisely speaking of Feng Wudao. Yes, I know him. I came here precisely for the sake of looking for him. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he saw Duan Lingtian agree, the Feng clan guard looked at Duan Lingtian once more, and there was slight reverence in his eyes. I've offended you earlier, please forgive me, young master. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. It's fine. I wonder if you can help me notify him? Young master, please follow me. The Feng clan guard didn't go in to notify him, and he directly called out to Duan Lingtian instead. Then he led the way in front and led Duan Lingtian into the Feng clan estate. As for the other Feng clan guards, they stood at the sides and looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian's figure that was disappearing into the distance. The eldest master hasn't appeared before others for many years. I never imagined that such a young man would actually know the eldest master. Yeah, the eldest master is an unreachable legend in our Feng clan. According to rumor, if it wasn't for the eldest master having no interest in the position of patriarch of our Feng clan, the current patriarch of our Feng clan would surely be the eldest master. I've heard of this as well. Supposedly, the eldest master's strength has already attained the acme of perfection, and it's even not inferior to our Feng clan's two ancestors. All the Feng clan guards whispered in discussion. All of their words were filled with reverence towards Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao, the eldest master of the Feng clan, and the big brother of the current Feng clan patriarch, his status in the Feng clan wasn't inferior to the patriarch in the slightest, and he directly chased after the two great ancestors. Duan Lingtian had learned all of this from the Feng family's general as he followed behind him. Never would I have expected that city master Feng from back then to have such a background. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. At the same time, Duan Lingtian curiously asked the Feng clan guard that led the way ahead. Big brother, I see that your Feng clan estate is extremely grand, and it isn't much inferior to the imperial palace. Your Feng clan's status in the Dark Han dynasty ought to not be low, right? Duan Lingtian's words were actually just a test. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Feng clan general revealed a proud expression, and at the same time he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Young master, you're probably not a member of our Dark Han dynasty, right? How do you know? Duan Lingtian was stunned. If young master is a member of the Dark Han dynasty, then it's impossible for him to not understand our Feng clan. The Feng clan guard lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. In his heart, he faintly realized that the Feng clan was probably in existence with an extraordinary status in the Dark Han dynasty. Meanwhile, the Feng clan guard looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian and asked, I wonder how I should address you, young master? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian spoke frankly. So it's young master Lingtian? If I'm not wrong, young Master Ling Tian's appearance in the Dark Han dynasty is most probably for the sake of the dynasty martial competition, right? As the Feng clan guard finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lington. Exactly. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it, and then he asked with slight surprise. How did you see through it? Logically speaking, it's truly difficult for others to connect me with the dynasty martial competition with my age. Indeed. The dynasty martial competition gathered the most outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty and the young geniuses that stood out from the various empires. Normally speaking, these young geniuses were practically all existences around the age of 35. It was extremely difficult for people to connect a young man around the age of 25 like Duan Lingtian with the dynasty martial competition. Young Master Lingtian, I'm actually guessing as well. Since you know the eldest master, then you naturally can't look at him with an ordinary gaze. The Feng clan guard smiled as a matter of course. As he spoke, he revealed extreme blind adoration towards the eldest master of the Feng clan, Feng Wudao. This works as well? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. At the same time, Duan Lingtian deeply realized Feng Wudao's status in the Feng clan. He wasn't the patriarch, yet surpassed the patriarch. With the status of city governor Feng in the Feng clan. Logically speaking, as his daughter, Tian Wu ought to be familiar to the members of the Feng clan. But why do they just happen to not know Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled about this. But he didn't directly ask this Feng clan guard. I'll wait until I see City Governor Feng or Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The Feng clan estate was extremely vast, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Darkstone Empire's imperial palace. There were numerous servants and maidservants bustling about on the way. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed behind the Feng clan guard and headed all the way towards the east of the Feng clan estate. In the end, they stood before an exceedingly vast estate. This estate was an estate within an estate, and it stood within the Feng clan estate with its door tightly shut, as if it was completely isolated from everything outside. Young Master Lingtian, this is the estate that the eldest master resides in. The Feng clan guard looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke respectfully. Subsequently, he took 2 steps forward and knocked on the door of the estate. After a short moment, the door of the estate was slowly opened. An aged figure appeared behind the door. This was an old woman. The old woman had an aged appearance and wore green clothes, and she looked like a rotten old woman. But if one looked carefully, one would notice that there seemed to be 2 strands of bright lights leaping about in the depths of the old woman's eyes. This old woman wasn't simple. Senior Su. The Feng clan guard bowed respectfully when facing the old woman. Is there something you need? The old woman didn't even raise her head as she spoke indifferently. Senior. Before the Feng clan guard spoke, Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain himself from speaking first. He recognized this old woman. The old woman was none other than the Grandma Su he'd met in the Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate that day. She was also someone that followed by Tian Wu's side. At that time, for the sake of Tian Wu, Grandma Su didn't even hesitate to kneel before him, and her loyalty to Tian Wu was something that the heavens and the earth could bear witness to. Duan Lingtian had always felt respect towards Grandma Su. Duan Lingtian's voice broke the slightly silent atmosphere at the scene. On the other hand, Grandma Su finally raised her head slowly, and she noticed Duan Lingtian who stood behind the Feng clan guard with a single glance. Young Master Lingtian. Grandma Su's muddy eyes flickered with bright lights when she saw Duan Lingtian, and she spoke out with slight pleasant surprise. On the other hand, when the Feng clan guard saw the old woman lose her composure and call out Duan Lingtian's name, he truly realized that Duan Lingtian wasn't simple. What a joke! He was extremely clear about who this old woman before him was. Supposedly, this old woman was once the personal servant girl by the side of the wife of the previous patriarch of the Feng clan, and she herself was an expert with extraordinary strength. Presently, even if it was the Feng clan's patriarch, he would still have to be respectful when facing her. She only had to say a single word to control the life and death of a Feng clan guard like him. Senior, long time no see. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to Grandma Su, and it could be considered as a greeting. Grandma Su didn't mind and called out to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Lingtian, please come in. When Duan Lingtian walked into the estate within the estate before him, he didn't forget to turn around and nod to the Feng clan guard. Sorry for the trouble. Young Master Lingtian, you're too courteous. The Feng clan guard hurriedly replied humbly. The Feng clan guard only took a deep breath when the estate within the estate before him was closed, and then he turned around and left. His heart was filled with shock. Earlier, even if it was Senior Su, he was extremely respectful when facing that young man. Even those young masters of our Feng clan weren't treated like this by Senior Su. He wouldn't be the eldest master's illegitimate son, right? As he thought about this, the Feng clan guard couldn't help but guess in his heart. Of course, he only dared to guess. If he dared speak of this guess of his, then even if he had 10 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Presently, Duan Lingtian followed Grandma Su into the estate within the Feng clan estate, and this estate belonged to the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao. Young Master Lingtian, when did you come to the capital? Grandma Su led Duan Lingtian in as she asked. I've been here for some time. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and then he asked. Senior, are city governor Feng and Tianwu here? Grandma Su shook her head. The eldest master and the young miss went out last month, and they'll probably be gone for some time. But they'll surely be able to rush back before the dynasty martial competition. They went out? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Looks like I've really come at the wrong time. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was invited into the main hall at the center of the estate by Grandma Su, and she brewed a pot of tea for Duan Lingtian. There wasn't a single servant or maidservant in the entire estate, and it was cold and cheerless. Elder Kong isn't here as well? Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings and asked. Grandma Su nodded. Elder Kong has gone out with the eldest master and the young miss. Young Master Lingtian, you probably didn't come to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital especially for the sake of looking for the eldest master and the young miss, right? Duan Lingtian had said earlier that he'd already arrived at the Dark Han Dynasty's capital for some time, and this obviously showed that Duan Lingtian hadn't come here only for the sake of the Feng clan. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I've precisely come for the Dynasty Martial Competition. Dynasty Martial Competition? Grandma Su was slightly surprised. Could it be that young Master Lingtian has come representing the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian continued nodding. For a time, the gaze Grandma Su shot at Duan Lingtian had completely changed. I never imagined that in a short few years, young Master Lingtian's strength would actually improve so swiftly, and he even became eminent amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian spoke modestly. Grandma Su shook her head. She'd lived for more than half her life, so she naturally wouldn't believe that this was luck. As expected of the man the young miss is destined to be. Extraordinary as expected. Chapter 636. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at Grandma Su and said curiously, I asked those Feng clan guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate earlier. They seemed to not know of the existence of Tianwu. This was something that Duan Lingtian was deeply puzzled about until now. Feng Tianwu was the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao. Logically speaking, everyone in the Feng clan ought to know of her. But those Feng clan guards seemed as if they'd utterly not heard that the Feng clan possessed a figure like Feng Tianwu. This isn't strange. Grandma Su shook her head and said slowly, to a certain extent, the existence of the young miss isn't acknowledged by our Feng clan. In our Feng clan, only the people by the eldest master's side and the young miss's side, and some higher-ups of the Feng clan know of the young miss's existence. All along, the higher-ups of the Feng clan have intentionally concealed the existence of the young miss to the outside world. So, In the Feng clan, not to mention those clan generals, servants, and servant girls, even some young direct line disciples don't know of the existence of the young Mississippi. As she finished speaking, Grandma Su sighed. Why did the Feng clan's higher-ups do this? Duan Lingtian frowned. Because of the Feng clan's face. Grandma Su spoke slowly. Face? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Could it be that Tian Wu's existence can affect the Feng clan's face? What sort of explanation is this? If young Master Ling Tian has the time, then this old woman will disturb young Master Ling Tian. Allow young Master Ling Tian to understand the cause of this matter. Suddenly, Grandma Su sat down at the side. I have the time. Duan Lington nodded, and he was filled with curiosity towards the cause of this matter. At this moment, Grandma Su slowly opened her mouth. Many years ago, beneath the imperial family in the Darkhan dynasty, there were two great clans that reigned supreme. These two great clans were respectively our Feng clan and the Long clan. Our Feng clan and Long clan have always been like fire and water. In the end, we even completely shed all pretenses and caused a storm of blood. The two great clans started an unprecedented battle. At that time, the battle between the two great clans was so intense that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine. The upper echelons of the two great clans all swore that they would exterminate the other clan and completely exterminate the other clan's bloodline. 30 years ago, our Feng clan schemed against the Long clan and killed numerous void interpretation stage experts. Since then, the Long clan was suppressed by our Feng clan and was even almost annihilated by our Feng clan. And it was at that time that no one would have imagined that the son of our Feng clan's patriarch, the eldest young master of the Feng clan, would actually save the third young miss of the Long clan and even have deep feelings for her. When the old patriarch found out about this matter, it was already many years later. At that time, our Feng clan's eldest young master and Long clan's third young miss had already given birth to a daughter. That time, the old patriarch was angered to death. The Long clan's third young miss blamed herself and chose to commit suicide. At that time, only a single bloodline remained in the Long clan, and that was, when Grandma Su spoke up to hear, she was already sighing repeatedly. That was Tian Wu, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Grandma Su nodded. As expected. Duan Lingtian's gaze was complicated. When Grandma Su spoke of this story, he'd guessed that the Feng clan's eldest young master in the story was Feng Wudao, whereas the Long clan's third young miss was Tian Wu's mother. Tian Wu possessed the bloodline of both the Long clan and Feng clan. What happened after that? Did City Governor Feng protect Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian asked. After arriving in this world for so long, he had a certain level of understanding towards some things in this world. A great clan like the Feng clan attached great importance to face. The Feng clan's old patriarch was angered to death because he felt that his son had brought shame to the Feng clan, and it was because he didn't teach his son well. Duan Lingtian was able to imagine it. After Tian Wu's mother committed suicide, all the higher-ups of the Feng clan would surely cut off the last trace of the Long clan's bloodline for the sake of the vow the Feng clan had once made. Feng Tianwu? No. Grandma Su shook her head. At that time, even though the eldest young master's strength could be said to be at the top amongst his peers, he wasn't a match for that group of old fellows. At that time, it was the Lord Priest and Elder Kong that interfered and protected the young Miss's life. But from that time onwards, the higher-ups of the Feng clan came to an agreement to not allow outsiders to know of all this. Whereas the young miss was hidden away, and from then on, she followed by the side of the former eldest young master, the current eldest young master, and lived in seclusion. It was precisely because of this that very few people in the Feng clan knew of the young miss's existence. Grandma Su finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian let out a long sigh. I truly never imagined that Tian Wu had such a complicated past. Does Tian Wu know of all this? She doesn't. Grandma Su shook her head, and her expression gradually became serious. Young Master Lingtian, you must not mention this matter to the young miss no matter what. Otherwise, I'm afraid the young miss will find it difficult to accept. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. He was able to imagine. If Tianwu found out about this matter, she would probably be overwhelmed with pain. My grandfather was angered to death by me and my parents. Whereas my mother committed suicide because of the death of my grandfather, most importantly, the other half of the bloodline in her body belonged to the Long clan. Whereas the Long clan was annihilated by the Feng clan. If Tianwu were to find out the truth of all this, then how would she deal with it? Duan Lingtian found it difficult to imagine. So up until now, the best solution was to never allow Tianwu to find out about this secret. She's truly a little girl with a fate full of misfortune. Her background is so pitiful, and she even possesses the fire spirit body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt even more pity towards Feng Tianwu in his heart. Young Master Lingtian, the young miss will be participating in the Dynasty Martial competition this time. At that time, the young miss will officially make an appearance before everyone. As Grandma Su spoke up to hear, she revealed a rare smile. Are the Feng clan higher-ups willing to allow Tianwu to make an appearance before everyone? Duan Lingtian asked. Now, it's already beyond their control. Grandma Su spoke slowly, and the space between her brows revealed strong confidence. It's beyond their control? Duan Lingtian was first stunned, and then he recovered from his shock and guessed the meaning contained within Grandma Su's words. Looks like City Governor Feng doesn't have to care about the feelings of that group of Feng clan higher-ups anymore. But even if Tianwu makes an appearance before everyone, her identity will probably be intentionally concealed. This was something Duan Lingtian could confirm. He believed it. As Tianwu's father, for the sake of Tianwu, City Governor Feng would absolutely not allow Tianwu to know of her background. But there was one thing he could be sure of. That was, Tianwu, the only daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, would be known by the world from today onwards and receive great honor and favor. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian was happy for Tianwu as well. Tianwu finally didn't have to conceal herself any longer. This little girl with a fate full of misfortune. I hope a method to deal with her fire spirit body can be found. Presently, my true age is almost approaching 30 years old. But up until now, there are still no signs of awakening an innate spirit body. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even though he'd been taken to be the man that Feng Tianwu was destined to be. But up until now, he was utterly unable to help Feng Tianwu deal with the latent threat of the fire spirit body. Perhaps that prophecy is wrong after all. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Young Master Lingtian, why don't you stay here first and wait for the eldest master and the young miss to return? Grandma Su suggested. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have a place to stay. Since City Governor Feng and Tianwu will return before the Dynasty Martial competition, then I'll naturally have the chance to meet them at that time. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells and left. Grandma Su sent Duan Lingtian all the way to the entrance of the Feng clan estate. This caused the group of guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate to be dumbstruck. They only recovered from their shock when Grandma Su left and Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Senior Su actually personally sent this young master out. Who exactly is he? As someone by the side of the eldest master, Senior Su has always lived in seclusion. Even if it's the group of young masters and young misses in the clan, Senior Su doesn't pay the slightest attention to them. Yet this young man is able to make her treat him like this. It's truly shocking. Many Feng clan guards whispered in discussion. On the other hand, the Feng clan guard that brought Duan Lingtian in earlier maintained a calm expression from the beginning until the end. He wasn't surprised by everything that happened earlier, because he'd noticed since long ago that the old woman had a respectful attitude towards the violet-clothed young man. Even though I didn't see City Governor Feng and Tianwu when I came to the Feng clan this time, but I found out about Tianwu's origins, so I didn't come here in vain. After Duan Lingtian left the Feng clan, he intended to return to the estate the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. When he passed by a restaurant, there just happened to be two middle-aged men that walked past Duan Lingtian. The conversation between the two of them drew Duan Lingtian's attention. The Zhang clan is probably going to be in the limelight this time. That eldest young master of the Zhang clan that returned has already broken through to the 8th level of the Void initiation stage at such a young age. It's truly shocking. Supposedly, the Zhang clan's eldest young master has already touched the threshold of the 9th level of the Void initiation stage. He has a chance of breaking through to the 9th level of the Void initiation stage when the Dynasty Martial competition begins. Looks like the Zhang clan will surely be able to obtain a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Eldest young master Zhang? Surname Zhang? For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that big brother Zhang, Zhang Shouyong, that he'd had some interactions with that day. Big brother Zhang seems to be a member of the Dark Han dynasty's Zhang clan. Could it be that the eldest young master Zhang they spoke of that has returned is big brother Zhang? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he strode out at the same time to stop the two people that were discussing animatedly. What are you doing? Chapter 637. I don't have any ill intent. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then said, I just want to ask the two of you. Is the Zhang clan eldest young master you speak of called Zhang Shouyong? Exactly. The two middle-aged men's expressions eased up slightly when they saw Duan Lingtian only asked about this, and they nodded. Do the two of you know how to get to the Zhang clan? Duan Lingtian asked again. You know the Zhang clan eldest young master? Meanwhile, the two middle-aged men reacted to Duan Lingtian's question, and their faces contained slight seriousness. No matter if it was the Zhang clan or the Zhang clan eldest young master. To them, they were existences that were far beyond their reach. He's my friend. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him for over 2 years. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed. The gazes the two middle-aged men before him looked at him with were completely different. There was slight reverence in their gazes. The Zhang clan estate of the Zhang clan is in, go that way. In next to no time, the two middle-aged men hurriedly pointed the way to the Zhang clan to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. After he found out the location of the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian thanked the two middle-aged men before leaving with large strides. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived outside a spacious estate. This Zhang clan estate is slightly smaller than the Feng clan estate. Looks like there's a certain distance between the Zhang clan and the Feng clan in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At the entrance to the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian was stopped by a few Zhang clan guards. Oh, what do you want? The Zhang clan guards looked vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. I'm looking for big brother Zhang, Zhang Shouyong. Duan Lingtian nodded to the Zhang clan guards and went straight to the point. You're a friend of the eldest young master? Instantly, the expressions of the Zhang clan guards eased up, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian seemed to contain slight respect. The eldest young master was a legend to these Zhang clan members. At that time, before the eldest young master left home, he was the top genius of their Zhang clan. This time, because of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, their eldest young master had returned to participate in the dynasty martial competition, and it had caused the confidence of their Zhang clan to increase greatly. As far as everyone in the Zhang clan was concerned, it wasn't difficult for their eldest young master to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with his strength. Now that they knew that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was their young master's friend, they naturally didn't dare to slight him. But, do you suspect that I'm an imposter? Your young master should be here, right? Bring me to him. If I'm an imposter, he'll be able to tell at a glance. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. No, we didn't mean that. That's right. We believe in you, young master. We believe in you. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Zhang family's guards panicked. What a joke. If the eldest young master found out that they suspected his friend, then wouldn't they lose a layer of skin in his rage? Young master, I'll bring you to see the eldest young master. In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard stood out and spoke respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed behind this Zhang clan guard to enter the Zhang clan estate. Under the lead of the Zhang clan guard, Duan Lingtian moved all along the way through the Zhang clan estate before finally arriving outside a courtyard. Someone as outstanding as little sister Li Fei is only one of your two close female friends. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. What? Big brother Zhang, you want to find another one as well? Duan Lingtian teased. Go away. Kid, don't get me into trouble. Zhang Shouyong glared at Duan Lingtian, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the pergola. Brother Lingtian, you've probably been here for a long time, right? Why have you only come to look for me now? Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Even though I came to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital a long time ago, I left for a period of time. I've only returned recently. Zhang Shouyong came to a sudden understanding, and then he said with a smile, I heard that amongst the young geniuses that came from the Darkstone Empire this time, there are some with good strengths. There's a person called Mo Xian that obtained the honor of being the #1 young expert in the Darkstone Empire during the Young Genius competition half a year ago? Duan Lingtian nodded. Half a year ago, during the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian was the last to appear, and he used a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage to suppress the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Even Duan Lingtian at that time didn't dare rashly go head-to-head with him. Of course, it was only at that time. Presently, Duan Lingtian felt that he wasn't afraid of Mo Xian. Unless Mo Xian had a fortuitous encounter like him, otherwise, it was impossible for Mo Xian to compare to him now. Presently, his cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage, and his spiritual force had even attained the level of the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. So long as a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist wasn't an inscription master, it would be impossible for the martial artist to escape the interference of the illusory space created by his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Moreover, relying on the wind concept fragment, at the same time that Duan Lingtian's cultivation rose swiftly, his comprehension of wind concept wasn't slow in the slightest. Presently, Duan Lingtian's elementary wind concept had already been comprehended to the 5th level. 5th level Void Initiation stage cultivation, 5th level wind concept. Coupled with his spiritual force at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. It was sufficient to allow Duan Lingtian to reign supreme amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. If it was said that amongst the other 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, the person he was most afraid of was undoubtedly his good friend, Su Li. Su Li had a mysterious and unfathomable master. Presently, Su Li's cultivation was probably not the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage that he saw the last time. After Su Li, the person that Duan Lingtian was more afraid of was Long Yun. Long Yun has a master as well, and his master isn't much inferior to Su Li's master. Perhaps, Long Yun's strength has already caught up to Mo Xian now. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, unless Mo Xian had fortuitous encounters like him, Su Li, and Long Yun. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Mo Xian to surpass the 3 of them in his entire lifetime. Are you confident in defeating him now? Zhang Shouyong stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that contained deep meaning. I don't dare say I'm confident. I'll only know after I try. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Big brother Zhang, I heard that your cultivation has already broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. When the Dynasty Martial competition arrives half a year from now, you even have a chance to break through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Zhang Shouyong smiled lightly. Not necessarily. Presently, I've only touched the threshold of the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, and there's still quite a distance for me to break through. Big brother Zhang, you're being modest. Duan Lingun shook his head, and then he asked curiously. Big brother Zhang, I wonder if your Earth concept. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted Duan Lingtian. Big brother, I heard you have a friend? A calm voice sounded out from afar. The voice sounded to be calm, yet Duan Lingtian was able to sense a trace of jealousy and hatred that wasn't obvious. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over. A robust young man around the age of 30 that wore blue clothes with a medium build walked over with large strides, and he walked into the pergola at the center of the lake in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zhang Shouyong stood up and glanced indifferently at this person before introducing to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this is my second brother, Zhang Shouyuan. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded to the robust young man, Zhang Shouyuan. No matter what, this person was Zhang Shouyong's second brother, and he couldn't be rude. But in next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. Chapter 638. Even a person made of clay had a temper. Zhang Shouyuan's attitude caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but frown. This is Big Brother Zhang's second brother? Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, this is my second brother of the same father. He refused to accept me since a young age and made it difficult for me at all times. This time, I suddenly returned and seized his limelight, causing him to be even more displeased. But his strength is inferior to me, yet he doesn't dare offend me directly. He's actually intentionally making it difficult for me by treating you like this now. You don't have to take it to heart. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Zhang Shouyuan's voice transmission. So they're brothers of the same father. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He was wondering why Zhang Shouyuan would have such a brother with his straightforward character. So it turned out that they grew up drinking milk from different mothers. No wonder. Big brother Zhang, don't worry, I'm not to the extent of making a fuss about it with him. Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied via voice transmission. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop Zhang Shouyuan. He detected Zhang Shouyuan's cultivation at the first possible moment. 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Needless to say, even though Zhang Shouyuan was slightly arrogant, his strength and natural talent weren't bad. His age wasn't much older than the young genius of the Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian, that had come to the capital with him, yet his cultivation seemed to have surpassed Mo Xian. Big brother, sit in this. What's your name again? After Zhang Shouyuan gestured for Zhang Shouyuan to sit, he looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned as he picked his ear. I'm sorry, my memory is bad and I forgot your name. You ought to not mind introducing yourself again, right? Zhang Shouyuan looked at Duan Lingun and narrowed his eyes as he asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhang Shouyuan as he spoke word by word. Duan Lingtian? This name isn't bad. It's arrogant enough. I just don't know if you're qualified to have such a crazy name. Zhang Shouyuan stared at Duan Lingtian with flowing light flickering in his eyes, and there was no lack of provocation. It's just a name. What qualifications do I need? Duan Lingtian shook his head and sat down again. He looked at Zhang Shouyong and said, Brother Zhang, we parted in a hurry last time, so I didn't have the chance to catch up with you. Today, after sister-in-law has prepared some good wine and delicacies, I will definitely drink with you until we're drunk. Good. Today, Brother Lingtian and I will drink until we're drunk. Zhang Shouyong withdrew his gaze from Zhang Shouyuan and looked towards Duan Lingtian as he laughed heartily. On the other hand, the expression of Zhang Shouyuan who stood at the side darkened completely. What an arrogant brat! Zhang Shouyuan stared at Duan Lingtian with a fierce glint in his eyes. In his opinion, a kid who looked to be around 25 years old actually dared to give him a hard time. He was simply courting death. Did they really think that he, Zhang Shouyuan, was a sick cat? Big brother. Zhang Shouyuan looked at Zhang Shouyong and lightly smiled as he asked. Earlier, even though I was far away, I still heard you and this friend of yours discussing the dynasty martial competition. He seems to have become eminent in the Darkstone Empire and is a young genius that has come to participate in the dynasty martial competition of our Darkhan dynasty? So what if he is? Zhang Shou-yong frowned and spoke with slight impatience. He was extremely clear about the ability of this second brother of his who shared the same father but a different mother. Subsequently, Zhang Shou-yuan looked at the surroundings and said to Duan Lingtian, "Brother Lingtian, even though we'll stop when it's appropriate, but because the space here is too small. If I'm careless and knock you into the lake and cause you to become a drenched rat, then you have to bear with it." As he finished speaking, Zhang Shou-yuan's eyes were filled with a mocking expression. It was as if he'd already seen the scenes of Duan Lingtian being blasted into the lake by him and being drowned. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, "But if you accidentally fall into the lake, then I hope you similarly bear with it." Of course. Zhang Shou-yuan replied with a smile, and he thought that Duan Lingtian was only sulking with him when he spoke these words. He really didn't take a young man over the age of 20 seriously. As far as he was concerned, after Duan Lingtian found out about his cultivation from his big brother, Duan Lingtian still dared to agree to spar with him. It was none other than because Duan Lingtian felt embarrassed and couldn't refuse. Actually, Duan Lingtian was already prepared to be bashed by Zhang Shou-yuan. What he had to do now was cooperate with Duan Lingtian and properly bash Duan Lingtian, and make Duan Lingtian enter the lake to sober up. In this way, he would be able to hold his head high before his big brother. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for getting acquainted with Zhang Shou-yong and becoming friends with him. Zhang Shou-yuan's heart was filled with boundless ruthlessness. Since it's like this, then please begin. Duan Lingtian left his seat and stood at the side of the pergola, and after he nodded to Zhang Shou-yuan, he waited for Zhang Shou-yuan to make a move. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't move like a mountain. Brother Lingtian is straightforward as expected. Since it's like this, then I won't hold back. Zhang Shou-yuan replied as the origin energy on his body pulsated, and it converged even more onto his legs. For a time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him before transforming into 8 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down while accumulating force and waiting to be deployed. Suddenly, Zhang Shou-yuan moved. Swoosh! Zhang Shou-yuan's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky above him, another 5 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. There seemed to be strands of blue-colored energy within the raging origin energy on Zhang Shou-yuan's body. 5th level water concept. At the instant Zhang Shou-yuan made a move, Zhang Shou-yong's heart rose to his throat, and his expression became slightly serious. He didn't know why Duan Lingtian would so readily accept his second brother's challenge. But if Duan Lingtian continued to persist, then it wasn't good for him to continue dissuading Duan Lingtian. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, this was only a spar, and Duan Lingtian would at most suffer some light injuries, and it wouldn't be anything serious. If his second brother dared attack ruthlessly, then he wouldn't stand by idly. Bring it on. When he saw Zhang Shou-yuan seem to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew over, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and 2 strands of faintly visible dim lights seemed to have appeared in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian utilized his soul skill. An illusory space was constructed by Duan Lingtian, and it swept out to envelop the body of Zhang Shou-yuan who'd pounced over. At this instant, a tremendous change occurred in the world Zhang Shou-yuan was in. Zhang Shou-yong was completely dumbstruck when he saw the scene before him. Heavens! What have I seen? The attack of his second brother, Zhang Shou-yuan, was about to cover the heavens and the earth as it descended onto Duan Lingtian and was about to blast Duan Lingtian flying. Right at the critical moment, Zhang Shouyuan took the initiative to move aside. Accurately speaking, Zhang Shouyuan turned to attack the air at the side, and he barely avoided Duan Lingtian, who stood on the spot without moving in the slightest. What's going on? The strange scene before him caused Zhang Shouyong to be dumbstruck. What's second young master doing? Meanwhile, in the surroundings of the pergola, many Zhang clan servants stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the scene before them. The scene before them was difficult to imagine, and they only felt it was unbelievable. In next to no time, everyone saw it again. Duan Lingtian, your strength isn't bad indeed, but I won't play with you any longer. Chapter 639. At this moment, a grade 5 spirit saber had appeared out of thin air in Zhang Shouyuan's hand, and the spirit saber whistled out as it slashed towards the lake. Instantly, the saber light condensed from origin energy combined with 5th level water concept whistled out to descend into the lake and forcefully split the water in the lake into two. Bang! Waves of water splashed out and drenched the clothes of Zhang Shouyuan, who stood in midair. Second young master wouldn't have gone mad, right? Some of the spectating Zhang clan servants felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this scene, and chills ran down their spines. When had they seen a similar scene? In next to no time, Zhang Shouyuan struck out with his saber once more, and the saber light whistled out once more to descend into the lake. Instantly, waves of water arose once more in the lake and splashed out towards the surroundings. For a time, the group of servants in the surroundings of the pergola in the lake were drenched by the waves of water. But no one paid attention to this. The gazes of everyone were still on the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. What's going on? In the pergola in the lake, Zhang Shouyong looked at the scene before him and was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. When he saw his second brother attacking the air and attacking the lake as if he'd gone mad, he was completely dumbstruck as well. In the end, he recovered from his shock and couldn't help but look at the nearby Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, he noticed. Presently, Duan Lingtian looked at his second brother with a calm expression, and he seemed to not be surprised by everything that had occurred before his eyes. His heart couldn't help but tremble. All of this? Could it be that brother Lingtian controlled it all? For a time, traces of fear arose in Zhang Shouyong's heart. There was no need to make a move, yet he was able to play with a dignified 6th level void initiation stage martial artist in the palm of his hand. What ability is this? For the first time, he felt Duan Lingtian was so unfamiliar. He still remembered that when he met Duan Lingtian for the first time a few years ago, it was at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only an extremely ordinary martial artist in his eyes. At that time, even if he were to face 100 or 1,000 Duan Lingtian, he would not feel any pressure. But now, for the first time in his life, he felt powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. That young man from the past had now grown to such an extent that he was completely unable to fathom him. If brother Lingtian's methods can affect me, then I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Moreover, the fear in his heart grew deeper and deeper along with the actions of his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, and it was difficult to eliminate. Duan Lingyan, do you dare not dodge? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyuan shouted explosively. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Shouyuan, who floated in the sky above the lake, lowered his head to look at the empty lake, and his eyes were suffused with a cold light. Let me see if you can continue fleeing. Whoosh! In the next moment, origin energy coiled around Zhang Shouyuan's body, and it was suffused with strands of dark blue-colored energy. His entire body seemed as if it was coiled by a layer of light mist, and he seemed to have transformed into a water dragon that charged into the lake with a bang. Zhang Shouyuan, who didn't put up an origin energy light barrier to resist the lake water, instantly became a drenched rat. Zhang Shouyuan didn't stop the movements of his hands while he was in the lake, and his spirit saber still swept out aimlessly in all directions. Instantly, The water in the entire lake splashed up and enveloped the entire lake and shore, and it seemed as if it was raining. Only the pergola at the center wasn't affected. Duan Linkan. Zhang Shou Yuan roared ceaselessly, and every time the spirit saber in his hand flashed out, he would shout out in shock, as if he was using this to boost his courage. The surrounding Zhang clan servants and maidservants grew in number. What's the second young master doing? The second young master wouldn't have really gone mad, right? It shouldn't be. In my opinion, he ought to be performing artificial rain for the eldest young master and the eldest young master's friends. With the relationship between the second young master and eldest young master, do you think there's such a possibility? The group of servants and maidservants discussed animatedly. The surrounding people grew in number, and in the end, many Zhang clan disciples came over after hearing the news. When they saw the scene before their eyes, they were completely dumbstruck. Second young master! Second young master! Many people charged into the lake with the intention of waking Zhang Shou Yuan up. But unfortunately, they hadn't even approached when they were struck by Zhang Shou Yuan's saber, and they could only retreat in panic, and all of them were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. What's wrong with the second young master? Why doesn't he even recognize us? When he sees us, he's like a hunter that has seen his prey, and he wishes for nothing more than to swallow us up. Could it be that it's really as they said, the second young master has gone mad? The group of Zhang clan disciples looked at each other. In the end, the surroundings of the lake was practically filled with people. Everyone was watching Zhang Shou Yuan's performance. Yuan. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in luxurious clothes flashed over, and in the blink of an eye, she'd arrived nearby Zhang Shou Yuan, who was in the lake. Her expression was especially unsightly. But when facing the middle-aged woman, Zhang Shou Yuan still ceaselessly struck out with his saber, and saber lights whistled out to sweep towards the middle-aged woman. With a raise of her hand, a spirit sword appeared in the middle-aged woman's hand, and her origin energy raged as sword concept followed like a shadow to obliterate Zhang Shou Yuan's saber lights. The middle-aged woman's cultivation surpassed Zhang Shou Yuan, and she'd already stepped into the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. It wasn't just that, she'd even comprehended 6th level sword concept. Coupled with a grade 5 spirit sword, she suppressed Zhang Shou Yuan. Second young master has really gone mad. She's his mother. Many Zhang clan members in the surroundings were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. The middle-aged woman that appeared now was none other than the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch, Zhang Shou Yuan's mother. Of course, this was the second wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch. The first wife was the mother of their Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shou Yong, and she'd passed away from illness many years ago. Look clearly, I'm your mother. Every single time the middle-aged woman attacked, sword lights would arrive like a shadow and disperse Zhang Shou Yuan's attacks. She ceaselessly wanted to rouse Zhang Shou Yuan, yet Zhang Shou Yuan utterly paid no attention to her. At this moment, Zhang Shou Yuan seemed as if he'd gone mad. What exactly is going on? The middle-aged woman's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and she had no choice but to swing the spirit sword in her hand, causing dazzling sword lights to skyrocket to sweep towards her son, Zhang Shou Yuan, and suppress him. Subsequently, she approached Zhang Shou Yuan before withdrawing her sword and raising her hand to directly knock Zhang Shou Yuan unconscious. The curtains to the farce had been drawn. On the other hand, the lake that waves ceaselessly surged gradually recovered its calm. Second mother. In the pergola at the center of the lake, Zhang Shou Yong glanced indifferently at the middle-aged woman and nodded, and it could be considered as greeting her. What's going on? The middle-aged woman stared at Zhang Shou Yong, and a trace of coldness seemed to jump about in the depths of her eyes as she asked with a low voice. Second mother is asking me, how would I know? Zhang Shou Yong lightly shook his head as he spoke indifferently. You! The middle-aged woman's expression was unsightly to the extreme when she saw Zhang Shou Yong speaking so half-heartedly, and she was angered to the point her body started trembling. The Duan Ling Tian that my son has always been shouting about ought to be this person by your side, right? In the end, the middle-aged woman's gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man by Zhang Shouyong's side as she asked with a low voice. Exactly. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he lightly smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, let me introduce you. This is the wife of our Zhang clan's patriarch, and she's also my second mother. Zhang Shouyong emphasized the two words second mother. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the relationship between Zhang Shouyong and this second mother of his didn't seem to be very good. Of course, he didn't feel that Zhang Shouyong was unfilial. Since this middle-aged woman appeared, knocked out Zhang Shouyuan, and then spoke to Zhang Shouyong, she'd always been arrogant and had a superior appearance. Even though he was only a spectator, he felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. Perhaps, in the eyes of this woman, only a son that was related to her by blood was her son, and only then would she dote on him in every possible way. A son of her husband's ex-wife like Zhang Shouyong was like a stranger in her eyes. So it's Madam, Duan Lingtian greets you. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged woman as he spoke slowly. His tone didn't contain the slightest fluctuation of emotion, and it was as if he was speaking to an unimportant person. Duan Lingtian, right? The middle-aged woman stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as she asked with a low voice. What exactly happened earlier? Why would my son be like that? All of this was caused by you? The middle-aged woman's words were filled with a questioning tone. If one didn't know better, one would think that she was interrogating a criminal. Duan Lingtian frowned. The middle-aged woman's arrogant manner made him very unhappy. However, when he heard the middle-aged woman's words, Duan Lingtian still smiled. Madam, you think too highly of me. Do you think that I have the ability to do that? The middle-aged woman took a deep breath, and the doubt in her eyes deepened. She still couldn't figure out what had happened earlier. How did her son suddenly become like that? Earlier, her son had been playing in the lake like a madman. It was more like a monkey for everyone to see. As his mother, she felt utterly embarrassed. Then why did my son call out your name? What happened before that? The middle-aged woman clearly did not intend to let Duan Lingtian off so easily, and she continued to question him in a low voice. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was not surprised by the middle-aged woman's questioning. He said unhurriedly, I'll have to start from when I looked for Big Brother Zhang to reminisce about old times. Madam, do you want me to elaborate? When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged woman with a faint smile on his face. Speak. The middle-aged woman grunted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian nodded, then slowly said, Today, I came to the Zhang clan to reminisce about old times with Big Brother Zhang. Second young master's sudden arrival caused Big Brother Zhang and I to be slightly surprised. After Big Brother Zhang introduced me to second young master seemed to be extremely interested in me, and he spoke of wanting to spar with me. Chapter 640. On the other hand, the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators became slightly strange. They'd never imagined that such a thing had occurred earlier. But when they recalled the scene from before, they realized that the development of the matter didn't seem to be so smooth. Something seemed to have occurred on the side of the second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. Second young master warmly invited me to spar with him and said not to overdo it. I naturally couldn't refuse. Duan Lingtian continued. But who would have imagined that right when the second young master made a move against me, he suddenly seemed as if he was possessed by something, and he abandoned me and charged towards the lake instead. He kept shouting my name loudly and kept attacking the lake, as if he'd gone mad. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman. Madam, could it be that the second young master has really gone mad? You... The woman was angered to the point her expression was unsightly to the extreme. She kept having the feeling that the course of the matter was absolutely not so simple. No one knew her son better than her. She was sure that her son hadn't gone mad. Everything that had occurred earlier was absolutely related to the violet-clothed young man before her. But now, Even if she spoke of her thoughts, would anyone believe her? Not to mention others, even she found it difficult to explain why the violet-clothed young man was able to make her son suddenly seem as if he'd gone mad and charge into the lake by himself before attacking the air and the lake water like a madman. You've really made a good friend. In the end, the woman glared at Duan Lingtian, and then she glanced deeply at Zhang Shouyong before taking the unconscious Zhang Shouyuan and leaving while gnashing her teeth slightly. For a time, a wave of booing arose from the surrounding crowd of spectators. The second young master surely has ill intentions when looking for this guest of the eldest young master to spar, and it's even to the extent that he wants to use him to strike a blow at the eldest young master. This isn't difficult to guess. But perhaps the second young master never imagined that the outcome would be like this. Yeah, if he knew beforehand, he would surely not act in that way. The second young master has really lost face this time. Didn't you see the madam's expression turn dark earlier? The surrounding crowd of spectators guessed what had happened. It wasn't a secret in the Zhang clan that the second young master and eldest young master were on bad terms. Disperse. A brilliant smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face when he saw that the woman had suffered a setback. Soon after, he looked towards the group of people around the lake and instructed. Immediately, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. For a moment, the entire lake and the pavilion in the middle of the lake regained their tranquility. Brother Lingtian, I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for so many years, you've actually grasped such a terrifying ability. You utterly don't have to make a move against a 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist before being able to toy with him in the palm of your hand. Zhang Shouyong asked Duan Lingtian to sit down inside. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian said modestly. Brother Lingtian, you're too humble. I've never seen or heard of such a method of yours before. Looks like it isn't difficult for you to advance in the dynasty martial competition this time with your strength. In the end, Zhang Shouyong was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. I also hope to advance and see the young experts of the other 9 dynasties. Duan Lingtian smiled. Presently, his cultivation was at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. Relying on origin stones, if nothing unexpected happened, he ought to be able to break through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage before the Dynasty Martial competition half a year from now arrived. At that time, his spiritual force would advance to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Perhaps, relying on my 8th level Void Initiation stage spiritual force to execute the soul skill, 1000 Illusions, would be sufficient to become eminent in the Darkhan Dynasty's Dynasty Martial competition. But during the Dynasty Martial competition, there would surely be no lack of experts from the various empires and dynasties amongst the spectators. There would surely be many inscription masters amongst these people. Their spiritual forces would surely be on the group of young geniuses that were competing for the Dynasty Martial competition at all times. In the past, even though there were inscription masters present in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and the Genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there weren't many. Moreover, the level of their spiritual forces was limited, and it was difficult for them to see through the soul skill, 1000 Illusions, that I combined my spiritual force with my soul brand. But in the Darkhan Dynasty, there would surely be inscription masters capable of seeing through the soul skill, 1000 Illusions, that I executed. Once my soul skill, 1000 Illusions, is exposed, I'm afraid I'll bring disaster upon myself. Those inscription masters would surely be interested in the soul skill, 1000 Illusions, that I possess. So during the Dynasty Martial competition, besides being unable to rashly utilize high-grade spirit weapons, I can't even utilize the soul skill, 1000 Illusions. In his previous life, Duan Lingtian was a mercenary that walked out from a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, and he understood the principle that the hearts of men were sinister. In this lifetime, he'd even fused with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, causing his thoughts to be even more meticulous. He didn't allow himself to be placed in an unknown danger. So, he made a decision. No matter if it was the Dynasty Martial competition or the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, If he didn't have absolute confidence in not being noticed by others, he wouldn't rashly utilize the soul skill, Thousand Illusions. I hope I'll be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage during the Dynasty Martial competition. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to become eminent. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Now, I only hope that Pavilion Master Xiang will be able to help me obtain a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists before the Dynasty Martial competition, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for the ageless root, Duan Lingtian didn't dare think about it. Of course, if he was really able to obtain the ageless root, Duan Lingtian would surely be overjoyed. Obtaining the ageless root meant that he would be able to refine the rebirth pill. With his current cultivation, he was perhaps unable to digest even 1/10,000 of the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, but even if it was less than 1/10,000 of the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it would surely be sufficient to allow him to advance a few levels. I'm currently at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. If I'm able to consume the rebirth pill, I don't dare say I'll be able to break through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage in a short period of time, but the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage would surely not have any suspense. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. The Emperor Wu of Samsara had once consumed a rebirth pill, and he was extremely clear about how terrifying the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was. But unfortunately, obtaining the ageless root isn't a simple matter. Now, I don't dare think about obtaining the ageless root before the Dynasty Martial competition. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I only hope that I'm able to obtain the ageless root before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins and refine the rebirth pill from there. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to stand out and become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. In next to no time, Wang Qiong brought along a few servant girls that carried fine wine and delicacies into the pergola at the center of the lake. Sister-in-law, sit down as well. Duan Lingtian smiled as he called out to Wang Qiong when he saw the servant girls put down the fine wine and delicacies. Wang Qiong replied and sat by Zhang Shouyang's side, and there was slight worry mixed between her brows as she looked at Zhang Shouyang. I heard the madam came over earlier? Wang Qiong had obviously heard of what happened earlier. Wang Qiong was obviously slightly afraid of the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife. Yes. Zhang Shouyang nodded. There's no need to care about her. Even if she suspects that Brother Ling Tian did it, she doesn't have any proof and no one will believe her. Wang Qiong heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Big Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, long time no see. Let me toast both of you. Duan Lingtian raised his wine cup as he looked at Zhang Shouyang and Wang Qiong, and he smiled lightly. Ah, all right. Zhang Shouyang laughed heartily as he hurriedly raised his wine cup to return the toast. For a time, the atmosphere in the pergola at the center of the lake rose, and Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang chatted happily. Little sister Fei still hasn't returned? After 3 rounds of wine, Wang Qiong asked Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said with a smile, This time, I intend to use the opportunity of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to head to the foreign lands. At that time, I'll go look for little Fei. Wang Qiong nodded. Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly filled with confidence towards himself, and he was confident that he would be able to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and join the powers of the foreign lands. At that time, you and I can go together. Zhang Shouyang laughed loudly. After the 3 of them finished the fine wine and delicacies, Duan Lingtian looked at the wine gourd on Zhang Shouyang's waist, and his brows raised. Big Brother Zhang, this wine gourd is your current weapon? You intend to use the dynasty martial competition and the martial competition of the 10 dynasties against your enemies? Zhang Shouyang said with a smile, Brother Lingtian, I seem to have introduced it to you that day, right? Don't look down on it. It's a grade 5 spirit weapon. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. At that time, Big Brother Zhang even said that this wine gourd of yours is able to hold 5,000 kilograms of wine. But all the young geniuses in the Dynasty Martial competition surely possess a Grade 5 spirit weapon. Even if it's a Grade 4 spirit weapon, I'm afraid many young geniuses possess one. I know. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he sighed. Our Zhang clan gave me a Grade 4 spirit weapon not long ago. But I'm used to using this wine gourd, and I'm really not used to using other Grade 4 spirit weapons. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong stretched out his hand to stroke the wine gourd on his waist, as if he was stroking his second lover. The status of this wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's heart could be seen from this. Big Brother Zhang, have you thought of asking a Grade 4 weapons craftsman to help you improve this wine gourd to a Grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. I've naturally thought of this, and I even mentioned it to my father. But unfortunately, that Grade 4 weapons craftsman that's familiar with our Zhang clan is only skilled in refining Grade 4 spirit weapons like blades and swords, and he doesn't have the confidence to refine a different Grade 4 spirit weapon like the wine gourd. Zhang Shouyong spoke with slight regret. Big Brother Zhang, go look for some materials and then give me the materials and this wine gourd. I'll give you a brand new wine gourd in a few days, how about it? Duan Lingtian spoke to Zhang Shouyong with a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. Zhang Shouyong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said with slight surprise, Brother Lingtian, you know a Grade 4 weapons craftsman? Chapter 641. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian execute an ability that was difficult to see through, Zhang Shouyong was already extremely shocked. Now, based on Duan Lingtian's words, he seemed to know a Grade 4 weapons craftsman, and it caused him to be even more shocked. He suddenly felt. The little fellow that he had to take care of all those years ago had already truly grown up. Perhaps it won't be long before he'll be able to surpass me. Wait, perhaps he's already surpassed me now. Zhang Shouyong sighed in his heart. In terms of age, compared to Duan Lingtian, he was almost 10 years older. But his natural talent and ability was something he felt ashamed of being inferior to. Not to mention anything else, just the ability Duan Lingtian used to deal with his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan. From the beginning until the end, he wasn't able to clearly see what was going on. If it wasn't for him seeing Duan Lingtian's composure at that time and realizing that it was Duan Lingtian's ability, he would have been completely clueless. Otherwise, he would really be the same as the crowd of spectators at that time and think that Zhang Shouyuan himself had gone mad. Grade 4 weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard Zhang Shouyong. He wasn't a Grade 4 weapons craftsman now. Presently, his cultivation had broken through to the void initiation stage and was already capable of condensing a Grade 3 weapon flame. So long as he had sufficient materials, he was completely capable of refining a Grade 3 spirit weapon. But he didn't expose it for now. Sort of. Zhang Shouyong was slightly unable to understand what Duan Lingtian meant. But he saw the strong confidence contained within Duan Lingtian's eyes at this moment, as if confident that he would surely be able to return him a brand new Grade 4 spirit weapon, the wine gourd. For a time, his breathing became hurried. Brother Lingtian, what materials do you need? I'll go look for them right away. Zhang Shouyong was slightly impatient. Even in his dreams, he wanted to upgrade the wine gourd he carried with him to a Grade 4 spirit weapon. Now that he saw hope, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and with a raise of his hand, he withdrew a brush and paper from his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian waved his brush and wrote a dense number of words on a piece of white paper in a flamboyant style. If there was a high-grade weapon refiner here, he would definitely be shocked to see the materials written by Duan Lingtian. This was because the materials Duan Lingtian had written down were all materials required to craft a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Some of the materials were even the main materials required to refine Grade 3 spirit weapons. However, Zhang Shouyong was unaware of all this. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. Although his martial Dao talent was high, He knew nothing about the Tao of weapon refinement. That's all. Soon, Duan Lingtian put away his brush. He wrote down a pile of materials. Apart from some materials needed to help Zhang Shouyong upgrade the grade of the Spirit Artifact Gourd, there were also some materials needed to upgrade the Grade 4 Spirit Artifact Medicinal Cauldron in his possession. He believed that with the Zhang clan's ability, they would be able to gather these materials very quickly. I'll go collect them now. Zhang Shouyong received the paper in Duan Lingtian's hand and hurriedly stood up, and he was slightly impatient. But before he left, he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Brother Lingtian, why don't you stay in our Zhang clan estate for a period of time? After I've finished collecting these materials, you can leave with my Spirit Artifact Gourd and go look for that weapons refinement Grandmaster?" Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded and agreed. As far as he was concerned, there wasn't much of a difference between staying in the Zhang clan estate and returning to the Darkstone Empire's estate in the capital. Moreover, he was only familiar with Su Li over there. On the other hand, Su Li had been elusive recently, and he rarely had any interactions with Su Li. Instead, he had Zhang Shouyong to drink and chat with in this Zhang clan estate, and it was rather pleasant. Qiong, return to the courtyard and prepare a guest room for Brother Lingtian. I'll go collect these materials for weapon refinement. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong spoke to Wang Qiong before leaving hastily. The matter was related to the grade of his wine gourd, so he didn't dare dally. "Brother Lingtian, I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Wang Qiong spoke with slight embarrassment when she saw her husband leave hastily. "It's fine. I can understand Big Brother Zhang's feelings." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was led by Wang Qiong to return to the courtyard she and Zhang Shouyong resided in. The courtyard was extremely spacious, and there were many unused rooms. Wang Qiong got 2 servant girls to clean up a room for Duan Lingtian before allowing Duan Lingtian to stay. "See if there's anything you need, feel free to ask." After Duan Lingtian stayed, Wang Qiong spoke with a light smile. "All right." Duan Lingtian replied. "I'll be troubling sister-in-law." "It's no trouble." Wang Qiong shook her head, and then she left the room. "Brother Lingtian, rest well, I'll be leaving first." After Wang Qiong left, she closed the door behind her. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed instead, and he held the wind concept fragment in his hand before withdrawing a mid-grade origin stone and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he'd forgotten the time. After the mid-grade origin stone was consumed, Duan Lingtian withdrew another mid-grade origin stone and continued cultivating. Coupled with the assistance of the wind concept fragment, his cultivation and wind concept were improving at an extremely swift speed. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian would occasionally feel hungry, and he'd leave his room to eat. On the other hand, Wang Qiong would get someone to specially prepare delicacies for him every single time. When one cultivated to Duan Lingtian's current level, one was already capable of abstaining from eating to a certain extent, and one was able to only eat after a long period of time, and it wouldn't affect one's body in the slightest. Duan Lingtian forgot the time while cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian woke up from his cultivation. Another mid-grade origin stone is gone. As he looked at the stone in his hand that had lost the spirit energy of the heaven and earth and seemed to be dim and lusterless, Duan Lingtian shook his head, and he casually tossed the stone aside. Then, another mid-grade primordial stone appeared in his hand. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to continue cultivating. "Brother Lingtian." Duan Lingtian heard a wave of voices from outside the door. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong's voice. "Big Brother Zhang has returned?" Duan Lingtian left his bed and opened the door. Outside the door, Zhang Shouyong was shockingly standing there. "Big Brother Zhang." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zhang Shouyong. "Brother Lingtian, I've found all the materials you wanted." With a raise of his hand, Zhang Shouyong passed a spatial ring that had already removed its ownership to Duan Lingtian. So fast? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. It's already been a month, how is this fast? Zhang Shouyong didn't take it seriously when he heard Duan Lingtian. After all, during this past month, besides utilizing the connections of the Zhang clan to search for that pile of materials, he himself had personally gone all over to search for these materials. This also caused him to not return many times in this past month. But Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. It's been a month? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He never imagined that so many days had passed. He, who'd always been immersed in cultivation, thought that only 10+ days had passed since he came to look for Zhang Shouyong that day. After receiving the spatial ring from Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian looked at the wine gourd on Zhang Shouyong's waist. Big brother Zhang, give me your spirit weapon gourd. All right. Zhang Shouyong hurriedly nodded, then took off the wine gourd and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian. Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong hesitated for a moment before saying, during the process of searching for those materials, I heard a grade 5 weapons craftsman say. Amongst those materials, a portion of them are of extremely high grade, and it's even useless to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon. What? Big brother Zhang is worried that I'll cheat you of your materials? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Of course not. Zhang Shouyong hurriedly shook his head. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just curious. That person is only a grade 5 weapons craftsman after all, and in terms of knowledge, he's naturally unable to compare to that grade 4 weapons craftsman that brother Lingtian knows. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong's tone contained slight flattery. After all, his spirit weapon gourd still required the help of that grade 4 weapons craftsman to improve its grade. Big brother Zhang, actually, that grade 5 weapons craftsman isn't wrong. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. Zhang Shouyong was stunned. But, Big brother Zhang, you're mistaken about one thing. I didn't ask for these materials from you to ask someone to help you improve your spirit weapon gourd to a grade 4 spirit weapon. After the smile on Duan Lingtian's face vanished, he slowly spoke. Not to improve it to a grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian's words caused Zhang Shouyong to be unable to react for a moment. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't reply to Zhang Shouyong, and instead lightly smiled as he looked at the latter, waiting for him to react. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong finally reacted. Brother Lingtian, the weapons craftsman you're looking for wouldn't be a grade 3 weapons craftsman, right? Zhang Shouyong's breathing became hurried, and he panted heavily as he spoke. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The weapons craftsman I'm looking for is indeed a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Big brother Zhang, when you see this spirit weapon gourd of yours again, it will undergo a tremendous change. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he shook the wine gourd in his hand. An earth-shattering change? Zhang Shouyong's chest rose and fell with excitement, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. He knew the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. I'm going to have a grade 3 spirit weapon? At this moment, Zhang Shouyong even felt as if he was dreaming. But he quickly realized that all this wasn't a dream, and it was real. Big brother Zhang, I'll be leaving first. I'll come look for you again a month from now. At that time, I'll bring your spirit weapon gourd back to you as well. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian put away Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd, then bid farewell to Zhang Shouyong before leaving the room with large strides. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong, who recovered from his shock, personally sent Duan Lingtian out of his own courtyard and out of the Zhang clan estate. Big brother Zhang, just wait properly. At the entrance of the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Zhang Shouyong, whose eyes were still mixed with excitement. Then he turned around and left. Chapter 642. After Duan Lingtian left the Zhang clan estate, he naturally didn't go look for a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Not to mention he didn't know any grade 3 weapons craftsman. Even if he did, he wouldn't go look for one. After all, he himself was a grade 3 weapons craftsman. With the grade 3 weapon flame he currently possessed, he was entirely capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon himself. Relying on the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu in weapon refinement, he was capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon that was even more outstanding than a grade 3 spirit weapon refined by an ordinary weapons craftsman. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found an inn in the capital to stay at. The first thing he did after staying at the inn was to take out the spatial ring Zhang Shouyong gave him earlier and withdraw a large pile of materials from within. These materials were precisely the pile of materials he'd asked Zhang Shouyong to prepare. I'll increase the grade of the cauldron first. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to help Zhang Shouyong increase the grade of the spirit weapon bottle gourd, and instead took out his grade 4 spirit weapon cauldron and combined it with a small portion of the materials to increase its grade. A strand of violet-colored flames burned on Duan Lingtian's palm. Moreover, a layer of copper edges could be seen jumping around this violet-colored flame, violet copper weapon flame. A flame like this was precisely the grade 3 weapon flame. After a short moment, the cauldron and the pile of materials transformed into puddles of liquid under the sweep of the weapon flame, and they separated into the surroundings and floated in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands started moving, and the speed became faster and faster. Bush, 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 bush. Duan Lingtian's hands were swift to the extreme, and some afterimages could be vaguely seen. If a high-grade weapons craftsman was here, he would surely be greatly shocked when he saw the scene before his eyes. Only because Duan Lingtian was executing an extremely complicated weapon refinement technique now. This complicated weapon refinement technique was profound and unfathomable, and ordinary people were unable to see through it. One could imagine that a grade 3 spirit weapon refined with such a weapon refinement technique would surely be extremely outstanding. An hour passed. The puddles of liquid started to merge into one. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. After a full 7 hours, Duan Lingtian finally stopped. At the same time, a medicinal cauldron flickering with a faint bronze luster slowly descended from the air. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and easily caught the medicinal cauldron. Grade 3 Spirit Artifact Cauldron. Looking at the cauldron in his hand, Duan Lingtian smiled. With this cauldron, it meant that as long as he had sufficient materials, he would be able to refine grade 3 pills. After putting away the medicinal cauldron, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to continue refining Zhang Shouyong's gourd. Instead, he went to the window of the inn and opened it. At this time, Duan Lingtian realized that the sky was already filled with red clouds. It was obviously evening. I didn't expect it to take so long. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After washing up, Duan Lingtian lay on the bed and slept. Refining a grade 3 spirit artifact required concentration and couldn't slack off in the slightest, so, the current Duan Lingtian was slightly exhausted. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He slept until he woke up naturally. After waking up, Duan Lingtian noticed that it was already the afternoon of the next day. Subsequently, he directly got off the bed and stretched his arms and legs, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. I haven't had such a good sleep in a long time. After leaving the inn and going to a nearby restaurant to have a meal, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and started refining the second grade 3 spirit artifact. Before refining the second grade 3 spirit artifact, he withdrew Zhang Shouyong's gourd spirit artifact. The gourd spirit artifact was a grade 5 spirit artifact. What Duan Lingtian wanted to do now was to upgrade it to a grade 3 spirit artifact. This type of spirit artifact is more troublesome than ordinary spirit artifacts like swords and sabers. Even the materials required are varied. Looking at the gourd spirit artifact in his hand, Duan Lingtian shook his head. As far as he was concerned, this type of gourd spirit artifact was truly flashy without substance. The materials required to refine this type of spirit artifact was sufficient for him to refine a few spirit swords and spirit sabers of the same grade, hiss. With a raise of his hand, a strand of violet copper flame once again lit up on Duan Lingtian's palm. In next to no time, the gourd spirit artifact transformed into a pool of liquid in his hand. As for the other materials required, they transformed into pools of liquid within his weapon flame as well. Duan Lingtian's hands ceaselessly moved, and an extremely profound weapon refinement technique appeared once more. Presently, with a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into the thousand-hand Buddha, and the speed of his weapon refinement technique was so swift that it was sufficient to cause anyone to be shocked. Time silently flowed by. Besides being able to hold a large amount of wine, the gourd spirit artifact was also a formidable offensive spirit artifact at the same time. So, once it was refined, it was much more troublesome than the cauldron. Duan Lingtian had spent 7 hours to refine the Grade 3 Spirit Artifact Cauldron, whereas this Grade 3 Spirit Artifact Gourd had instead spent an entire 15 hours of Duan Lingtian's time. When Duan Lingtian stopped and stood there after successfully refining the Grade 3 Spirit Artifact Gourd, it was already early in the morning of the next day. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of sleepiness assault his body. Unknowingly, he fell onto the bed and fell asleep. When he woke up once more, Duan Lingtian got busy once more, and he used the remaining materials to upgrade the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand to the level of a Grade 3 Spirit Artifact. Even though I have a quasi-royal grade spirit artifact that's able to provide an amplification of an entire 100% and a Grade 1 spirit artifact that's able to provide an amplification of almost 90%. But those two spirit artifacts are unable to be used in the Dynasty Martial Competition and Martial Competition of the 10 Dynasties. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Duan Lingtian believed that if the quasi-royal grade spirit artifact and Grade 1 spirit artifact in his possession were to be exposed, he would surely suffer the pursuit of the numerous experts of the Darkhan dynasty and even the various dynasties. The quasi-royal grade spirit artifact and Grade 1 spirit artifact were too precious, and to a certain extent, it was sufficient to bring calamity to him. So, he urgently needed a spirit artifact that he could use, whereas a Grade 3 spirit artifact was undoubtedly the best choice. Even though a Grade 3 spirit artifact was sufficient to draw the covetous gazes of others, yet it wasn't to the extent of causing those people to be unbridled. After all, within the territory of the various dynasties, a Grade 3 spirit artifact represented a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, and no one dared rashly offend it. Whereas a Grade 1 spirit artifact and quasi-royal grade spirit artifact were different from a Grade 3 spirit artifact. A spirit artifact of that grade was sufficient to cause any expert of the various dynasties to take a risk for it. The Grade 3 weapon flame, violet copper weapon flame, once again lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, he continued to refine the third Grade 3 spirit artifact. This Grade 3 spirit artifact would be a Grade 3 spirit sword. A Grade 3 spirit sword was much easier to refine than the Grade 3 spirit artifact bottle gourd, and Duan Lingtian spent 10 hours before successfully refining it. Done! After 10 hours, Duan Lingtian stopped and looked at the 1-meter-long blade in his hand with a satisfied expression. The violet myrtle flexible sword that had been upgraded to a Grade 3 spirit artifact seemed to have a layer of faint violet sheen around it, and it looked to be extremely extraordinary. Let's try it. With a command in his heart, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body raged. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above Duan Lingtian before converging into numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down. A total of 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Along with Duan Lingtian's origin energy fusing into the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand. The violet myrtle flexible sword instantly straightened. At the same time, another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Duan Lingtian. The 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Not bad. An amplification of 70%. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, and he was extremely satisfied with this result. Although I've upgraded Big Brother Zhang's Spirit Artifact Bottle Gourd to a Grade 3 Spirit Artifact earlier, I haven't tested it yet. It ought to be able to provide an amplification of 70%, right? With a curious heart, Duan Lingtian withdrew the Spirit Artifact Bottle Gourd. Along with his origin energy fusing into the Spirit Artifact Bottle Gourd. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that there were indeed another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above him. Just like my violet myrtle flexible sword, it can provide an amplification of 70%. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. After staying in the inn for another month and improving his cultivation and wind concept slightly, Duan Lingtian checked out and left the inn. After he left the inn, he went directly to the Zhang clan estate. Young Master Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the entrance of the Zhang clan estate when a Zhang clan guard stood out and bowed respectfully and reverently to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Lingtian. Instantly, the remaining Zhang clan guards hurriedly bowed to Duan Lingtian as well. You know me? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan guard in the lead with an astounded expression. He remembered it very clearly. 1 month ago, when he came to the Zhang clan estate, this person wasn't amongst the Zhang clan guards that stood here to guard the entrance of the Zhang clan estate. Young Master Lingtian, perhaps you don't know me, but 1 month ago, I saw you at the artificial lake of our Zhang clan estate. The Zhang clan guard spoke hurriedly. His face was filled with reverence. He knew that even though this violet-clothed young man looked to be very young, he was a good friend of their Zhang clan's eldest young master. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. 1 month ago, on the artificial lake of the Zhang clan estate, because he'd used his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, to tease Zhang Shouyuan, it had indeed drawn the attention of many Zhang clan members. At that time, he didn't pay attention to the surrounding spectators. Obviously, this Zhang clan guard had joined in the fun from within the crowd that day. Young Master Lingtian, please. Under the lead of the Zhang clan guard, Duan Lingtian once again walked into the Zhang clan estate and arrived at the courtyard that Zhang Shouyong and his wife resided in. Young Master Lingtian, I'll be taking my leave first. The Zhang clan guard greeted Duan Lingtian respectfully before turning around and leaving. I'll be troubling you. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he walked into the courtyard. Chapter 643. Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had only just entered the courtyard when he heard an exceedingly excited voice sound out from within. The owner of the voice seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian revealed a slight smile when he saw the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, walk out hastily and appear before him. Brother Lingtian, please. Zhang Shouyong hurriedly invited Duan Lingtian into the courtyard, and at the same time, he instructed the nearby servant girl. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Even though the servant girl didn't know what had happened to make the eldest young master lose his composure like this, she still replied respectfully. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was led into a spacious room by Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he rubbed his palms together and had an expression of anticipation, and he completely didn't have the steady appearance he had before. Brother Lingtian, that spirit weapon bottle gourd of mine. Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful gaze. Alas! Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. Zhang Shouyong's face went slightly grim when he saw Duan Lingtian acting like this. Could it be that the Grade 3 weapons craftsman wasn't willing to help me upgrade the spirit weapon bottle gourd to the grade of a Grade 3 spirit weapon? For a time, he felt a slight sense of loss in his heart. Brother Lingtian, it's fine if that senior isn't willing to help. In any case, besides that spirit weapon bottle gourd, I still have another Grade 4 spirit weapon. After Zhang Shouyong returned to his senses, He instead consoled Duan Lingtian. Big brother Zhang, when did I say that senior wasn't willing to help? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhang Shouyong like this. Zhang Shouyong was stunned, then laughed bitterly. Only now did he realize that Duan Lingtian was intentionally sighing earlier. Big brother Zhang here. With a raise of his hand, a wine gourd appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian passed it to Zhang Shouyong. This is my wine gourd from before? After receiving the wine gourd, Zhang Shouyong looked at the even more exquisite gourd that was emitting a faint luster and could not help but be stunned. The wine gourd now was completely different from the previous wine gourd. If it's not your wine gourd, could it be my wine gourd? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Shouyong's face turned slightly red. At the same time, a ball of flame formed from origin energy suddenly ignited in his hand, and then fused into the spirit weapon gourd in his hand. In an instant, the luster around the gourd became incomparably deep. Above Zhang Shouyong, the heaven and earth energy stirred and eventually gathered into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 11 ancient flood dragon silhouettes appeared first, and they represented Zhang Shouyong's current cultivation at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Subsequently, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside these 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed as if they were worshipping a supreme emperor, and they surrounded the 18 ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the center like a host of stars surrounding the moon. An amplification of the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. Zhang Shouyong, who raised his head to look at the sky above him, was slightly stunned for a moment. In other words, my spirit weapon gourd is able to amplify an entire 70% of my strength? Now, even if it's placed amongst a pile of grade 3 spirit weapons, it can be considered to be a top grade amongst top grade spirit weapons? Zhang Shouyong's heart couldn't help but tremble intensely, as the scene before him had truly exceeded his expectations. It caused him to feel extremely shocked. Originally, as far as he was concerned, so long as his spirit weapon gourd was able to advance to the level of a grade 3 spirit weapon, then even if it could only amplify his strength by 66% or 67%, he would still feel satisfied. But now, it was completely out of his expectations. 70%. An entire 70%. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%, even though he wasn't a weapons craftsman and wasn't familiar with the Tao of weapons refinement. But even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd at least seen a pig run. He believed that, not to mention the Dark Han dynasty, even the various dynasties didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. It was even to the extent that the foreign lands might not possess one. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a calm expression. From the beginning until the end, he'd noticed the changes in Zhang Shouyong's expression. He wasn't surprised by Zhang Shouyong's shock. So long as it was an ordinary person, they would surely be shocked after finding out about the amplification of the spirit weapon gourd. The grade 3 spirit weapon I refined is equivalent to a grade 3 spirit weapon personally refined by the Samsara Emperor Wu. An amplification of 70%. In the entire Cloud continent, there's probably no weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon like this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Perhaps there were many grade 2 weapons craftsmen and even grade 1 weapons craftsmen in Cloud continent. However, these weapons craftsmen might be able to easily refine a grade 2 or grade 1 spirit weapon that surpassed a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%, but if they were asked to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, it was practically impossible for them to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. It was already unrelated to the grade of the weapons craftsman, and it was related to the comprehension and experience of the weapons craftsman towards the Tao of weapons refinement. I haven't headed to the foreign lands in this era, so I wonder if a figure that can compare to the Samsara Emperor Wu in the Tao of weapons refinement has appeared in Cloud continent. But I can be sure of one thing. During the second lifetime of the Samsara Emperor Wu, There wasn't a single weapons craftsman in Cloud Continent that could compare to him. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Gradually, Duan Lingtian restrained his thoughts. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong had finally returned to his senses, and he fondled the wine gourd in his hand lovingly, and his eyes were filled with a burning sheen. Big Brother Zhang, that senior said, he only helped you improve the amplification of your wine gourd, yet didn't help you increase the capacity of the wine gourd. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong and smiled. So, the wine gourd in your hand can only hold as much wine as it could in the past. Zhang Shouyong returned to his senses and shook his head. That's fine. At any rate, its original capacity is already sufficient for me to use. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong completely returned to his senses, and he took a deep breath before looking sincerely at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Zhang Shouyong's gratitude was extremely sincere. Big Brother Zhang, you're treating me as an outsider? It's fate that we got to know each other. Not to mention that if it wasn't for you lending a hand in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast that day, I would have probably died at the hands of that withered old man long ago. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile as he spoke slowly. When he recalled the dangerous scene in the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast that day, he still had a slight lingering fear in his heart. At that time, not only had the cultivation of Xiongquan who'd always followed by his side been crippled, even he and Li Fei were in imminent danger. At the critical moment, it was precisely Zhang Shouyong that made a move and killed the withered old man. This life-saving grace was something Duan Lingtian would never forget. As the saying goes, karma is a cycle, and kindness is rewarded with kindness. In the past, I didn't really believe these words. Today, I believe them. After being reminded by Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but recall the scene from the past, and he sighed with emotion. Brother Lingtian. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong's expression became serious as he spoke word by word. In the future, if you have any orders, then I, Zhang Shouyong, will surely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, there was only a single grade 3 spirit weapon on the surface. Moreover, it was in the hands of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Now, Duan Lingtian had given him a grade 3 spirit weapon, and to him, it was an extremely great kindness that he was unable to repay. Big Brother Zhang, you're exaggerating, but I really do have something to trouble Big Brother Zhang with. Duan Lingtian smiled. Please speak. Zhang Shouyong listened respectfully. Big Brother Zhang, if it's possible, I hope you can use your connections to help me search for an extremely rare medicinal material. The medicinal material drawn on this is that medicinal material, and I call it the ageless root. With a raise of his hand, a drawing appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. On the drawing, a root-shaped medicinal material was presented there, and if one looked carefully, it seemed to be the sharp claw of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. Ageless root. Zhang Shouyong's brows raised as he solemnly received the drawing from Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, Brother Lingtian, I'll do my best to search for this medicinal material for you. Thank you, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and then he said, besides that, if Big Brother Zhang has a way to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists that you don't need, then I hope you can transfer it to me. I'll surely reward you generously. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly hesitant. After all, Zhang Shouyong was a void initiation stage martial artist as well. Presently, he was similarly striving on the path to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If it was a spirit fruit that he hadn't consumed in the past, it would surely be impossible for him to give it to another. Everyone had their own selfish motives. This was something that Duan Lingtian could understand. Brother Lingtian, if you speak like this, then you're not taking me as a friend. You've asked someone to assist me in upgrading my spirit weapon bottle gourd to a grade 3 spirit weapon, and I owe you a great favor. If I'm really able to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists, then I'll surely offer it up with both hands without the slightest frown. Zhang Shouyong vowed solemnly. Thank you, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian thanked him once more, and then he said, Big Brother Zhang, since it's like this, then I'll bid my farewells first. Brother Lingtian, why don't you stay at my place before the dynasty martial competition begins? Zhang Shouyong suggested. There's no need. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Zhang Shouyong's good intentions. I still have matters to attend to, so it's more convenient for me to return. He still remembered. When he made a trip to the treasure-gathering pavilion in Milky Way City the other day, he'd once told the pavilion master, Xianxia, that once there was news of a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists and the ageless root, he should ask Xianxia to look for him at the Darkstone Empire's estate in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. If Xianxia really had news and came to look for him, yet he wasn't there, then it would truly be too late for regret. Zhang Shouyong nodded and didn't continue persisting. I'll send you out of the estate. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyong intended to send Duan Lingtian out of the Zhang clan estate. Chapter 644. Qiong, why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Wang Qiong return in a hurry and was out of breath. Wang Qiong panted heavily as she said, Brother Yong, father asked you to go over? The Grand Elder found a spirit fruit outside, and he intends to give it to you to consume. But, second mother is bringing second brother to beg for that spirit fruit at father's place, causing father to be in an extremely difficult position. So father sent a voice transmission to ask someone to notify me and ask you to go over. Wang Qiong finished speaking in a single breath. Spirit fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Since the Zhang clan's patriarch wanted to give that spirit fruit to Zhang Shouyong to consume, then that spirit fruit was undoubtedly a spirit fruit consumed by a void initiation stage martial artist. Brother Lingtian, looks like your luck isn't bad. Zhang Shouyong smiled to Duan Lingtian. Before Wang Qiong could react to what was going on, Zhang Shouyong called out to Duan Lingtian before walking towards the central area of the Zhang clan estate with large strides. The Zhang clan audience hall was there. All along the way, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong walked side by side, and the Zhang clan guards, servants, and maidservants they encountered on the way bowed respectfully to Zhang Shouyong. Eldest young master. Even if it was the Zhang clan disciples, all of them were respectful and reverent to Zhang Shouyong. With Big Brother Zhang's natural talent and strength, inheriting the position of patriarch in the future is practically a certainty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Big Brother Zhang, if you haven't consumed that spirit fruit in the past, then you can consume it yourself. Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Shouyong. Even though he urgently wanted to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't seize what another loves. If that spirit fruit was useful to Zhang Shouyong, then he would truly feel slightly apologetic. Brother Lingtian, no matter if I've consumed that spirit fruit in the past or not, I'll give it to you. Zhang Shouyong vowed solemnly. This was his promise, a man's promise. The grade 3 spirit weapon Duan Lingtian gave him was undoubtedly a great favor, and even if he used a spirit fruit to repay it, it would be difficult to repay it. But now, he was still thinking that every little bit of it was worth it. Zhang Shouyong's decisiveness made Duan Lingtian feel warmth in his heart. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhang Shouyong and entered the Zhang family's main hall. The main hall of the Zhang clan was resplendent and dazzling. At this moment, 3 people were standing inside. One of them stood to the side. The other 2 stood on the other side, facing the former. The person standing alone at the side was a dignified middle-aged man. He wore a blue robe and had a dignified look on his face. He should be the patriarch of the Zhang clan. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of the dignified middle-aged man. And it turned out that Duan Lingtian was right. Brother Lingtian, this is my father, and also the patriarch of our Zhang clan. Zhang Shouyong's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Patriarch Zhang. Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan's patriarch and lightly nodded in greeting. The Zhang clan's patriarch nodded to Duan Lingtian. You ought to be that friend of Yong, right? You're so young, yet possess such shocking ability. It's truly shocking. As he finished speaking, the Zhang clan's patriarch's gaze seemed to contain a sense of deep meaning. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel suffocated. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the other two people in the main hall. A middle-aged woman and a young man. At the same time that Duan Lingtian was greatly disappointed, he noticed Zhang Shouyong's burning gaze as he looked at the spirit void fruit, and it was a gaze that wished for nothing more than to possess the spirit void fruit for himself. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Shouyong withdraw his gaze. At the same time, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ears. Brother Lington, I'll give this spirit fruit to you after I obtain it. With the assistance of this spirit fruit, your cultivation will surely advance a step further. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was stunned, completely and utterly stunned. Just a moment ago, he discerned that Zhang Shouyong hadn't consumed the spirit void fruit in the past. In the next moment, Zhang Shouyong wanted to give the spirit void fruit to him. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Big brother Zhang is indeed a friend worth making. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. But Duan Lingtian had intentionally restrained his feelings now, and he said via voice transmission. Big brother Zhang, if I'm not wrong, you ought to not have consumed this spirit fruit in the past, right? Yes. Zhang Shouyong didn't deny it, and he said bluntly via voice transmission. I've consumed a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists in the past, yet it wasn't this spirit fruit. Then you still want to give it to me? If you consume it yourself, you'll probably be able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time, right? Duan Lingtian asked. This is my promise to you. Zhang Shouyong's answer was extremely simple and straightforward, and it caused the warmth in Duan Lingtian's heart to grow even more. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to stop teasing Zhang Shouyong. Big brother Zhang, I'm afraid you won't be able to get your wish. Zhang Shouyong was stunned. I've once consumed a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists as well. But my luck was better than yours, and the spirit fruit I consumed was this type of spirit void fruit. Duan Lingtian spoke via voice transmission. At the same time, the Zhang clan's patriarch spoke out. Yong, this is a spirit void fruit, and it's able to improve the cultivation of a void initiation stage martial artist to a certain extent. Once you consume this spirit fruit, you ought to be able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time. Now, I'm prepared to give this spirit fruit to you. I hope you'll be able to win honor for my Zhang clan and the Dark Han dynasty in the dynasty martial competition and even the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. In the end, the Zhang clan's patriarch passed over the spirit void fruit in his hand. Don't worry, father, I'll surely not let you down. Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his hand with the intention of receiving the spirit void fruit. At this moment, his feelings were extremely complicated. He originally thought that this spirit fruit would be given to Duan Lingtian, yet never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually consumed this spirit fruit in the past. He had a feeling of recovering something he'd lost. But, right when Zhang Shouyong was about to receive the spirit void fruit, a figure flashed out and stopped Zhang Shouyong. The person that stopped Zhang Shouyong was none other than the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch. Second mother? Zhang Shouyong frowned and his face sank slightly. Although he'd guessed that this second mother of his would surely be unwilling to allow him to obtain the spirit void fruit, he never imagined that she would be so direct. Now, his father had already made his stand clear, yet she actually still obstructed him? This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being stunned. This vile woman wouldn't be thinking of seizing the spirit void fruit for her son even at a time like this, right? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he didn't look favorably upon the woman. Presently, the expression of the Zhang clan's patriarch was extremely unsightly as well. His wife actually didn't give him face in front of outsiders. For a time, slight rage appeared in the depths of his gaze. "What are you doing?" The tone of the Zhang clan's patriarch was incomparably gloomy. His words were obviously spoken to the woman, his wife. "I think that this spirit void fruit shouldn't be given to him, but should be given to Yuan." The woman turned around and looked at the Zhang clan's patriarch as she spoke frankly. "Umph." The Zhang clan's patriarch grunted coldly. "I know that Yuan is your son, so you're biased towards him at all times. But this matter is related to our Zhang clan and our Dark Han dynasty. How can a woman like you be allowed to act rashly?" "I'm thinking for the sake of our Zhang clan." The woman spoke word by word. "I know that his natural talent is shocking, and he's even broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage now. It isn't difficult for him to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition. But it's precisely because of this that I feel that the spirit void fruit shouldn't be given to him, but should be given to Yuan instead." The Zhang clan's patriarch frowned and looked at the woman as he wanted to know why the woman said this. Chapter 645. Presently his strength is the strongest amongst the younger generation of our Zhang clan, and this is something I can't deny. But below him, the strongest is Yuan. This point, you shouldn't deny it, right? The middle-aged woman looked to her husband, the Zhang family's clan chief, and asked. The Zhang clan leader nodded. With his cultivation, it isn't difficult for him to advance in the dynasty martial competition this time and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But Yuan is different. Unless Yuan is able to consume this spirit void fruit and break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The woman spoke bluntly. And then? The Zhang clan leader asked. Then I felt that giving the spirit void fruit to him was really a waste. Because no matter if he consumed the spirit void fruit or not, he would be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The woman continued. Whereas if Yuan didn't have this spirit void fruit, it would be utterly impossible for him to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As far as I'm concerned, using a spirit void fruit to exchange for an additional spot for our Zhang clan to advance into the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a good thing. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a mocking smile on his face. For the sake of her own son, this evil woman had really put in a lot of effort. She even dared to say such things. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the evil woman's words were all bullsh*t. Even if the spirit void fruit was consumed by her own son and her son obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then wouldn't he still be at the bottom? At that time, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would begin, and he would probably be eliminated in the first round. If the spirit void fruit was consumed by Zhang Shouyong would even have the chance to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. However, it isn't so easy to break through to the void interpretation stage. I wonder what level Big Brother Zhang's Earth concept is at now. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Zhang Shouyong, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if everything that was happening before him had nothing to do with him. In next to no time, the Zhang clan's patriarch spoke. What he said was undoubtedly what Duan Lingtian was thinking. This spirit void fruit is sufficient to affect Yonger's performance in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If he's able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he might even have the chance to compete for the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The words of the Zhang clan leader resounded in the air. First in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What kind of glory was that? Is it as well? Even if he's able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time by relying on this spirit void fruit, how could the void interpretation stage be so easy to break through? Even if in the remaining year or so, his increase in origin power satisfies the conditions, but what about his comprehension of concepts? The woman spoke with certainty and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Because even if he consumed the spirit void fruit and broke through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition, he didn't have full confidence in being able to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. On the other hand, the woman's expression went completely grim. She never imagined that her husband would actually use this to threaten them. She gritted her teeth and kept on feeling unwilling. I think that the ownership of the spirit void fruit should be decided by a vote of all the elders of our Zhang clan. The woman changed the topic and said with a low voice, no matter if it's him or Yuan, or that consumes the spirit void fruit, it's all a gamble. Then, on what basis should he have the priority? On what basis? The woman's words were extremely clear. Let all the elders of the Zhang clan vote. Enough. The Zhang clan's patriarch finally couldn't endure it any longer when he saw his wife giving orders like this, and he shouted out angrily with a gloomy expression. It terrified the woman to the point she shut her mouth. But right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke out. Father, since second mother is interested in allowing all the elders to vote to decide the ownership of the spirit void fruit, then let the elders do it. Zhang Shouyong spoke out abruptly and spoke these words. For a time, it wasn't only the Zhang clan's patriarch that was stunned, even the woman and Zhang Shouyuan were stunned. They never imagined that Zhang Shouyong would agree. Big brother Zhang, Duan Lingtian, was dumbstruck as well. The situation before him was obviously beneficial to his big brother Zhang, yet why did he start digging his own grave instead? He was unable to wrap his head around it. He was truly unable to wrap his head around it. As expected of the eldest young master of our Zhang clan, you have courage. I'll get someone to invite the elders over right now. The woman's face bloomed with a smile of victory as her eyes flickered with a bright light, and she left the hall with large strides to instruct the servants that were standing on guard outside the hall. So long as all the elders of the Zhang clan gathered together, she was confident in making most of the elders lean towards her son's side. After all, her son was the future patriarch of the Zhang clan. Under a similar situation, she wasn't worried that her son would lose to Zhang Shouyong in the voting of all the elders of the Zhang clan. Yong, the Zhang clan's patriarch frowned and had a puzzled expression. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong with a puzzled expression and asked, Big brother Zhang, if you didn't take the initiative to agree earlier, the spirit void fruit would already be yours. Doing this is truly irrational. Since this second mother of yours dares to make such a request, she surely has the confidence to make most of the elders of the Zhang clan lean towards her son. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be worried for Zhang Shouyong. What he was unable to wrap his head around the most was that Zhang Shouyong had actually taken the initiative to agree to the unreasonable request of that vile woman. After all, under the rage of the Zhang clan's patriarch earlier, the vile woman already didn't dare speak. The spirit void fruit was about to become Zhang Shouyong's possession. But at the critical moment, Zhang Shouyong seemed as if he'd thrown out a rope to trip himself, and it truly caused others to be slightly speechless. Brother Lingtian, if I don't agree to second mother's request, then even if she doesn't say anything because of my father's rage, she won't be truly willing. This time, I'll make her completely give up. Strands of terrifying bright lights flickered in the depths of Zhang Shouyong's eyes as he replied via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Chapter 646. As soon as the middle-aged elder spoke, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. I think so as well. I agree. Most of the remaining elders nodded in agreement. As far as they were concerned, with the current cultivation of the second young master, Xianxia, once he consumed the spirit void fruit, breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition was practically a certainty. Whereas a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist still had a very great chance of becoming eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. On the other hand, it was slightly difficult for the second young master, Xianxia. The void interpretation stage wasn't purely a problem in terms of origin energy, and more importantly, it was comprehension in terms of concept. If one didn't comprehend concept to a certain extent, then no matter how strong one's origin energy was, one would be unable to break through to the void interpretation stage. If one wanted to break through to the void interpretation stage, besides having to satisfy the conditions of origin energy, more importantly, one had to first comprehend void interpretation concept, or in other words, intermediate concept. This was often the most difficult thing to do. Under such comparison, and when they thought about how the second young master, Xianxia, would be the future patriarch of the Zhang clan, the group of elders already had an idea in their hearts. They imperceptibly leaned towards the second young master. When she saw most of the elders leaning towards her son, the woman that stood at the side, the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife, revealed a victorious smile as she glanced complacently at Xianxia once more. Xianxia's face revealed a smile as well, and he feigned modesty. "Elders, you're too kind." Right at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded out, and it broke the clamorous atmosphere at the scene. In an instant, the atmosphere became silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The gazes of everyone descended onto the person that snorted coldly. The person that snorted coldly was none other than Xianxia, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side. For a time, many Zhang clan elders frowned and were slightly displeased. The eldest young master has been out for a period of time, yet he's becoming more and more ignorant of the rules. Some elders that were over 100 years old spoke indifferently. Their tones contained a great sense of reproach. When the nearby patriarch's wife and Xianxia saw this scene, the smiles on their faces became even more brilliant, and they felt that Xianxia was courting death. It would be strange if an elder would vote Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia had angered quite a few elders, the Zhang family patriarch frowned in confusion. From what he knew of his eldest son was not an impulsive person. "Elders." Xianxia glanced indifferently at the group of Zhang clan elders and spoke unhurriedly. "I see that all of you don't have much confidence towards me being able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties after I consume the spirit void fruit. Or perhaps, it is time for me to give you some confidence." Xianxia suddenly changed the topic. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, a voice rang out. On Xianxia's body, strands of material and clearly visible earthen yellow-colored energy coiled around his body, and it emitted strands of a powerful aura. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred and finally condensed into 9 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Ninth level elementary concept of Earth. A white-browed elder was the first to react, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Soon after, more and more people reacted, including Duan Lingtian. 9th level elementary concept of Earth? Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at Xianxia, who was by his side, and he couldn't help but gasp. Now, he finally understood Xianxia's intentions. So it turned out that Xianxia had always been waiting for the arrival of this moment. He wanted to use his own strength to prove himself. If he consumed the spirit void fruit, he would surely be able to smoothly break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Big Brother Zhang's 9th-level elementary concept of Earth seems to not have just been comprehended. Obviously, it shows signs of approaching the intermediate concept of Earth. Duan Lingtian, who'd inherited the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, had a discerning gaze, and he noticed with a single glance that the 9th-level elementary concept of Earth that Zhang Shouyong had comprehended wasn't simple. Good. After being stunned for a moment, the Zhang clan's patriarch shouted out explosively, and his face was filled with excitement. The fortune of my Zhang clan. The fortune of my Zhang clan. With the eldest young master in the Zhang clan, why worry about prosperity? In next to no time, many Zhang clan elders turned to flatter Zhang Shouyong. Some of the Zhang clan elders amongst them were siding with Zhang Shouyong a moment ago, yet at this moment, they were like grass that swayed with the wind. They'd never imagined earlier. Zhang Shouyong's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, yet he'd actually comprehended 9th-level elementary concept of Earth. Looks like our Zhang clan is going to be in the limelight on the stage of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. A white-haired, white-browed elder couldn't help but speak with pleasant surprise. The patriarch's wife and Zhang Shouyong stood at the side, and they were stunned on the spot. The smiles on their faces had completely frozen long ago, and in the depths of their eyes, slight disbelief and shock seemed to be mixed within. Never had they imagined that not only was Zhang Shouyong's natural talent high, even his comprehension ability was so heaven-defying, he'd actually comprehended 9th-level elementary concept of Earth. Elders, we can vote now. Let's see who this spirit void fruit should be given to. The voice of the Zhang clan's patriarch sounded out in a timely manner. At this moment, the outcome was already without any suspense. After Zhang Shouyong, the eldest young master of the Zhang clan, revealed his 9th-level elementary concept of Earth, he'd obtained the support of all the Zhang clan elders. Everyone hoped that he'd consume the spirit void fruit and break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, so that he'd be able to fight for extremely great honor for the Zhang clan during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Big Brother Zhang, congratulations. When he saw the spirit void fruit being obtained by Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian congratulated via voice transmission. Brother Lington, I've caused you to worry. I'm truly sorry. Zhang Shouyong spoke apologetically. It's fine as long as you've obtained the spirit void fruit. Duan Lingtan shook his head, and then he glanced at the night sky that had completely darkened as he said, but it's already late now, and I ought to leave as well. Let's meet again during the dynasty martial competition. Zhang Shouyong sent Duan Lingtian out as he said with a smile, perhaps I don't have to wait for the dynasty martial competition. Perhaps I'll be able to find the ageless root you require or a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists in a few days. That couldn't be any better. At the entrance to the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile as he bid his farewells before leaving. Zhang Shouyong only turned around and returned to the estate when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before his eyes. At the other side of the Zhang clan estate, all of you find a good opportunity and do it cleanly. I want to vanish from the face of others. Be sure not to leave any traces behind. The middle-aged woman spoke with a low voice to the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men before her. Yes, madam. The 3 black-clothed middle-aged men nodded respectfully, and their eyes flickered with frightening cold lights. Go on. Along with the middle-aged woman waving her hand, the figures of the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men flashed out to vanish into the night like 3 ghosts in the night. Mother. In next to no time, a young man appeared by the side of the middle-aged woman, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Can the 3 of them do it? That Duan Lingtian is extremely strange. Last time, after I was struck by his demonic technique, I didn't feel anything was off from the beginning until the end. The strengths of the 3 of them are above us. It ought to not be difficult for them to kill that Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged woman was extremely confident towards the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men she sent out. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, yet the cold light in his eyes didn't reduce. If that Duan Lingtian dies, then my anger will vanish. But it's a pity that the spirit void fruit was obtained by Zhang Shouyong. With Zhang Shouyong's natural talent and comprehension ability, it ought to not be difficult for him to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties after consuming the spirit void fruit. Fortunately, he has no intention of obtaining the position of patriarch, otherwise, he would be a formidable opponent for you. The middle-aged woman heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian returned to the nearby Darkstone estate that the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Darkhan dynasty's capital, he suddenly became vigilant. 3 people? At the first possible moment, his acute spiritual force and anti-tracking instinct had noticed 3 people that were hiding in the shadows and spying on him. But when he walked into the Darkstone estate, those 3 people didn't follow him. Who could it be? After Duan Lingtian returned to the Darkstone estate and returned to his own small courtyard, he couldn't help but ponder deeply. Chapter 647. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to determine that these 3 people were the 3 people that followed him 3 months ago. They were suspected to have been sent over by the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and son. As for the objective of these 3 people, Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess that they ought to have come to take his life. Since all of you are so patient and have waited for 3 months, then I'll play with all of you properly. Duan Lingtian stood outside the Blackstone estate, and the corners of his mouth held a wisp of an evil smile. Of course, those 3 people that were concealed in the shadows were bound to be unable to see Duan Lingtian's current smile. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian acted as if nothing had happened and left the Blackstone estate. Moreover, he was able to clearly notice that after he left, those 3 people followed behind him like a shadow, and they were like 3 gangrene attached to the bone. Not long after, Duan Lingtian just happened to pass through a remote and deserted alley. Besides Duan Lingtian, there wasn't a single person in the alley. Right at this moment, swoosh, 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 3 ear-piercing howls of the wind swept over in practically an instant and charged towards Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by 3 black-clothed middle-aged men, and it was as if he was firmly trapped by a heaven-encompassing net. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression when facing these 3 people that had suddenly arrived. The scene in front of him was within his expectations. If I'm not wrong, all of you ought to have been sent over by the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and second young master, right? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men didn't change in the slightest, and it was as if they utterly didn't hear what Duan Lingtian said. But Duan Lingtian, who possessed acute observation, was still able to see a trace of a surprised sheen in the depths of their eyes. It really is them. Now, Duan Lingtian had completely confirmed it. Kill! Suddenly, the black-clothed middle-aged man standing to the left of Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted in a low voice. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he moved. It was as if he had turned into a hungry tiger, opening his bloody mouth and pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. As for his other 2 companions, they followed suit. Bush, bush, bush. At the instant the 3 of them moved, 11 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads. At this moment, the 3 of them did not use their spirit weapons or concepts. In other words, the true cultivations of these 3 people were at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the cultivation levels displayed by the 3 of them. This was because as early as 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had used his mental power to detect their cultivation when he first discovered them. 3 8th level void initiation stage martial artists. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the void initiation stage. Not to mention utilizing a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, it was difficult for him to kill them even if he utilized all his ability. Even if Duan Lingtian utilized his spiritual force that was 2 levels higher than his cultivation and had attained the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage to execute the soul skill, 1000 illusions, it would be difficult for him to do anything to them. So at that time, Duan Lingtian pretended not to notice them. At any rate, he had the protection of King Yong in the Darkstone estate, so he didn't have to worry about these 3 people killing their way in. Whereas now, his cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and his spiritual force had broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Along with this, 3 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artists aren't inscription masters. This was something that Duan Lingtian had already confirmed 3 months ago. If there was an inscription master amongst the 3 of them. 3 months ago, when Duan Lingtian used his spiritual force to detect them, they would surely notice. At that time, the 3 of them didn't notice Duan Lingtian's spiritual force in the slightest, and it could be seen from this that not a single one of them was an inscription master. When facing 3 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artists that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and strands of dim lights started to flicker within them. In the next moment, 1000 illusions. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force instantly fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. An illusory space that was difficult to grasp was constructed by Duan Lingtian, and it swept out to envelop an area of 10 meters around him. At the same time, those 3 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artists that had taken out their spirit weapons and utilized their concept entered the illusory space successively. In Duan Lingtian's field of vision, after the 3 of them approached him, they instantly changed their targets and started fighting each other. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian walked unhurriedly to the side of the remote alley, and he leisurely watched the 3 of them fight to their heart's content. The battle between the 3 of them was extremely horrifying, and after a short moment, one of them was heavily injured by the joint forces of the other 2. A shrill cry sounded out, and it was the person that was heavily injured that was killed by the other 2. Duan Lingtian watched coldly from the side as a black-clothed middle-aged man fell into a pool of blood. Even though he didn't know the 3 people before him. But since they wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. One had to pay for what they did. At the same time, the remaining 2 people continued to fight each other. Half an hour later, another person was killed. The last person was heavily injured and on the verge of death, and he used his spirit saber to support himself. Obviously, he wouldn't live for long. Clut, 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 clut. When he saw this person wasn't a threat anymore, Duan Lingtian clapped as he withdrew the illusory space he created with his soul skill, 1000 illusions. At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man that was heavily injured and on the verge of death noticed that he'd left that strange place and returned to the remote alley. With a single glance, he saw his 2 companions that had fallen into a pool of blood, and his face couldn't help but go grim. In next to no time, he noticed an extremely terrifying thing. He was extremely familiar with the wounds of his 2 companions. Immediately after, his gaze fell onto the spirit saber in his hand. Fresh blood was still dripping from it. It's me? The black-clothed middle-aged man's face was deathly pale, his pupils constricted, and his body started trembling, unwilling to believe that all of this was real. That's right, it's you. At the same time, an indifferent voice entered the black-clothed middle-aged man's ears in a timely manner, causing his face to go pale. How could... Impossible. The black-clothed middle-aged man turned around and saw Duan Lingtian standing at the side of the alley as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but shake his head in horror. In his opinion, everything before his eyes couldn't be real. He'd clearly killed the other party twice just now, but now the other party was alive and well, and his 2 companions were dead instead. Nothing is impossible. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the black-clothed middle-aged man, seeming to see through his disbelief, and said slowly, "In this world, there are many things that you can't understand. Just like just now. Perhaps, you don't even know why you've suddenly arrived at another place, And you don't know why I would appear again after killing me once. At the same time, you wouldn't have thought that the two people you've killed in succession were your own companions. As Duan Lingtian spoke, every single word seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that unceasingly pierced through the black-clothed middle-aged man's chest. It caused the black-clothed middle-aged man's body to tremble even more intensely. Now, in the eyes of the black-clothed middle-aged man, the violet-clothed young man with a faint smile on his face was no different from a devil. Devil? You're a devil. You're a devil. Devil? Perhaps. A faintly discernible evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Devil! I'll kill you! The black-clothed middle-aged man struggled, wanting to charge towards Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he'd just taken a step when his body that lost the support of the spirit saber couldn't stand still any longer and fell to the ground with a bang. His injuries were too severe. If there's an afterlife, remember not to be another's lackey. Only by becoming a person above others can you control your own destiny. As Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, the origin energy in his hand condensed into a 3-foot-long blade, and with a raise of his hand, he took the life of the last black-clothed middle-aged man. Since all of you want to play, then I'll properly play with all of you. After the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy in Duan Lingtian's hand dispersed, he abruptly turned his head and looked towards the direction of the Zhang clan estate, and his face was covered in a layer of frost. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pulled off the belt of a black-clothed middle-aged man, and tied the 3 corpses together. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian dragged the 3 corpses and stepped into the air. Swoosh! Even though he was carrying 3 corpses, Duan Lingtian's movements were still extremely swift, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that didn't take long to arrive outside the entrance of the Zhang clan estate. Young Master Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just descended outside the entrance of the Zhang clan estate when the Zhang clan guards that guarded the entrance had already bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to the Zhang clan guards, causing the latter to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Young Master Lingtian is really amiable. As expected of the eldest young master's friend, he's neither arrogant nor rash. The Zhang clan guards whispered in discussion, and they extremely admired Duan Lingtian. That's 3 corpses? In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard with sharp eyes noticed Duan Lingtian actually drag out 3 corpses that were stacked together with a raise of his hand, and then he threw them at the entrance of the Zhang clan estate. What does young Master Lingtian want to do? For a time, the expressions of the Zhang clan guards went slightly grim, and they felt their scalps go numb. Isn't this violet-clothed young man before us a friend of our young master? Bringing corpses to pay a visit doesn't seem to be something a friend would do, right? Do all of you know these 3 people? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan guards and asked with a light smile. But at this moment, when his smile entered into the eyes of the Zhang clan guards, it was no different than the smile of a devil. But the Zhang clan guards still couldn't refrain from moving their gazes onto the 3 corpses. After a short moment, the expressions of some people went grim. Aren't they the guards by the madam's side? It's them. I still remember that when the madam had just married all those years ago, the 3 of them came over as dowry from the madam's clan. A few of the Zhang clan's guards recognized the 3 dead men at a glance. They're all existences at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. But I wonder who killed them. The relationship between the madam, second young master, and young Master Lingtian seems to be. Could it be? In next to no time, the Zhang clan guards looked at Duan Lingtian with terrified expressions. Even though they didn't think that Duan Lingtian possessed the ability to kill 3 8th-level void initiation stage martial artists. Chapter 648. Are all of you willing to lend a hand and help me carry them to your Zhang clan's audience hall? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan guards as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the Zhang clan guards went grim when they heard this, and then they looked at each other, yet none of them dared agree. Young Master Ling Tian, don't make it difficult for us. In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard laughed bitterly. They're the madam's people. Perhaps you're not afraid of the madam, but we're not. The other Zhang clan guards hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, yet he wasn't surprised, and he continued. Then help me notify your eldest young master and ask him to go to the audience hall. This ought to be fine, right? This isn't a problem. The Zhang clan guards hurriedly spoke. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian took the lead and dragged the 3 corpses into the Zhang clan estate, and he left behind a long trail of blood all along the way as he headed directly to the Zhang clan audience hall. Behind Duan Lingtian, a Zhang clan guard hurriedly headed towards the other side. The direction he headed towards was precisely the courtyard that the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, resided in. Young Master Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the Zhang clan audience hall, the servants that stood on guard at the side recognized him. In next to no time, the expressions of the servants went grim, because they saw the 3 corpses that Duan Ling Tian dragged over. Bang! With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian directly tossed the 3 corpses at the entrance of the Zhang clan audience hall, and then he silently stood at the side and didn't enter. Please notify your patriarch, Madam of the Patriarch, second young master, and the various elders to invite them over. Duan Lingtian looked at the servants that stood on guard at the side and had slightly grim expressions as he spoke slowly. The servants hurriedly nodded when they heard this, and then they left as if they were fleeing. When he saw the actions of the servants were so exaggerated, Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Am I so terrifying? It wasn't long before a figure flashed over. Swoosh! His figure was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he stood beside Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, what happened? The first person to arrive was Zhang Shouyong. Obviously, the Zhang family guard who went to find Zhang Shouyong didn't have time to tell Zhang Shouyong too much, so Zhang Shouyong didn't know what had happened. Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zhang Shouyong, and then he pointed at the 3 corpses nearby. Only then did Zhang Shouyong notice the 3 corpses and the bloodstains on the road. He couldn't help but frown. Who are they? Soon, Zhang Shouyong's gaze landed on the 3 corpses. With just a glance, he was able to clearly see the faces of the 3 corpses. Zhang Shouyong suddenly snorted coldly. His voice was extremely cold. Obviously, he recognized the 3 corpses and said in a deep voice, "That bitch." Now, Zhang Shouyong naturally understood what had happened. It was surely his second mother that sent people to make a move against Duan Lingtian, and they were instead killed by the experts of the Darkstone Empire. Now, Duan Lingtian had brought 3 corpses to denounce Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, you can be at ease. I'll surely give you an explanation for this matter. Zhang Shouyong promised word by word. Duan Lingtian nodded. He believed in Zhang Shouyong. If he didn't believe in Zhang Shouyong, he wouldn't have so straightforwardly dragged 3 corpses to the Zhang clan. What's going on? In next to no time, the Zhang clan's patriarch arrived as well, and his expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the bloodstains on the road. Father, look at them. Zhang Shouyong's expression was extremely gloomy as he pointed at the 3 corpses. The Zhang clan's patriarch glanced over, and his expression instantly went grim. Why is it them? Aren't they the guards by your second mother's side? How could they have died here? They didn't die here. If I'm not wrong, it ought to be second mother that sent them to kill brother Lingtian, yet they were instead killed by the experts of the Darkstone Empire that stood behind brother Lingtian. Zhang Shouyong spoke with a low voice. The Zhang clan's patriarch's expression went grim when he heard this, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian as if he wanted to confirm it. Brother Lingtian, is it really like this? Patriarch Zhang, the 3 of them really did want to kill me, but unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Zhang clan's patriarch's brows knit tightly when he heard this, and his expression was gloomy, and then he looked at Zhang Shouyong and said, "Go get your second mother." Zhang Shouyong hadn't moved yet when Duan Lingtian had already spoken. Don't worry, Patriarch Zhang, I've already sent people to invite your madam and second young master over. Zhang Shouyong stopped moving when he heard this. On the other hand, the Zhang clan's patriarch's brows knit together even more tightly. Originally, he was still thinking. After he sent Zhang Shouyong away, he planned to properly discuss this matter with Duan Lingtian and see if this matter could be reduced to a small matter, and a small matter turned into nothing. After all, this matter was related to his second wife. But now, he was obviously only able to persuade Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Brother Lingtian, my Zhang clan is in the wrong in this matter. How about this, for the sake of displaying the sincerity of my Zhang clan? So long as it's within the scope of my Zhang clan's ability, then so long as you have any request, my Zhang clan will surely go through water and tread on fire. A voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. He was able to discern that this was the voice transmission of the Zhang clan's patriarch. Patriarch Zhang. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Zhang clan's patriarch and replied via voice transmission. I'm friends with Big Brother Zhang, and you're his father. Logically speaking, I ought to call you uncle, but I still hope that uncle can do official business in the matter today and give me justice. The Zhang clan's patriarch couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard this. He knew that Duan Lingtian wanted to fight for his honor. After a short moment, numerous figures arrived successively. In next to no time, over 10 Zhang clan elders had arrived. The Zhang clan's patriarch was dumbstruck when he saw these Zhang clan elders. Uncle, it was I who asked them to invite the elders over. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the Zhang clan's patriarch, causing the corners of the latter's mouth to twitch, and his eyes revealed traces of fear. Only now did the Zhang clan's patriarch realize. Not only did this violet-clothed young man possess extraordinary natural talent in the martial Tao, even his meticulousness caused one's scalp to go slightly numb. Subsequently, he glanced at Zhang Shouyong. He knew that the reason Duan Lingtian dared devise strategies like this was undoubtedly because he had his son, this chip. It could be said that if it wasn't for the interference of his eldest son, Duan Lingtian would absolutely be unable to stir up any waves in the matter today. What a scheming person! As the patriarch of a clan, the Zhang clan's patriarch had roamed freely for half of his life, so what sort of people hadn't he seen? What sort of storms hadn't he encountered? But now, before this violet-clothed young man, traces of fear arose from the bottom of his heart. How old is this little fellow? He possesses such terrifying scheming at such an age. When he truly matures in the future, I'm afraid he'll be a devil incarnate. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. Patriarch, what's happened? The over 10 Zhang clan elders quickly noticed the 3 corpses that were tied together, and they couldn't help but frown as they asked the Zhang clan's patriarch. The Zhang clan's patriarch hadn't opened his mouth when a Zhang clan elder couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Aren't these 3 the guards by the madam's side? They're really the guards by the madam's side. Even though the guards by the madam's side are from the clan the madam is from, but since they followed the madam into our Zhang clan, then they're members of our Zhang clan. Who's so audacious? They even dared to kill members of our Zhang clan. For a time, the group of Zhang clan elders were enraged. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and second young master had arrived late. When they saw the 3 black-clothed middle-aged man corpses that laid on the ground, their expressions went grim. Madam, if I'm not wrong, they ought to be the guards by your side, right? In next to no time, a Zhang clan elder asked the patriarch's wife. The patriarch's wife's expression was unsightly, yet she still nodded. This was something she couldn't deny. Don't worry, madam, no matter who killed the guards by your side, our Zhang clan will absolutely not let the matter go. Some Zhang clan elders assured the patriarch's wife successively. This caused the latter to feel a wave of guilt. Elders, all of you don't know the sequence of events, so it's better for you not to be in a hurry to display your loyalty. Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong spoke with a voice filled with ridicule. Eldest young master, what do you mean by this? Instantly, the expressions of those elders went grim. "Brother Ling Tian, you tell them." Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Ling Tian and nodded to him. "Feel free to speak frankly, there's no need to worry in the slightest." Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said slowly, "These 3 people were killed by the experts of my Darkstone Empire. The reason was that the 3 of them had concealed themselves outside our estate for an entire 3 months, and when I left the estate today, they directly made a move to kill me. Fortunately, I had the protection of an expert by my side, otherwise, I'd already be dead." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the patriarch's wife and second young master that had unsightly expressions. "After I came to the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, I didn't offend anyone. The only people I had a conflict with were the patriarch's wife and second young master. So I brought those 3 corpses to the Zhang clan estate. The facts proved that I wasn't wrong. These 3 people were precisely the people by the side of the patriarch's wife." Duan Lingtian finished speaking in a single breath. The group of Zhang clan elders looked at each other and were all speechless. Chapter 649. As far as they were concerned, this was the Zhang clan. Not to mention the Zhang clan's patriarch was their husband and father. Even if it was all the Zhang clan elders, it would be impossible for them to side with an outsider like Duan Lingtian. But now, Zhang Shouyong had interfered like this and even threatened everyone in the Zhang clan with his words, causing them to realize danger. All the Zhang clan elders recovered from their shock, and their faces went grim. Only the Zhang clan's patriarch had a helpless and bitter smile on his face, and he seemed to have realized since long ago that Zhang Shouyong would act in this way. In next to no time, the group of Zhang clan elders looked at each other. The atmosphere at the scene went silent for a time. Duan Lingtian knew clearly that this group of Zhang clan elders were probably communicating via voice transmission now. Not long after, there would be an outcome. With Big Brother Zhang's natural talent and strength, advancing in the dynasty martial competition is extremely easy. It's even to the extent that Big Brother Zhang will most likely be able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins. A young genius at the void interpretation stage is sufficient to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and suppress everyone. If a young genius like this is able to obtain an extremely great honor in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then as the power he belongs to, the Zhang clan will surely be able to obtain great benefits. So, it's impossible for the Zhang clan to allow Big Brother Zhang to leave at this time. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's thoughts were completely correct. The group of Zhang clan elders quickly came to a consensus. They would follow Zhang Shouyong's wishes and punish the culprit. Eldest young master. Amongst the group of Zhang clan elders present, the most dignified white-haired, white-browed elder said slowly, "Even though this matter is related to the madam and second young master, as the saying goes, the Son of Heaven is punished the same as the commoners. We naturally can't be biased. But, since this little brother is completely unharmed and the 3 people that attacked him are already dead, even according to the rules of our Zhang clan, the madam and second young master's crimes don't warrant death. It doesn't warrant death, but it ought to be sufficient to cripple their cultivations, right?" Zhang Shouyong continued. "Cripple their cultivations." As soon as Zhang Shouyong was finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene, the Zhang clan was Zhang Shouyong was in the heavens. In this cloud continent where the martial Tao prevailed and the strong were respected, to most martial artists, cultivation was far more important than their own lives. Without his cultivation, he would rather die than live. On the other hand, the expressions of the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and second young master went grim when they heard Zhang Shouyong. Cripple his cultivation? Mother, I don't want to have my cultivation crippled. The second young master was frightened out of his wits and spoke with a sobbing tone. Don't worry. No one can cripple your cultivation. The patriarch's wife took a deep breath and took a step forward. She looked at Zhang Shouyong and said in a low voice, "Without my orders, no one is able to command the guards by my side. Therefore, the matter this time has nothing to do with Yuan." Zhang Shouyong said indifferently, "If it has nothing to do with him, then so be it. Your cultivation will be crippled. Give my brother Ling Tian an explanation." Madame Patriarch gave a low snort, looking like she was waiting to be slaughtered. But her eyes were suffused with flowing lights that were filled with killing intent, and they condensed onto the nearby Duan Lingon. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he sensed the patriarch's wife's killing intent. This vile woman is still so thick-headed even at a time like this? She truly deserves death. Make your move. When he saw the group of elders looking over, the Zhang clan's patriarch sighed and waved his hand. Enforcement elder. The white-haired and white-browed elder looked at a green-clothed old man and spoke slowly. The green-clothed old man was precisely the Zhang clan's enforcement elder. "Madam, I'm sorry." The enforcement elder took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the patriarch's wife. Duan Lingtun watched all this coldly from the sidelines. When he saw the enforcement elder arrive before the patriarch's wife, he slowly raised his hand. "Don't touch my mother." An explosive shout sounded out abruptly. It was Zhang Shouyong who couldn't restrain himself, and his figure flashed out to block before the patriarch's wife and obstruct the enforcement elder. "Second young master." The enforcement elder couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw Zhang Shouyong interfering, and he slowly put down his hand. "Fuck off. Otherwise I'll cripple you as well." Zhang Shouyong's eyes narrowed as cold lights flashed within them, and he shouted with a low voice. Zhang Shouyong's face couldn't help but go grim when he heard Zhang Shouyong's stern shout, and his body started to tremble. "Zhang Shouyong, I'm your younger brother." "Younger brother?" Zhang Shouyong sneered. "Now, you admit you're my younger brother? In the past, I could endure and not fuss about it when you made things difficult for me. But today, I'll absolutely not stand idly by when you and your son bully my friend." Zhang Shouyong's words were resounding. Zhang Shouyong was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale, and his body trembled without end and showed signs of being unable to stop. "You move aside." The patriarch's wife spoke with a low voice. "Father." Zhang Shouyong looked at his father, the patriarch of the Zhang clan, with an unwilling expression. But unfortunately, the patriarch of the Zhang clan couldn't back down now. He was extremely clear about his eldest son's character. Words spoken were like spilled water, and it was difficult to take it back. Today, if he couldn't give his eldest son an explanation, then he didn't doubt in the slightest that his eldest son would leave the Zhang clan. "Listen to your mother." The patriarch shook his head and spoke to Zhang Shouyong. "Second young master." The enforcement elder looked at Zhang Shouyong and sighed before raising his hand once more. "Zhang Shouyong." But Zhang Shouyong still didn't move aside, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong instead as he said with a low voice, "I know you want to stand up for your friend today. How about this? I'll use a thing as an exchange. So long as you let my mother go, I'll give that thing to you." Zhang Shouyong's words caused most of the people present to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Could the matter today be turned around by a single thing? "I'm not interested." Sure enough, Zhang Shouyong glanced at Zhang Shouyong with disdain as he spoke indifferently. "Are you sure you're not interested in it?" Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. "If I'm not wrong, you were already searching for this thing a few months ago." At practically the instant Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, a thing had appeared in his hand. This was a peculiar thing that looked like a medicinal material. Most importantly, this medicinal material looked like an old tree root, extremely ordinary, and no value could be discerned from it. The group of Zhang clan elders originally thought that Zhang Shouyong would take out some sort of treasure, but never had they imagined that it would be such an inconspicuous thing, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. They felt that Zhang Shouyong was unable to save his mother. However, Zhang Shouyang's originally calm expression was completely stunned when he saw the medicinal material in Zhang Shouyang's hand. Why does this thing look so familiar? In next to no time, Zhang Shouyang recovered from his shock and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was by his side. Whereas presently, Duan Lingtian stood there dumbstruck as he stared blankly at the thing in Zhang Shouyang's hand. Ageless? Ageless root. Duan Lingtian's feelings were indescribable, and they were extremely agitated. Never had he imagined that the thing he yearned for day and night would appear here, in Zhang Shouyang's hands. Brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, an exceedingly clear voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was precisely Zhang Shouyang's voice. Do you want to continue making my second mother pay the price for her actions? Or do you want this medicinal material? Now, Zhang Shouyang recalled. Wasn't the thing in Zhang Shouyang's hand the ageless root that Duan Lingtian asked him to help find earlier? I want this medicinal material. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest and spoke frankly. What a joke! Even though he hated the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife to the extreme. But before the ageless root, the little bit of enmity between him and the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife was utterly nothing. The ageless root was one of the two auxiliary medicinal catalysts for the rebirth pill. Duan Lingtian had already obtained the other auxiliary medicinal catalyst, the phoenix wing herb. Even if it was amongst the medicinal catalysts required for the rebirth pill, the most important main medicinal catalyst, the red luan's blood, Duan Lingtian had obtained it long ago. As for the other medicinal materials, they were extremely ordinary, and Duan Lingtian had already prepared them long ago. Presently, Duan Lingtian could be said to be completely prepared and only lacked the crucial element. So long as he obtained the ageless root, he would be able to directly refine the rebirth pill. The rebirth pill was a medicinal pill with an extremely overbearing medicinal strength, and it was capable of allowing one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. The increase was so great that it was shocking. I've already broken through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage now. If I'm able to consume the rebirth pill, then my cultivation will probably be able to directly break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was recorded in detail in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. After all, when the medicinal strength of a rebirth pill was completely consumed, it was even to the extent that it allowed Samsara Emperor Wu, who'd attained the Emperor Wu stage all those years ago, to break through a few levels in one go. Chapter 650. Up until the last time Zhang Shouyang was looking for this medicinal herb, he'd finally dug it out. Of course, he'd never thought of giving it to Zhang Shouyang. Even though Zhang Shouyang was his big brother, in name, he'd never really taken Zhang Shouyang to be his big brother in his heart. He'd even thought of taking out this medicinal herb before Zhang Shouyang in the future, yet not giving it to Zhang Shouyang so as to infuriate Zhang Shouyang to death, but never had he imagined that such an incident would occur today. But exchanging a medicinal herb he didn't recognize for his mother's cultivation was still something he felt was a sure win. Deal? Yet now, all the Zhang clan elders were completely stunned, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Originally, when they saw Zhang Shouyang take out such an inconspicuous medicinal herb, they felt that Zhang Shouyang was asking for humiliation. Never had they imagined Zhang Shouyang would actually give up making things difficult for the patriarch's wife for this medicinal herb. Unbelievable! Exactly what medicinal herb is that? The group of Zhang clan elders were filled with interest towards the medicinal herb in Zhang Shouyang's hand. On the other hand, the feelings of the patriarch were no different than the group of elders. He never imagined that his second son would be able to use an inconspicuous medicinal herb to turn the tide. But, based on the current situation, the outcome of the entire matter wasn't bad. His second wife finally didn't have to have her cultivation crippled. The matter of today ends here. Zhang Shouyang spoke indifferently, And then he called out to Duan Lingtian before returning to the courtyard he lived in. Mother. Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to support the woman that was covered in cold sweat. The woman stared at the figures of Zhang Shouyong and Duan Lingtian that were disappearing into the distance, and her eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. After Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong returned to the courtyard, they walked into a room together. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyong passed the ageless root in his hand to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, is this medicinal herb very important to you? At that time, Duan Lingtian had asked him to help search for the ageless root, and he hadn't realized how important the ageless root was to Duan Lingtian. But today's incident had allowed him to realize how important the ageless root was to Duan Lingtian. Yes, it's very important. Duan Lingtian grabbed the ageless root tightly and tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart. He put it away into his storage ring like he had obtained a treasure. No matter what, your luck is pretty good. I didn't expect that my second brother would actually have this ageless root. Zhang Shouyong sighed. If you hadn't come to denounce him today and put his mother in danger, he might not have handed over the ageless root. Zhang Shouyong was well aware of the conflict between him and Zhang Shouyun. Even if Zhang Shouyuan had the ageless root and knew that he was searching for the ageless root, he still wouldn't give it to him. At most, he would deliberately take out the ageless root to anger him. I didn't expect it either. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even he felt that today's matter was inconceivable. If he didn't come to the Zhang clan estate to look for Zhang Shouyong that day and didn't encounter Zhang Shouyong's second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, then he wouldn't have executed his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to toy with Zhang Shouyong. Moreover, he wouldn't have offended the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife because of this and caused her to hate him to the bone and send someone to kill him. All of this seems to be the will of the heavens. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at Zhang Shouyong as he said sincerely, "Big brother Zhang, no matter what, if it wasn't for you today, it would be impossible for me to force your second mother to such an extent. If I wasn't able to force her to such an extent, then your second brother wouldn't have taken out the ageless root in exchange." As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, at the bottom of it all, the reason he was able to obtain the ageless root was because of Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, you're too courteous. Don't forget that you gave me a grade 3 spirit weapon. No matter how precious the ageless root is, could it be more precious than a grade 3 spirit weapon? Zhang Shouyong shook his head. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zhang Shouyong. He never imagined that Zhang Shouyong would compare a grade 3 spirit weapon to the ageless root. One had to know that a grade 3 spiritual artifact wasn't anything rare to him. So long as he had the materials, he could refine it at any time. However, the ageless root was different. Obtaining the ageless root also meant that he could officially start to refine the rebirth pill. When he thought of the heaven-defying medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, his mood surged once more. Big brother Zhang, since the matter has been resolved now, then I ought to return. Duan Lingtian greeted Zhang Shouyong. Presently, he was impatient to return home and wished for nothing more than to immediately refine the heaven-defying medicinal pill, the rebirth pill. I'll send you off. This time, not only did Zhang Shouyong personally send Duan Lingtian out of the Zhang clan estate, he even sent Duan Lingtian back to the Darkstone estate. I'll see you in a month. Before Duan Lingtian walked into the Darkstone estate, he lightly smiled as he spoke to Zhang Shouyong. I'll see you in a month. Zhang Shouyong nodded. He only turned around and left after he saw Duan Lingtian safely enter the Darkstone estate. The reason he personally sent Duan Lingtian back was because he was worried that his second mother would once again send people to make a move against Duan Lingtian. He was extremely clear about the character of his second mother. She would take revenge for the slightest thing and leave no room for negotiation. Duan Lingtian had just entered the Darkstone estate when he heard a cold snort sound out from the courtyard ahead, and when he looked carefully, it was the saber young master, Long Yun, who was coldly looking at him. Long Yun. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his spiritual force stretched out to envelop Long Yun. In next to no time, The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Heavens! What did I notice? Isn't this too excessive? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. Earlier, when his spiritual force enveloped Long Yun, he detected Long Yun's current cultivation at the first possible moment. But Long Yun's cultivation had exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. Chapter 651. Along with the grade 3 pill fire burning, Duan Lingtian's gaze stared with incomparable concentration at the cauldron before him. Presently, the cauldron was already a grade 3 spirit weapon and was capable of resisting the assault of a grade 3 pill fire. Even if the grade 3 pill fire fused into it, it wouldn't be able to melt or destroy it. Duan Lingtian casually raised his hand and skillfully grabbed a few medicinal materials before stuffing them into the cauldron. Subsequently, the pill fire that lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand abruptly flashed out and slapped into the cauldron. He officially started pill refinement. The medicinal materials that Duan Lingtian threw in first were medicinal materials that were comparatively more difficult to be melted by pill fire, so they had to be placed into the cauldron first to allow the pill fire to melt them to a certain extent. Half an hour passed, and Duan Lingtian successively threw some other medicinal materials into the cauldron. For a time, only the ageless root, phoenix wing herb, and the red luan blood that Duan Lingtian hadn't taken out from his spatial ring remained. But Duan Lingtian wasn't impatient, and he minded his own business as he used his pill fire to melt the medicinal materials within the cauldron. Another hour passed. Hoo! Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air, then he excitedly picked up the ageless root, and his other hand opened the lid of the cauldron before throwing the ageless root in. As soon as the ageless root entered, a strand of indescribable flame arose within the cauldron, and the flame emitted an exceedingly dense medicinal smell. Bang! Subsequently, the lid of the cauldron descended and tightly covered the cauldron. Whereas the movements of Duan Lingtian's hands didn't stop because of this. His palms ceaselessly spat out grade 3 pill fire that fused into the cauldron, and it seemed as if he would never know exhaustion. 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian opened the cauldron once more. This time, he put in the phoenix feather grass. After the phoenix wing herb is placed in, the rebirth pill will take form after another half an hour of refining. But if I want the rebirth pill to completely take form, then the red luan blood must be fused into it at the instant it comes out of the cauldron. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered this memory from Emperor Wu of Samsara. After a short moment, only the sound of the grade 3 pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand pressing into the cauldron remained in the room. Half an hour passed quickly. Success! Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly brightened. He withdrew his right hand, and the third grade pill fire was extinguished. In that instant, Duan Lingtian's right hand landed on the cauldron. In the next moment, sound was heard. A crimson bolt of lightning instantly swept out from the side of the medicinal cauldron. A wisp of crimson flame seemed to be entwined within it. Nirvana pill! Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp, and he recognized at a glance that what shot out from the medicinal cauldron was a medicinal pill wrapped in crimson flames. It was the Nirvana pill in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, and his gaze concentrated as he stared fixedly at the Nirvana pill. He knew that he couldn't be careless in the slightest at this moment. Otherwise, it would affect the final nurturing of the Nirvana pill. After the Nirvana pill left the medicinal cauldron, its surface would be covered in a layer of crimson flames. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew from the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara since long ago, so he wasn't surprised. Besides that, he also knew Even though the medicinal strength of the nirvana pill was divided into 1,000 strands, every single strand was extremely strong, and it caused one to feel shocked from the bottom of one's heart. Cultivate. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and at the same time, he withdrew the wind concept fragment and held it in his hand before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Along with Duan Lingtian circulating his cultivation method, the origin energy in his body started to move rhythmically, and at the same time, it guided the medicinal strength of the nirvana pill to flow along his meridians. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel the strengthening and transformation of his origin energy. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long had passed as he cultivated, but he felt that the time wasn't too long. In next to no time, his cultivation smoothly broke through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Originally, Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage not long ago, and there was still an extremely long distance from the 7th level of the void initiation stage. If he were to use mid-grade origin stones to assist in his cultivation, then he would at least need to spend half a year of time before he was confident in breaking through. But now, it seemed to not be long before he smoothly broke through. After breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body moved faster and faster, and even the speed of consuming the nirvana pill's medicinal strength grew faster and faster. After breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, it wasn't long before Duan Lingtian broke through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Subsequently, it was the 9th level of the void initiation stage. After breaking through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage, Duan Lingtian's origin energy was still rising swiftly, and it only slowed down after rising to a certain critical point. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel the boundless strength of the origin energy in his body. 9th level of the void initiation stage. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within his eyes that were like a dazzling array of stars in the night sky. My current strength. Duan Lingtian lightly clenched his fists tightly, and his fists were suffused with origin energy. Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form. In the end, they converged into a total of 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Without using a spirit weapon or concept, he possessed the strength of 12 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely the symbol of the 9th level of the void initiation stage. The medicinal strength of the nirvana pill is overbearing as expected. If it wasn't for the restriction of concept, I might even be able to directly break through to the void interpretation stage. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. What a pity! Presently, my wind concept is only at the 7th level. Not to mention being extremely far away from the 1st level intermediate wind concept, I'm even quite a distance away from the 9th level elementary wind concept. Wanting to break through to the void interpretation stage wasn't something that could be realized by merely attaining origin energy. Besides that, one must comprehend 1st level intermediate concept. Just like Duan Lingtian now. Unless he was able to comprehend 1st level intermediate wind concept, otherwise, even if he had the assistance of the nirvana pill, it would be impossible for him to break through to the void interpretation stage. Chapter 652. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had only taken a few steps when he heard an aged voice calling out to him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw an old man walking over from nearby. He wasn't unfamiliar with this old man. It was precisely one of the 2 old men that usually followed behind King Yong. Senior. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the old man. Even though his current cultivation wasn't inferior to the old man, and he was even able to easily kill the old man by relying on his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. But Duan Lingtian didn't feel that he was any different than before because of this. He was still the Duan Lingtian of the past. He wouldn't put on airs before someone he knew in the past because of the difference in strength. The old man replied with a smile, and then he said, Duan Lingen, someone from the Feng clan was looking for you some time ago and asked you to go to the Feng clan. But you were cultivating at that time. Feng clan? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought in his heart. Could it be that City Governor Feng and Tian Wu have returned? They asked someone to invite me over? He didn't know many people in the Feng clan. Besides Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu, he couldn't think of anyone else. Thank you, senior, for passing on the message. Duan Lingtian thanked the old man, and then he walked out of the Blackstone estate with the intention of heading to the Feng clan. The old man had a complicated gaze as he looked at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure. I truly never imagined that not only does this Duan Lingtian possess shocking natural talent, even the people he knows are so extraordinary. The person that came to look for him a few days ago seemed to only be a Feng clan general. The old man was shocked in his heart. He was practically able to confirm that a person that was capable of making a Feng clan general look for Duan Lingtian was surely someone with an extraordinary status in the Feng clan. But unfortunately, he's still too young. Not to mention him, even Mo Xian would probably find it extremely difficult to advance in the dynasty martial competition this time and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The old man shook his head when he thought up to here. Obviously, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian had just walked out of Blackstone Mansion when he couldn't help but frown. This was because, with the sharp intuition he had developed as a mercenary in his previous life, he sensed an extremely cold gaze staring at him from the dark. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as they fell on Yi Futian. Looks like the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch hasn't given up. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a sneer as he guessed the identity of this person. The person that came was surely sent over by the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. After all, after he arrived at the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, he hadn't offended anyone, and the only people he had conflicts with was the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and the second young master. Second level of the void interpretation stage? Now, Duan Lingtian's mind power had improved rapidly along with his cultivation. Presently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Moreover, his mind power had been pushed to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage as well. Relying on his current mind power, the cultivation of that void interpretation stage martial artist had no place to hide before Duan Lingtian. Since he's unable to sense my mind power, then he ought to not be an inscription master. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and then he walked out with large strides. When Duan Lingtian walked out, he noticed that the 2nd-level void interpretation stage martial artist followed closely behind him and firmly followed behind him. Duan Lingtian had just turned a corner and didn't have the time to walk into the remote alley ahead. Swoosh! The void interpretation stage martial artist made a move, and his movements were swift like a storm, causing it to be impossible to guard against. As a martial artist at the void interpretation stage, he didn't have too many worries. Duan Lingtian had only just left the path before the Darkstone estate when he made a move. At practically the instant the void interpretation stage martial artist made a move, the mind power that Duan Lingtian stretched out reacted, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. 1,000 illusions! In practically an instant, a dim light flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he directly fused his mind power into the soul brand in the depths of his soul and executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. Instantly, an illusory space was constructed by him, and it enveloped not far behind him. Whereas the void interpretation stage martial artist had come precisely from there. After a short moment, the void interpretation stage martial artist entered the illusory space, and his entire body was affected, causing him to stop moving before flashing towards the other side, and he attacked like the wind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As a void interpretation stage martial artist, This person attacked extremely swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, waves of ear-piercing howls of the wind were caused. At the same time, the airflow in the air pulsated and gave rise to waves of violent winds that blew towards the nearby Duan Lingtian, and it caused the clothes on Duan Lingtian to flutter. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he walked step by step towards this void interpretation stage martial artist with the intention of killing him. Even though the strength of this void interpretation stage martial artist far surpassed him. But now, the void interpretation stage martial artist had fallen into his illusory space and was utterly unguarded, so it was extremely easy for him to kill the void interpretation stage martial artist. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian stopped moving, because he noticed that another person had arrived. Swoosh! A figure that was even swifter than the void interpretation stage martial artist that had fallen into Duan Lingtian's illusory space flashed over, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. King Yong. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up as he recognized the person that had arrived. King Yong nodded to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, King Yong's expression was extremely unsightly, and the cinnabar mole between his brows had even become slightly deeper, seeming to be announcing the rage in his heart. I noticed him earlier. I never imagined that he'd actually come for you. At the same time that King Yong spoke with a low voice, he strode out. With a raise of his hand, a palm print whistled out and instantly descended onto the chest of the void interpretation stage martial artist, directly killing him. At this moment, King Yong didn't even notice that something was off. Fourth level of the void interpretation stage. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had truly detected King Yong's cultivation. When King Yong made a move, not to mention this second-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had fallen into the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian's soul skill, thousand illusions, even if Duan Lingtian didn't create the illusory space, he would still die for sure. Duan Lingtian, who did you offend? There's actually a void interpretation stage martial artist that wants to deal with you. King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and then he didn't conceal anything and spoke of the conflict between him and the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife. Zhang clan? Slight fear appeared on King Yong's face when he heard this. That Zhang clan isn't simple. Moreover, I heard that the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch later on had an extremely extraordinary background. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't surprised by this. When he brought those 3 corpses to the Zhang clan that day, he'd heard that those 3 people were part of the dowry of the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife when she married into the Zhang clan all those years ago. Obviously, the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch had a power with extraordinary strength behind her. Where do you intend to go? King Yong asked. The Feng clan. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he spoke. Feng clan? King Yong was stunned, and then he said, I heard that a member of the Feng clan came looking for you a few days ago. You know a member of the Feng clan? Duan Lingtian nodded. You've offended the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch and are in an extremely dangerous situation. How about this, I'll send you over. King Yong said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard King Yong, and then he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, King Yong. There's no need to thank me. If that little she-devil finds out that something has happened to you, then wouldn't she make an example out of me? King Yong shook his head and smiled, and as he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth seemed to carry slight bitterness. Duan Lingtian naturally knew who the little she-devil King Yong spoke of was, and he couldn't help but laugh embarrassedly. Even in existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage like King Yong was extremely afraid of that little girl, Xuanai. It truly caused him to be at a loss for words. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and King Yong walked side by side towards the Feng clan. Young Master Lingtian. The 2 of them had just arrived at the entrance of the Feng clan when a Feng clan guard walked forward and bowed to Duan Lingtian. It's you. Duan Lingtian recognized this guard as this Feng clan guard was amongst them when he first came to the Feng clan. Young Master Lingtian, the eldest master said. So long as you come, then he'll directly invite you in. The Feng clan guard spoke respectfully. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he looked at King Yong and smiled. King Yong, come in with me. It just so happens that I can introduce the Feng clan's eldest master to you. Early on when the Feng clan guard finished speaking, King Yong was stunned. The Feng clan's eldest master? Even though he was only a king of the Darkstone Empire, he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire at the same time, and he usually liked to wander about the Dark Han dynasty. Because only in the Dark Han dynasty was he able to find the passion that belonged to him. In the Dark Han dynasty, there were many independent cultivators at the void interpretation stage that could spar with him, whereas the reason he possessed his current cultivation was precisely because he'd ceaselessly sparred with the void interpretation stage experts of the Dark Han dynasty for many years. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage with his natural talent. After wandering about in the Dark Han dynasty for a long time, he naturally knew some things about the Dark Han dynasty in detail. Amongst them, the Feng clan's eldest master was a name that reverberated like thunder in his ears since long ago. Supposedly, the Feng clan's eldest master was the #1 young expert of the Dark Han dynasty a few tens of years ago. Later on, his cultivation even caught up to the 2 great ancestors of the Feng clan. At that time, the age of the Feng clan's eldest master wasn't even half the age of the 2 ancestors of the Feng clan. As far as he was concerned, presently, the cultivation of the Feng clan's eldest master might have even surpassed the 2 ancestors. It was even to the extent that the eldest master's cultivation could be compared with that person in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. All right. King Yong didn't refuse Duan Lingtian's invitation, and he followed Duan Lingtian into the Feng clan estate, and under the lead of the Feng clan guard, they moved through the Feng clan estate. Duan Lingtian, how do you know the Feng clan's eldest master? Chapter 653. After all, although the age of the Feng clan's eldest master was around the same as King Yong, the Feng clan's eldest master. However, to the Prince of Yong, this was an unreachable existence. The Feng clan was a formidable clan that was only inferior to the imperial family in the Dark Han dynasty, and the experts within the Feng clan were numerous like the clouds. Merely the existences at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage or above were almost 10. 2 of them were said to be at the 8th level void interpretation or above. Supposedly, the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, was already on par with the 2 great ancestors of the Feng clan a few years ago. Most importantly, he was still young. His cultivation could still be improved. I got to know him by chance. Duan Lingtian smiled but did not elaborate. What was he supposed to say? Could it be that because of an extremely outrageous prophecy, Feng Wudao brought his daughter to a city in the south of the Darkstone Empire and became the city governor of that city? Then, he helped his daughter set up an arena to find a spouse through a martial competition? The Prince of Yong nodded his head. He was a smart man. He could tell that Duan Lingtian didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask. However, when he thought of how he was about to meet the legendary, great figure, the Prince of Yong's breathing couldn't help but become hurried. The Prince of Yong, the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, unhindered for half of his life. When had he ever lost his composure like this before? After a short while, Duan Lingtian and the Prince of Yong, under the guidance of the Feng family guard, arrived before a residence within a residence. You can go back. I'll do it. Seeing that the Feng family was about to knock on the door, Duan Lingtian spoke. Young Master Lingtian, I'll take my leave first. The Feng family guard respectfully nodded to Duan Lingtian and immediately retreated. The Prince of Yong was completely disregarded by him. Of course, the Prince of Yong was not dissatisfied. Not to mention that the other party did not know his identity. Even if the other party knew his identity, they would definitely not be afraid of him. Although he was only a family general, he was a family general of the Feng clan. Even if it was him, perhaps he could assassinate a Feng clan general, but if he were to brazenly kill a Feng clan general before a member of the Feng clan, he would absolutely not dare. How could the dignity of the Feng clan be something that a prince of a tiny empire like him could disrespect? Don't. Duan Lingtian took 2 steps forward and knocked on the door of the mansion. Not long after, Duan Lingtian heard a rush of footsteps coming from inside. Immediately after, the door opened, and an old and thin figure stepped out, appearing in front of Duan Lingtian. Granny Su. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at the old woman who opened the door. Young Master Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian, Grandma Su squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Immediately afterwards, Granny Su's gaze landed on the Prince of Yong behind Duan Lingtian. This is King Yong, a king of the Dark Stone Empire, and he's also the person in the lead that brought me to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition. Duan Lingtian smiled and introduced them to Grandma Su. Prince of Yong? Granny Su's gaze descended onto Prince Yong, and then she nodded indifferently. I've heard of you, the #1 expert of the Dark Stone Empire. You flatter me. Prince of Yong hurriedly spoke modestly. Young Master Lingtian, please. In next to no time, Grandma Su invited Duan Lingtian into the mansion. As for Prince of Yong, she paid no further attention to him. On the other hand, Prince of Yong wasn't surprised. Since this old woman was staying in the Feng clan's eldest master's mansion, her identity in the Feng clan was presumably not simple. Even if her strength was inferior to him, she wasn't someone he could offend. In next to no time, Grandma Su welcomed Duan Lingtian and Prince of Yong into the audience hall within the mansion. The audience hall was completely empty. Young Master Lingtian, I'll go invite the eldest master over. Grandma Su bid her farewells to Duan Lingtian before turning around and walking out. Not long after Grandma Su left, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of hurried footsteps. Prince of Yong's expression became serious when he heard this. Only Duan Lingtian looked out of the audience hall with a grin on his face. In next to no time, an aged figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Prince of Yong, and it caused Prince of Yong to be unable to help but be stunned. It isn't that eldest master of the Feng clan? Elder Kong. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile when he saw the old man. The person that had appeared before him and Prince of Yong was none other than Elder Kong that he'd met in Phoenix Nest City that day. Elder Kong's cultivation was extraordinary, and at the same time, he was an inscription master. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, his skill in inscription was second to none. In the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, if he said he was second in the Tao of inscriptions, then no one would dare say they were first. Brother Duan, we meet again. When he saw Duan Lingtian once more, Elder Kong laughed heartily, and his eyes were filled with recollection. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian wasn't just a simple young man. Even he admired the accomplishments of this young man in the Tao of inscriptions to the extreme. Moreover, he'd learned a great deal of things from this young man that day. It was precisely because of the guidance of this young man that his accomplishments in the Tao of inscriptions were able to improve in a short period of time. Yes, we meet again. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Kong? On the other hand, Prince of Yong, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, was stunned once more when he heard the way Duan Lingtian addressed the old man. Elder Kong. He was naturally not unfamiliar with this name. There were many outstanding inscription masters in the Dark Han dynasty, and they were capable of inscribing various miraculous inscriptions. Amongst these inscription masters, there was one person that was the most outstanding. That person was an honored elder of the Feng clan, and he was called Elder Kong. Supposedly, in the Dark Han dynasty, the attainments of the Feng clan's Elder Kong in the Tao of inscriptions was unparalleled, and only a few inscription masters in a few dynasties had the qualifications to be on equal footing with Elder Kong. In the Dark Han dynasty, Elder Kong's reputation wasn't inferior to the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao. Brother Duan, this is? Meanwhile, Elder Kong noticed King Yong as well. Since Duan Lingtian came from our Darkstone Empire, I have to take good care of him no matter what. Before Feng Wudao, King Yong's breathing became hurried once more as his heartbeat quickened. Even though he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire and was respected by the people of the Darkstone Empire. But before Feng Wudao, he didn't dare put on any airs. You're very good. Feng Wudao nodded and smiled to King Yong. For a time, King Yong was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Kidling Tian, I'm not a city governor anymore. In the future, you can just call me Uncle Feng. Feng Wudao spoke to Duan Lingtian with an extremely amiable tone, and he was like a kind senior. Yes, Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. The dynasty martial competition is 10 days from now. At that time, Tianwu will be participating as well. The Tianwu of today isn't the Tianwu of the past. You'll probably suffer a loss when encountering her. As he finished speaking, Feng Wudao couldn't help but laugh. He still remembered that it was his daughter that had suffered a loss before Duan Lingtian. Chapter 654. Perhaps. Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Tianwu, who was by his side when he heard this, and then he smiled lightly. Actually, early on when Feng Tianwu had just made an appearance, his spiritual force had already stretched out and detected Feng Tianwu's cultivation. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. Feng Tianwu's cultivation caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. But when he thought of how Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. As an innate spirit body, their cultivation speed was usually extremely swift, and especially their comprehension of force and concept was even exceedingly swift. For example, Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, so the speed of her comprehension of fire force and fire concept was something that was utterly impossible for an ordinary person to imagine. Perhaps, the speed at which Tianwu comprehended the fire concept is not inferior to the speed at which a martial artist with extremely high comprehension ability and a fire concept fragment comprehended the fire concept. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was able to detect Feng Tianwu's current cultivation, yet he was unable to know to what level her comprehension of fire concept had attained. Father, what are you talking about? Big brother Lingtian is surely stronger than me. When she saw Duan Lingtian looking over, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face that had just calmed down once again flushed slightly red as she spoke to Feng Wudao at the same time. Her words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Feng Wudao couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw his daughter protecting Duan Lingtian like this. Lingtian, have you awakened an innate spirit body now? Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian and asked via voice transmission. There was a trace of seriousness in his tone. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied via voice transmission. Uncle Feng, I think that prophecy would... No. Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Feng Wudao via voice transmission, and his tone was resolute and decisive. Very clearly, Feng Wudao blindly believed in that prophecy. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly, speechless. Wait a little longer. In another 2 or 3 years, you will only be 30 years old. Who knows, you might be able to awaken the water spirit body or ice spirit body within these 2 or 3 years. Feng Wudao continued via voice transmission. If I don't awaken that innate spirit body by the age of 30, Uncle Feng, can you be sure that the prophecy is not accurate? Duan Lingtian asked. Even if you're unable to awaken the innate spirit body at the age of 30, so long as Wu-Er isn't able to meet a possessor of the water spirit body or the ice spirit body before the age of 29, I hope that you can marry her and become one with her. As Feng Wudao finished speaking via voice transmission, his tone was filled with seriousness. Obviously, if it was really like that, then even though he still believed that prophecy, he was still slightly shaken. If it really came to that time, he would rather treat it as a last resort than allow his daughter to face the danger of the fire spirit body exploding. Duan Lingtian was instantly speechless when he heard this. But he knew as well that he'd already become the only person in Feng Wudao's eyes that could save Feng Tianwu. That prophecy, now, Duan Lingtian was truly slightly speechless, and he didn't know why that prophecy would choose him. Even though he possessed extraordinary fortuitous encounters and had even fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. But he really didn't feel that he was able to save Feng Tianwu. The fire spirit body was too troublesome. This was something he'd found out about from the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara since long ago. Even though I haven't really come into contact with the other members of the Feng clan in the past, I still frequently wandered around the Feng clan estate. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Duan Lingtian instead didn't know that even though the other members of the Duan clan didn't know of Feng Tianwu's identity, they knew of the existence of a person like Feng Tianwu. Of course, in their eyes, Feng Tianwu was only the granddaughter of Grandma Su. They'd never connected Feng Tianwu with the eldest master, Feng Wudao. Under the lead of Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian started to wander around the Feng clan estate. Needless to say, the Feng clan estate was extremely large, and the two of them wandered around for a long time before they'd walked through a small corner of the Feng clan estate. Elder brother Duan, I liked to come here the most when I was young. Every time Grandma Su fetched water over, I would splash it all over her. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had arrived before a large well, and Feng Tianwu spoke with a smile. Presently, Feng Tianwu looked like a child that hadn't grown up, pure and naive. Duan Lingtian's gaze was complicated as he looked at Feng Tianwu, and he sighed in his heart. Why is the heavens so unfair to such a good girl? Never mind that her background was bumpy. Moreover, the heavens even gave her the fire spirit body. All along the way, Duan Lingtian followed behind Feng Tianwu, and they'd unknowingly arrived at a place near the central area of the Feng clan estate. Elder brother Duan, the martial practice grounds of our Feng clan estate is after passing through the corridor ahead. Feng Tianwu pointed ahead in the distance as she spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he headed towards the martial practice grounds with Feng Tianwu. The martial practice grounds of the Feng clan estate was extremely vast, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be astounded. What a large martial practice grounds! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The martial practice grounds of the Feng clan estate was absolutely the largest martial practice grounds he'd seen in the past. Presently, the martial practice grounds were bustling with people coming and going. There were even many people sparring, and it attracted many people to watch. Feng Hao, she's a member of your Feng clan? Her appearance isn't bad. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice came from behind him. Obviously, it was said by the person behind him. Sort of. Soon, another voice sounded out. She seems to be the granddaughter of the personal servant girl of the previous generation's Feng clan patriarch's wife. However, she's extremely cold. In the past, I've struck up a conversation with her, but she never paid attention to it. Now, Duan Lingtian could be considered to have heard it. It turned out that the person these two voices were discussing was precisely Feng Tianwu, who was by his side. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glance at Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu instead had a calm expression, and it was as if she utterly didn't hear the conversation between the two people. But when Feng Tianwu noticed Duan Lingtian looking over, she instead lightly shook her head and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, there's no need to pay attention to boring people. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. But in next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. The granddaughter of the personal servant girl of the previous generation's patriarch's wife? In this way, she's only a lowly servant girl? The person who spoke first spoke again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could notice that Feng Tianwu's delicate figure trembled slightly, and her pair of beautiful eyes that were like water even revealed an expression of rage. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian moved. Chapter 655. You dare touch me when you don't know who I am? I think you're tired of living. The young man grunted coldly as he glared angrily at Duan Lincoln, and he seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to transform into a ferocious beast and directly swallow Duan Lincoln. Kid, this is the Yi clan's second young master. You even dare touch him? I think you're purely courting death. The Feng clan disciple that stood by the young man's side, Feng Hao, looked at Duan Lingtian as he sneered. Yi clan? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Subsequently, under the complacent gaze of the young man, Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm sorry, I've been in the capital for over half a year, yet I've never heard of the Yi clan. Is the Yi clan very awesome? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had a curious expression as he sized up the young man and Feng Hao. You. The complacent smile on the young man's face instantly froze, and he was angered to the point his body started to tremble as he stretched out his finger to point at Duan Lincoln. But he didn't know what to say. The young man hadn't even heard of the Yi clan, so how could the young man know of the Yi clan's second young master? The Yi clan is a formidable clan that's only inferior to the imperial family and our Feng clan in the Dark Han dynasty. This person by my side is even the second son of the Yi clan's current patriarch, young master Yi Xiang. Feng Hao stared coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, "You're dead." Only inferior to the imperial family and the Feng clan? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Didn't that mean that this Yi clan could be compared with the Zhang clan? I'm sorry, I've still not heard of it. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and from the beginning until the end, he had a carefree expression. As for Feng Tianwu, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, she didn't care even more. What a joke! Who was her father? The Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, an existence that seemed to have already surpassed the two ancestors of the Feng clan. In other words, he was suspected to be the #1 expert in the Feng clan. A clan that was even inferior to the Feng clan, she didn't take it to heart at all. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Hao and Yi Xiang's expressions became even more unsightly. Kid, you still haven't told me who you are and why you've appeared in our Feng clan. Feng Hao said in a low voice, Our Feng clan isn't a place that just anyone can enter. Especially this area, if one doesn't have the permission of a direct descendant of our Feng clan, then it's impossible for outsiders to approach. At this point, Feng Hao shifted his gaze and looked deeply at Feng Tianwu. It was as if he was saying, you don't seem to have the qualifications to bring people here, right? Seeing the way Feng Hao looked at Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed Feng Hao's thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. He was very curious. If Feng Hao found out that Tianwu was the only daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, what expression would he have? He truly anticipated that scene. Feng Tianwu ignored Feng Hao and completely ignored him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian started laughing instead, chuckling. You said earlier that if one doesn't have the permission of a direct descendant of the Feng clan, then it's impossible for outsiders to approach this area, right? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Of course. Feng Hao nodded. Could it be that he obtained the permission of a direct descendant of the Feng clan by being in this area now? Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Yi Xiang as he asked once more. You. Yi Xiang's mood had already calmed down slightly, and he was only staring hatefully at Duan Lingtian. Now, when he heard Duan Lingtian mention him, he couldn't help but become even more furious. Kid, looks like you're really courting death. Want to kill me? That'll depend on if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian ridiculed. As the second young master of the Yi clan, Yi Xiang wasn't a person with a good temper. Now that he was provoked by Duan Lingtian like this, he instantly exploded. Then I'll allow you to experience my ability. Yi Xiang shouted out explosively as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger that opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Duan Lingtian, seeming as if he wanted to bite Duan Lingtian to death with a single bite. At the same time that Yi Xiang's figure flashed out, 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Along with him dashing towards Duan Lingtian, another 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. The strength of 5 ancient horned dragons. Second level of the Void Initiation stage, second level elementary concept. After he discerned Xianxia's cultivation, the disdain on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew even deeper. Presumptuous. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to make a move, a delicate shout of rage sounded out abruptly. A figure that was like a flame spirit flashed out, and it was like a ball of flames that swept towards Yixiang. In the next moment, Yixiang let out a shrill cry as his entire body was blasted flying like an arrow that had left the bow. Bang! Yixiang fiercely fell to the ground and rolled a few times successively, and he was in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, a fiery red figure had appeared before Duan Lingtian. It was precisely Feng Tianwu. The change before his eyes was too sudden, and it caused Feng Hao to be unable to react to it for a short while. Yixiang. When he recovered from his shock, his face went grim, and he hurriedly helped Yixiang up. You actually dared make a move against young Master Yixiang? You lowly servant! Feng Hao looked at Feng Tianwu with a tone that was filled with rage. In his eyes, Feng Tianwu was only the granddaughter of an old servant girl in the Feng clan, and even though she usually stayed in the estate of the eldest master, Feng Wudao, she didn't have any status. In terms of status, she was only fit to carry his shoes. A lowly servant like this actually dared to injure his friend? Damn it! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out. Subsequently, a gust of wind whistling swept out, and in the next moment, a slap sounded out. Suddenly, the violet-clothed Duan Lingtian was already standing before Feng Hao and Yixiang. On the other hand, a clear palm print had appeared on Feng Hao's face, and it burned. Feng Hao let out a shrill cry, and besides hatred, there was only hatred in his gaze as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He wished for nothing more than to burn Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes. Isn't that Feng Hao? And that person by his side seems to be the Yi clan's second young master, Yixiang, right? Both of their faces have an exactly similar palm print. Looks like they were both slapped by this violet-clothed young man. Who's this brother? He's too awesome. Suddenly, many people were whispering in discussion as they approached the place Duan Lingtian's group of 4 were at. These people were all disciples of the Feng clan, and they were originally scattered all over the Feng clan's martial practice grounds. Now, when they noticed the commotion here, all of them surrounded over with interest. When they saw so many people surrounding them, Feng Hao and Yixiang, who felt extremely embarrassed, felt their blood surge up to their heads, and it caused them to feel their faces burn. When had they ever lost so much face in their entire lifetimes? How could they endure this? You actually dared hit me. You dare to hit me in the territory of our Feng clan? Feng Hao took a step forward and glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Didn't you ask me earlier if Yixiang obtained the permission of the Feng clan's direct descendant higher-ups to come here? Now I'll tell you. I, Feng Hao, am the only grandson of the Feng clan's 3rd elder. Even if my friends don't obtain permission, they can similarly enter here. Feng Hao's tone was filled with ruthlessness, and he quickly looked at Feng Tianwu. I'm different from this lowly servant girl by your side. Her birth has bound her to have no qualifications to bring outsiders into this area. Feng Hao's voice was resolute. Yet he didn't notice that when he spoke the words lowly servant once more, the flames of rage that had been calmed down originally blazed once more in the depths of Duan Lingtian's gaze. Your mouth is truly lowly. Looks like the lesson I taught you earlier wasn't enough. Duan Lingtian spoke, and even though his tone was calm, it caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, swoosh, Duan Lingtian moved once more, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that swept out. At practically the exact same instant, the surrounding spectators were able to notice that the clothes on Feng Hao and Yixiang suddenly fluttered as if they were blown up by the wind. Slap. A resounding slap resounded out once more, and it was clear and ear-piercing. Subsequently, Everyone saw that the other side of Feng Hao's face that was originally swollen had become red and swollen, and he'd become like a pig's head. How swift! Too swift! At the same time that the surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples exclaimed with admiration towards Duan Lingtian's fearless courage, they were extremely shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability as well. This young man looked to be around the age of 25 at most. Even if he took good care of himself, he ought to not be more than 30. But the ability he executed earlier was obviously already at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Such strength was shocking. Feng Tianwu stood nearby and felt warmth in her heart as she watched Duan Lingtian stand up for her time and time again. Her peerlessly beautiful face even revealed traces of a happy smile. Presently, Feng Tianwu was simply like a celestial maiden whose heart had been moved by the mortal world, and her delicate and charming appearance caused others to wish for nothing more than to rush over and kiss her. "You're dead? You're dead!" Feng Hao was angered to the point his body started trembling intensely. But his voice was slightly indistinct now. The surrounding crowd of spectators weren't surprised by this. His mouth was already swollen, so how could he speak clearly? For a time, many gazes that looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear. Most people were curious. Who exactly was this young man? He was actually so overbearing to bash the most beloved grandson of their Feng clan's 3rd elder into a pig's head. Moreover, the young man had obviously slapped the Yi clan's 2nd young master, Xianxia, earlier. "I'm dead." Duan Lingtian never imagined that Feng Hao would still dare say this at a time like this, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like you haven't eaten enough slaps. Do you want to try again?" Presently, when the smile on Duan Lingtian's face entered into the eyes of Feng Hao, it was no different than the smile of a devil, and it caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling. "Kid, feel free to be complacent now. Your fate was already decided at the moment you made a move against me. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Chapter 656. His words seemed as if Duan Lingtian would surely die today. "What? Do you still think you can kill me now?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in ridicule when facing Yi Xiang's overestimation of his ability. "I can't kill you, but the experts in my Yi clan are numerous like the clouds. Killing a little kid like you couldn't be any easier." Yi Xiang wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and sneered repeatedly. "So, in this way, it's impossible for me to escape death no matter what. Even if I kill you now, I don't have to have any misgivings?" Duan Lingtian smiled as he took a step forward. Duan Lingtian's action caused Yi Xiang's face to go ghastly pale, and he hurriedly shouted out, "Kid, if you take another step forward, I'll make this lowly servant by your side die a graveless death as well." Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, whose face sank abruptly, attacked once more. Slap. Another slap to the point the other side of Yi Xiang's face swelled up and became a pig's head, and he followed in Feng Hao's footsteps. Yi Xiang was slapped by Duan Lingtian to the point he was dizzy, and he was unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. "I'll cut off the tongue of anyone that dares insult Tianwu again." Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he shouted out in a grim voice. Instantly, Yi Xiang and Feng Hao were terrified to the point they didn't dare say another word, but an extremely vicious sheen was still mixed within the depths of their gazes. If they had sufficient strength, they would have killed Duan Lingtian long ago. Now, it was purely because they had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed the gazes of Yi Xiang and Feng Hao, yet he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. "Tianwu, it's boring here. Let's go back." Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and smiled lightly as he spoke. Feng Tianwu was originally looking at Duan Lingtian with slight infatuation, yet when she saw Duan Lingtian looking over, she instantly lowered her head in embarrassment. But in next to no time, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim. "Tianwu, what's wrong?" Seeing the drastic change in Feng Tianwu's expression, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. However, Feng Tianwu didn't respond to Duan Lingtian. Her entire body directly flashed out like a ball of crimson-red flames that swept towards Feng Hao. In an instant, Feng Hao was enveloped in flames. A miserable shriek suddenly rang out, and then it abruptly stopped. In the next moment, the flames trembled and turned into a fiery red figure, revealing a graceful figure. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Feng Hao's eyes were wide open as he fell straight to the ground, completely without any signs of life. He was dead. After Feng Hao's corpse fell to the ground, the surroundings were deathly silent. The surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples stared at the young woman that wore fiery red clothes before them, and all of them were dumbstruck and were unable to speak for a long time. After a long time, they finally regained their senses. Heavens! Am I seeing things? She killed Feng Hao? Feng Hao is the only grandson of the third elder. The third elder's son died early, and only Feng Hao remains in his line. Once Feng Hao dies, his line can be considered to have been completely cut off. Too ruthless. She killed Feng Hao. Even if she's Senior Su's granddaughter, the eldest master is probably unable to protect her. Yeah, no matter how much the eldest master respects Senior Su's granddaughter killed the only grandson of the third elder. If the eldest master were to interfere this time, then it would probably be difficult for him to give the third elder an explanation. The crowd of Feng clan disciples whispered in discussion. Many people looked at Feng Tianwu and couldn't help but shake their heads as their eyes revealed traces of pity. Obviously, they didn't feel that Feng Tianwu would be able to survive. Tianwu. When he saw Feng Tianwu directly make a move to kill Feng Hao, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. But he was only stunned for a moment. After glancing indifferently at Xianxia, who stood at the side with a trembling body, Duan Lingtian's gaze moved onto Feng Tianwu as he said with a light smile, "Tianwu, let's go back." Feng Tianwu's beautiful face originally seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, yet after she heard Duan Lingtian, it gradually melted. Subsequently, she walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and left the Feng clan's martial practice grounds. Bang! Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had just left when Xianxia was unable to hold on any longer, and he collapsed on the ground as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At that moment earlier, he only felt that death was so close to him. No matter if it was the violet-clothed young man or the red-clothed young woman, both of their strengths far surpassed him, and they weren't something he could compare to. Killing him was extremely easy. Now, he only felt that he'd gotten back his life. But when he thought of the humiliation he suffered earlier, his eyes still flashed with frightening cold lights. So what if the two of you are strong? You're only two juniors in the end. Humiliating me, the Yi clan's second young master, in public is equivalent to slapping the Yi clan's face. Let me see how the two of you endure the rage of my Yi clan's patriarch. Xianxia took a deep breath and seemed as if he'd been injected with chicken blood as he abruptly stood up and walked out of the Feng clan estate. As for the corpse of his friend, Feng Hao, he didn't pay any attention to it. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had arrived outside the estate within the estate that Feng Wudao resided in. Elder brother Duan, why aren't you asking me why I killed him? The atmosphere that seemed to be exceedingly calm all along the way was finally broken by Feng Tianwu. There's no need to ask. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled lightly. Since you've personally made a move, then it's naturally because he said something that he shouldn't have said. He surely deserves death. His words were filled with unconditional support towards Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, a wisp of a smile finally appeared on Feng Tianwu's face when she heard Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, let's go back. Feng Tianwu called out to Duan Lingtian, and the two of them returned to the estate within the estate. After they returned, Duan Lingtian noticed that King Yong wasn't here anymore. He said he went back first? Besides that, I told him that you'll stay at my place for the remaining 10 days. Feng Wudao said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't refuse. Besides that, I heard of the conflict between you and the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch. I've already asked Elder Kong to help you deal with this matter. Feng Wudao continued. In the future, the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch won't cause trouble for you. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. Zhang clan? Elder brother Duan, what's going on? Feng Tianwu looked curiously at Duan Lingtian. Actually, it's nothing much, just some small matters. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke of his encounter in the Zhang clan and the matter of the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch sending people to kill him twice. What? She wants to kill you, elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went pale. Don't worry, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he looked at Feng Wudao. Uncle Feng, besides having the Zhang clan to rely on, the strength of the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch seems to not be weak. Don't worry. Feng Wudao had a calm expression, and his eyes revealed strong confidence. From today onwards, the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch will be like a mouse seeing a cat when she sees you. Duan Lingtian gasped in his heart when he heard this. At this moment he truly realized how overbearing Feng Wudao was. Zhang clan. Today, the Zhang clan estate welcomed an unexpected guest. Senior Kong. Within the Zhang clan audience hall, the Zhang clan's patriarch respectfully welcomed the old man into the audience hall. As the patriarch of the Zhang clan, his identity could be considered to be extremely illustrious in the entire Darkhan dynasty, but he knew clearly in his heart that he was nothing before this old man. As the top inscription master in the Darkhan dynasty, the old man possessed an extremely lofty status, and even the Feng clan's patriarch was respectful and reverent when he saw the old man. Not to mention he was the patriarch of the Zhang clan. Patriarch Zhang, now that I speak of it, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Elder Kong glanced indifferently at the Zhang clan's patriarch. The Zhang clan's patriarch hurriedly nodded and didn't dare dally in the slightest. Subsequently he asked, Senior Kong, may I know why you've come to my Zhang clan this time? He believed that if it wasn't for something, it would be impossible for the old man to come to his Zhang clan. Call your wife and your second son over first. Elder Kong said. Second son? The Zhang clan's patriarch's face went slightly grim when he heard this, and he said with slight fear, Elder Kong, could it be that my wife and unfilial son have offended you? If they've really offended you, Elder Kong, I'll surely not let them off easily. They haven't offended me. Elder Kong shook his head. Just call them over. The Zhang clan's patriarch heaved a sigh of relief when he heard it wasn't his wife that had caused trouble, and he replied respectfully. Subsequently, the Zhang clan's patriarch instructed the servants outside the audience hall to call his wife over. Senior Kong. On the other hand, he instead respectfully accompanied by the old man's side, as he was deeply afraid of neglecting the old man. Patriarch Zhang, I heard that your eldest son that left home for many years has returned. Moreover, his strength seems to be not bad. I really have to congratulate you. Elder Kong said to the Zhang clan's patriarch. Thank you, Senior Kong. The Zhang clan's patriarch's expression couldn't help but be slightly complicated when he heard the old man mention his eldest son, yet he was even more gratified. I've heard a little about your eldest son as well. Here, this old fellow overestimated his ability and advised Patriarch Zhang. Children and grandchildren have their own fortune. A marriage alliance is only a method for the weak to communicate. Elder Kong spoke word by word. Senior Kong's teachings are correct. The Zhang clan's patriarch nodded, yet he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Do you think we're all like your Feng clan? Do you think our Zhang clan has such a formidable inscription master like you and is waiting for others to curry favor with us? But he knew clearly as well. The marriage of his eldest son had already become a foregone conclusion, and he was unable to interfere. Even if he wanted to interfere now, he was unable to. Presently, he and even the entire Zhang clan's Achilles heel was firmly grasped in the hands of his eldest son. Now, the Zhang clan was still waiting for his son to show off in the dynasty martial competition and even the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and bring honor to the Zhang clan. Patriarch, the Madam and Second Young Master have arrived. Chapter 657. Subsequently, a middle-aged woman and a young man in embroidered clothes walked into the audience hall with large strides. Come over and greet Elder Kong. The Zhang clan's patriarch looked at his wife and son as he spoke with a low voice. The people that had entered now were precisely the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. Elder Kong? The two of them were first stunned when they heard the Zhang clan's patriarch. In next to no time, the patriarch's wife seemed to have thought of something, and she squeezed out a trace of a smile as she hurriedly stood by the side of the Zhang clan's patriarch and bowed to the old man. Elder Kong. Obviously, she'd heard of this old man of the Feng clan. Elder Kong. Zhang Shouyuan hurriedly bowed with a smile on his face. Even though he wasn't familiar with some of the experts of the older generation of the Dark Han dynasty. But his father had warned him via voice transmission earlier, and it allowed him to realize that this old man before him wasn't simple. But in next to no time, the smiles on the faces of the Zhang clan's family of three froze. Along with Elder Kong grunting coldly, he instantly made a move. With a raise of his hand, a material palm print formed from origin energy whistled out to imprint onto the woman's dantian. Instantly, the woman emitted a miserable shrill cry, and then she held her dantian as she bent down, and her body shivered. My cultivation base, my cultivation base. At this moment, the woman recovered from her shock, and her eyes almost split apart as she stared at Elder Kong with unwillingness. But why? She was clearly aware of who the old man before her was. Before the old man, she was nothing like an ant. Why are you doing this? The Zhang clan's patriarch's face went grim as he suppressed the flames of rage in his heart and asked with a puzzled expression. The nearby Zhang Shouyuan was stunned since long ago. But Elder Kong glanced indifferently at the woman and said slowly, to tell you the truth, crippling your cultivation wasn't my intention. Elder Kong's short words caused traces of coldness to arise from the bottom of the hearts of the Zhang clan's family of three. Who is capable of driving this old man to come to the Zhang clan? You mean, this is Lord Wu Dao's intention? The patriarch couldn't help but gasp as he asked with a trembling voice. According to his knowledge. Although Elder Kong was a member of the Feng clan. But even if it was the Feng clan's patriarch and those two ancestors of the Feng clan, it was impossible for them to order Elder Kong around. There was only one person who could order Elder Kong around. That was the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. Clan leader Zhang, you are very smart. Elder Kong nodded. Elder Kong, why is Lord Wu Dao doing this? I really don't know how I offended him. When she heard that Feng Wu Dao was the mastermind behind the scenes, the woman's face went ghastly pale, and her eyes that originally contained slight anger instantly dimmed down without light. She was clear in her heart. If that person really wanted to make a move against her, then not to mention the Zhang clan, even if the combined forces of the Zhang clan and her maternal family were to be present, it still wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between that person's teeth. She and that person were not on the same level at all. If she really had to describe the distance between her and that person, it would be the difference between heaven and earth. It was also because of this that she was curious about how she had offended that person. Although she was arrogant, when it came to that person, even if she was given 100 guts, she would not dare to show the slightest bit of temper. Why did you do this? Elder Kong glanced deeply at the woman. You really don't know? Elder Kong, please tell me. The woman spoke with slight unwillingness. Elder Kong grunted coldly, and then he said, early this morning, that second-level void interpretation stage martial artist you sent out has already died. Swoosh. The woman's face went grim when she heard this, and her legs went weak as she collapsed to the ground. Now you understand, right? Elder Kong asked with a calm expression. What exactly is going on? The Zhang clan's patriarch couldn't help but frown when he saw Elder Kong and his wife speaking in riddles, and he looked at his wife. The woman nodded woodenly when she heard Elder Kong, and then she seemed to have thought of something, and she raised her head with slight difficulty to look at Elder Kong. There's something I still don't understand. Why did Lord Wudao help him? This was something she was unable to understand no matter how she racked her brains. As far as she was concerned, Lord Wudao was high and mighty. Even if it was His Majesty the Emperor of the Darkhan dynasty, he wouldn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest when facing Lord Wudao. That kid only came from a tiny empire. Logically speaking, it was impossible for there to be any relationship between him and Lord Wudao. Since you're so interested to know, then I'll tell you. He's Lord Wudao's son-in-law. As he finished speaking, Elder Kong spoke word by word. Son-in-law? Lord Wudao's? For a time, it wasn't only the woman that was stunned, even the Zhang clan's patriarch was stunned. Zhang Shouyuan was stunned as well. Isn't that person from the Feng clan all alone? He has a daughter? Moreover, he even has a son-in-law? The matter between you and him has come to an end. If you continue to be stubborn, then Lord Wudao doesn't mind personally making a move to make you remember. Elder Kong walked out of the audience hall as he spoke. Elder Kong only stopped when he arrived at the door, and then he turned around to glance at the woman. Once Lord Wudao makes a move, what will happen isn't something you and I can predict. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Kong left without looking back and vanished before the Zhang clan's family of 3. The woman had instead completely lost her strength and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Shouyuan hurriedly squatted down and helped the woman up. Madam, what exactly is going on? The Zhang clan's patriarch looked at the woman and asked with a low voice. He'd realized that this matter was unusual. But the woman paid no attention to him and just stared blankly in a daze, and her eyes revealed traces of terror. For a time, the Zhang clan's patriarch was helpless. He was able to discern. Now, it was useless no matter how much he asked. He could only wait for his madam to recuperate and recover slightly before he would be able to ask some things. Feng clan. Pow. An aged and desolate voice suddenly sounded out from a spacious courtyard. In the courtyard, an aged old man was squatting on the ground as he stretched out his trembling and emaciated hand to lightly stroke the face of the young man that laid on the ground. The young man's face was pale and completely devoid of aura. Obviously, he'd been dead for a long time. After a short moment, the old man took a deep breath as his eyes revealed terrifying killing intent. No matter who you are, since you dared kill my grandson, I'll surely tear you into pieces. The Feng clan's direct line of descent was divided into numerous branches. This branch of his was passed down to his grandson, and he was the only seedling. Now, his grandson was dead, and it also meant that this branch of his was cut off from descendants. How could he not be furious? Speak, who did it? Finally, the old man stood up and looked at the 2 Feng clan disciples that carried his grandson's corpse back as he asked with a low voice. It's that granddaughter of Senior Su. The 2 Feng clan disciples didn't dare dally and spoke hurriedly. What? Who did you say? The old man's face went grim when he heard the 2 Feng clan disciples, and his body couldn't help but tremble intensely as he asked once more as if he wanted to confirm something. It's that granddaughter of Senior Su. She seems to be called Tianwu or something. One of the Feng clan disciples said, Tianwu? Feng Tianwu? Sir? How could it be her? The old man took a few steps back successively as he closed his eyes in pain, and then he knelt on the ground with a bang, kneeling before his grandson's corpse. Others didn't know the true identity of Feng Tianwu, but how could he not know? For a time, the 2 Feng clan disciples looked at each other with puzzled expressions. The scene before their eyes seemed to be completely different from what they'd imagined. In their imagination, the old man ought to be seething with rage and look for trouble with the murderer, and even kill the murderer to take revenge for his one and only grandson. But now, the old man didn't do that. Moreover, he seemed to have slightly given up on himself. Both of you leave. Finally, the old man's voice sounded out abruptly, and it contained slight embarrassment mixed within. causing the two Feng clan disciples to be terrified to the point of leaving in a hurry. What's wrong with the third elder today? He wouldn't be sick, right? This isn't like his character. Yeah, the third elder has always doted on Feng Hao. Today, Feng Hao was killed, so logically speaking he ought to directly go take revenge. But now, he seems to not have such intentions. After the two Feng clan disciples left, they discussed in light voices and were deeply puzzled. How? In the courtyard, the old man looked at the corpse before him as the grief and indignation on his face grew. Grandfather is useless. I'm unable to take revenge for you. But, no matter what, grandfather will give you justice for today's matter. After he finished speaking, the old man stood up and left the courtyard. After a short moment, the old man headed all the way to the estate within the estate that the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, lived in. Within the estate, Duan Lingtian was chatting idly with Feng Wudao and Feng Wudao. Now, Feng Tianwu's feelings had completely calmed down, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from heaving a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the sound of knocking sounded out. Along with Grandma Su opening the door, the sound of anxious footsteps entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in the audience hall from afar. The person has come with ill intent. Duan Lingtian felt that something was off when he heard the footsteps. I wonder if it's that third elder or a member of the Yi clan. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. On the other hand, the smile on Feng Wudao's face was restrained, and his eyes emitted strands of bright lights. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu felt that the atmosphere was off as well. Eldest Master, Feng Qing requests an audience. An aged and sonorous voice clearly entered into the audience hall. Third elder? What a rare guest. Feng Wudao stood up and instantly vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, and when he appeared once more, he was already at the entrance of the audience hall. So swift. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force silently stretched out under his curiosity to sweep towards Feng Wudao. He wanted to detect Feng Wudao's exact cultivation. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his spiritual force hadn't even approached Feng Wudao when it had vanished into thin air. It was like a stone that had sunk into the sea. I'm actually unable to detect Uncle Feng's cultivation with my current spiritual force? For a time, Duan Lingtian gasped in his heart. Chapter 658. Firstly, Uncle Feng's cultivation isn't at the void interpretation stage any longer, and it's extremely likely that he's broken through to the void transformation stage. Secondly, Uncle Feng is still a void interpretation stage martial artist, yet he's comprehended advanced concept. No matter which point it was, Feng Wudao's strength was sufficient to shock Duan Lingtian, as expected of an existence with an extraordinary status in the Feng clan. Third elder? Feng Tianwu's face went slightly grim as she hurriedly followed up. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian naturally followed behind as well. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed behind Feng Wudao and walked slowly out of the audience hall. Outside the audience hall, an old man that was over 70 years old stood there. At this moment, the old man stared fixedly at Feng Tianwu with eyes that emitted flames, and he seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to ruthlessly destroy this beauty and kill Feng Tianwu right away. Third elder, you're looking for me for something? Feng Wudao naturally noticed the old man's gaze, and his face sank as he asked. My lord. The old man took a deep breath as his gaze moved onto Feng Wudao, and the hatred in his eyes transformed into boundless grief and indignation. My only grandson was killed today. My lord, please uphold justice for me. What? Feng Wudao frowned. What's going on? He naturally knew the situation of the old man's line before him. His son had died young and only left behind a grandson. The death of the grandson meant that the last remaining seedling was gone, and the family line was cut off. "My lord, please uphold justice for me." The old man took this opportunity to kneel on the ground as he pleaded. For a time, Feng Wudao's frown grew deeper. When he saw this scene, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly told Feng Wudao everything that had occurred earlier via voice transmission. He was really worried that Feng Wudao would agree to uphold justice for the old man. In that way, even if Tian Wu was Feng Wudao's own daughter, Feng Wudao would still have to do something to appease the old man. That was something he wasn't willing to see. After Feng Wudao heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, his brows knit together tightly, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a low voice. "Tian Wu, you killed Third Elder's grandson?" "Yes." Feng Tianwu nodded and admitted it with a calm face. "Do you know that he is the only grandson of the Third Elder?" Feng Wudao asked. "I've heard of it." Feng Tianwu nodded. "Then why are you so ruthless?" Feng Wudao asked again. At this moment, even the old man kneeling on the ground could not help but look up at Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu knew in her heart that if she didn't say anything at this moment, it would definitely make things difficult for her father. So after she took a deep breath, she said bluntly, "That Feng Hao spoke rudely and humiliated me twice in succession, and elder brother Duan stood up for me. Later on, he himself was afraid of elder brother Duan, so he sent a voice transmission to threaten me. He said, if I don't accompany him tonight, not only will elder brother Duan die, but I will also die." As she spoke, Feng Tianwu's voice became colder. "So, he deserves death." Feng Tianwu looked at the old man kneeling on the ground without the slightest scruples. On the other hand, the old man's expression had completely changed after Feng Tianwu spoke the last sentence. Never had he imagined that there was such a reason behind it. Third Elder, did you hear it clearly? At practically the instant Feng Tianwu finished speaking, Feng Wudao's face was covered in a layer of ice, and he said with a low voice, "If I was present at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have held back as well. This daughter of mine has had a bumpy life, yet in the end, she was actually humiliated by that grandson of yours like this. Do you think that grandson of yours deserves death?" The old man's face went ghastly pale to the extreme when he heard this. "My lord, I was rash in this matter. Indeed, deserves death." After he finished speaking, the old man stood up. After bidding his farewells to Feng Wudao, he left dejectedly. Ling Tian, accompany Wu to sit in the rear courtyard. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Wudao had looked over. Duan Lingtian nodded as he called out to Feng Tianwu. Before he left, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to communicate with Feng Wudao via voice transmission. "Uncle Feng, this third elder of your Feng clan seems to not be an easy person to deal with. I keep having the feeling that he won't let the matter go just like this. Lingtian, why do you think I asked you and Wu to go to the rear courtyard?" Feng Wudao replied with a question when he heard Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being stunned, and when he recovered from his shock, he understood Feng Wudao's meaning as well. It turned out that Feng Wudao had seen through it since long ago. "It was I who spoke out of turn." Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly, and then he headed to the rear courtyard with Feng Tianwu. At the same time, he didn't forget to console Feng Tianwu. "Tianwu, you don't have to take the words of some fellows that are worse than animals to heart. Elder brother Duan, I'm fine." When she heard Duan Lingtian's consolation, Feng Tianwu squeezed out a trace of a smile on her face. Outside the estate, after the Feng clan's third elder, Feng Qing, left, a ghastly sheen suffused his eyes. "Feng Wudao, your daughter ought to still not know of her origins, right? Wait until I find some evidence of our Feng clan annihilating the Long clan all those years ago, then I'll tell her the truth all those years ago for you." Ha! When he thought up to here, Feng Qing's expression became savage as if he'd been possessed. He knew clearly in his heart. Wanting to kill Feng Tianwu and take revenge for his grandson was practically impossible. With Feng Wudao by Feng Tianwu's side, it was impossible for him to succeed in his entire lifetime. So he chose another method to take revenge on Feng Tianwu. After she finds out the truth all those years ago, it ought to be more painful than death. Her own grandfather was angered to death by her own mother. Her own mother committed suicide because of this. Her grandfather, grandmother, and many relatives on her mother's side. All of them died at the hands of the clan she's currently in. I'm curious, what sort of expression would she have when she finds out about all this? Feng Qing muttered to himself. But unfortunately, you're bound to be unable to see it. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out by Feng Qing's ears. The voice seemed to be right by his ear, yet also seemed to have come from 500 kilometers away, and it was difficult to fathom. But this voice was extremely familiar to him. Just moments ago, he'd heard this voice. In the next moment, Feng Qing felt a feeling of danger envelop his heart, and it caused him to be on the verge of suffocating. Feng Wu, but unfortunately, Feng Qing was bound to be unable to finish speaking. Swish! An exceedingly swift fiery red flowing light tore through the horizon, and it seemed to have transformed into an extremely tiny shooting star that pierced into the space between Feng Qing's brows. Instantly, a bloody hole appeared between Feng Qing's brows, and blood flowed out without end. Bang! In next to no time, he fell into a pool of blood, and his eyes stared wide open as he stared blankly at the sky before gradually losing all signs of life. Very quickly, a wisp of flame suddenly jumped up between Feng Qing's brows. The flame enveloped Feng Qing's entire body in the blink of an eye, burning him to ashes. Because this place was rather remote, no one noticed the commotion here for a short period of time, and no one knew that Feng Qing was already dead. As if a gust of wind blew past, Feng Qing, who had turned into ashes, scattered with the wind and instantly disappeared into the air. And a fiery red figure suddenly appeared where Feng Qing was standing just now. I've already mistreated my daughter enough in my life. No matter who it is, I'll definitely not let him off if he dares to make my daughter unhappy. The owner of the fiery red figure was a dignified middle-aged man in a fiery red robe, and he was currently muttering to himself. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu stayed in the residence's backyard for a while before returning to the front courtyard. It was because there were uninvited guests in the front courtyard again. This time, there were two uninvited guests. One of them was someone that both Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were familiar with. Xianxia, the Yi clan's second young master. Father, it's him. He slapped me twice and desecrated our Yi clan. Xianxia pointed at Duan Lingtian as he spoke to the green-robed middle-aged man by his side. The green-robed middle-aged man's appearance was slightly similar to Xianxia, and he was obviously the Yi clan's patriarch. Presently, when the Yi clan's patriarch heard Xianxia, he didn't target Duan Lingtian, and he instead looked at the nearby Feng Wudao. Lord Wudao, this is... As the Yi clan's patriarch, he had unique insight. He was able to discern. The Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, seemed to think highly of this violet-clothed young man. He's my son-in-law. Feng Wudao glanced indifferently at the Yi clan's patriarch and said unhurriedly, no matter what patriarchy wants to do, please do as you please. Son-in-law? The Yi clan's patriarch was dumbstruck, and so was Xianxia. Son-in-law? How could this Feng clan's patriarch have a son-in-law? Isn't he childless? Lord Wudao, may I know where your daughter is now? The Yi clan's patriarch took a deep breath and couldn't refrain himself from asking. At the same time, his gaze inadvertently descended onto the red-clothed young woman that stood at the side, and he felt his scalp go numb. He was clearly aware of the conflict between his son and this pair of young man and woman. Of course, the information he knew from his son was limited. According to his son, this red-clothed young woman that was called a lowly maid by his son was only an unimportant maidservant. But now, strands of a bad premonition arose in his heart. No matter how he looked at the red-clothed young woman before him, he didn't feel that she was a maidservant, and she was more like a young Mississippi patriarchy. Are you seeing things? Isn't my daughter standing by my son-in-law's side? Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab Feng Tianwu's jade hand, and then he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Yi clan's patriarch and his son. Especially the Yi Xiang. Duan Lingtian intentionally glanced deeply at him. Duan Lingtian knew that Yi Xiang was about to be struck with misfortune. On the other hand, Yi Xiang's expression was as unsightly as it could be, and his body was even terrified to the point of shivering. She's Lord Wu Dao's daughter? Damnable Feng Hao. Didn't he say she was only a maidservant? Now, Yi Xiang even had the heart to whip Feng Hao's corpse. Even if he wanted to cheat someone, he didn't have to do it like this, right? Bastard. Right at this moment, the Yi clan's patriarch who'd recovered from his shock raised his hand and slapped Yi Xiang, causing Yi Xiang to feel dizzy. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he said with a serious expression, "As for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at the end, it's even more intense. At that time, if one doesn't possess a cultivation at the void interpretation stage, then one would probably not have the qualifications to compete for the top 10 positions." Void interpretation stage. Feng Wudao's voice was resolute. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face tensed up slightly. As for Duan Lingtian, he still had a calm expression. He was mentally prepared for this since long ago, so he wasn't really surprised. Tianwu, return to your room first. I still have some things to say to that kid, Lingtian. Feng Tianwu left under Feng Wudao's call, whereas Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian instead, and the corners of his mouth unknowingly curled into a wisp of a playful smile. When he saw Feng Wudao looking over with a smile on the corners of his mouth, Duan Lingtian was first stunned, and then he smiled guiltily. Uncle Feng, do you have something to say to me? Kid, Lingtian, I want to know what your cultivation is now. How's your comprehension of concept? I heard from Wu that you seemed to be far from using your full strength when you attacked the Yi clan's second young master. Feng Wudao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Uncle Feng, wouldn't you know what my cultivation is and how my comprehension of concept is during the dynasty martial competition? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Feng Wudao was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. Kid, you're still keeping me in suspense before me. Never mind. At that time, let me see if you're a match for Wu. Grandma Su, prepare a guest room for Lingtian. Subsequently, Feng Wudao instructed the nearby old woman. Grandma Su spoke respectfully before calling out to Duan Lingtian, and then she brought Duan Lingtian along to leave the entrance of the audience hall. Duan Lingtian followed behind Grandma Su and walked into a unique small courtyard. The small courtyard was extremely clean, and the rooms within it were extremely clean as well. Obviously, they were usually cleaned. He only had to prepare some daily necessities. Young Master Lingtian, feel free to speak if you have any instructions. I won't disturb you. After she finished preparing the daily necessities for Duan Lingtian, Grandma Su bid her farewells and left before helping Duan Lingtian close the courtyard door. After Grandma Su left, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and withdrew the wind concept fragment before closing his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that his feelings had completely calmed down. But he didn't circulate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to cultivate. Presently, his origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, and he only lacked a critical factor to break through to the Void Interpretation stage. This critical factor was comprehending intermediate concept. At this moment, Duan Lingtian pondered slightly. He made a conclusion to the strength he possessed now. Comprehend wind concept wholeheartedly. Comprehend 8th level wind concept and even 9th level wind concept. After 9th level wind concept, The next step would be first-level intermediate wind concept. At that time, he would be able to break through to the void interpretation stage. With this understanding, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, got off the bed, and walked out of his room to stand in the courtyard as he silently felt the breeze that blew into his face. Whereas in his hand, the wind concept fragment was tightly clenched. Wind. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's mind was completely immersed in the comprehension of wind concept. Time silently flowed by. Deep in the night, Duan Lingtian didn't move at all. Suddenly, the door to the small courtyard was opened, and an emaciated and aged figure walked in with large strides. It was an old woman. After the old woman placed the fine wine and delicacies in her hand on the stone table in the courtyard, she glanced at the violet-clothed young man that stood silently there before turning around and leaving, and she closed the courtyard door behind her. "Grandma Su, is that kid Ling Tian still cultivating?" The old woman had only taken a few steps when she heard a voice sound out from ahead. "My lord." For a time, Grandma Su bowed respectfully to the person that had arrived. The person that had arrived was precisely Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao nodded. "Young Master Ling Tian isn't cultivating, and he's standing in the courtyard instead. He seems to be comprehending concept." Grandma Su spoke in detail of what she saw earlier. Comprehending concept? Chapter 660. In the courtyard, the violet-clothed young man stood there silently like a statue. He's really comprehending concept. Feng Wudao's gaze descended onto the surroundings of the violet-clothed young man. Presently, strands of light azure-colored energy flickered on the surface of the violet-clothed young man's body, and it was suffused with waves of deep aura. This aura belonged to concept. Feng Wudao wasn't unfamiliar with this sort of concept. Wind concept. With a raise of his hand, the airflow in the sky flashed, and waves of strong winds flashed out from his sleeve to surge towards the violet-clothed young man. Right at this moment, the azure-colored energy on the surface of the violet-clothed young man's body skyrocketed abruptly and blocked the strong winds that assaulted him. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. 7th-level wind concept? The scene before him caused Feng Wudao to be greatly surprised. This little fellow's comprehension ability is actually so high. It's truly shocking. In the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty, in terms of comprehension ability, I'm afraid only Wu is able to surpass him. But Wu is born with a fire spirit body and has a special sense towards fire concept, so it's slightly unfair to compare her with him. Feng Wudao muttered. Perhaps, if Feng Wudao knew that Duan Lingtian was relying on a wind concept fragment to comprehend wind concept to such a degree in such a short period of time, he wouldn't think like this. Could you luck it? It just so happens that besides fire concept, I'm skilled in wind concept as well. Feng Wudao stood on the spot with a solemn expression. In the next moment he spread out his hands. Instantly, violent winds arose in the small courtyard and swept towards the violet-clothed young man. Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment tightly in his hand, then closed his eyes and meditated to comprehend wind concept. Through the light breeze that flowed in the air and coupled with the wind concept fragment, his comprehension towards wind concept rose at an extremely swift speed. Originally, everything was calm and tranquil. But suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the light breeze transform into a violent wind that enveloped him within it. The violent wind wreaked havoc, allowing Duan Lingtian to clearly feel the power of the wind. Relying on the concept of wind fragment, Duan Lingtian discovered that his comprehension of the concept of wind had become even faster. After an unknown amount of time, the gale gradually disappeared. Duan Lingtian also woke up. At this moment, he realized that it was already late at night. To think that a gale would rise tonight? What a surprise! Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the ruined flowers and grasses in the small courtyard. To these flowers and plants, the wind was a nightmare. But to him, It was able to help him better comprehend wind concept. Young Master Ling Tian. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Senior. Duan Ling Tian opened the door and welcomed the person in. It was Granny Su. Young Master Ling Tian, I'd once sent food over during dinner, but you were cultivating at that time. So I made some new food, eat it while it's still hot. Granny Su placed all the fine wine and delicacies on the stone table in the courtyard. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly thanked her. After Granny Su left, Duan Ling Tian's appetite was aroused as he smelled the fragrance of the food, and he swept it all away like a gust of wind. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Ling Tian leaned on the table and raised his head to look at the bright moon in the horizon. The moon tonight was especially round. In the past, Little Gold would fight for food with me. Now it's slightly deserted. Young Miss Tianwu. She's young Miss Tianwu? Meanwhile, many Feng clan disciples with sharp gazes had recognized Feng Tianwu. She's truly beautiful. Supposedly, the eldest master from all those years ago could be considered to be a top handsome man in our Darkhan dynasty. I presume it's impossible for the woman that joined with him to be an ordinary woman, so it isn't strange that she gave birth to such a daughter. You're right. Chapter 661. When faced with the gazes of so many people, Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged, and she still chatted and laughed with Duan Ling Tian. Who's that violet-clothed kid? I've seen him before. 9 days ago, right here, he beat Feng Hao and Yi Xiang into pigheads in succession. It was precisely after that Feng Hao was killed by young Miss Tianwu. Looks like his strength isn't weak. At the same time that the group of Feng clan disciples discussed animatedly, many male disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with envious gazes. How they hoped that it was them who were chatting and laughing with young Miss Tianwu. At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to replace Duan Ling Tian. Tianwu, looks like your charm is extremely great. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Elder brother Duan, you're making fun of me again. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went slightly red as she spoke angrily. This scene caused many male disciples to be stunned, and they felt that the red-clothed young woman before them was like a celestial maiden that had descended from the heavens into the mortal world. You're Feng Tianwu? Suddenly, a slightly neutral voice sounded out from afar. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu stopped moving at practically the exact same time, and they looked towards the source of the voice. In the distance, a young man in green clothes was walking towards them. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was able to sense the enmity the young man had towards Tianwu. The young man walked over slowly until he arrived before Feng Tianwu, and he stood still before Feng Tianwu as he sized her up with a calm gaze. His expression was emotionless, as if he was a piece of rotten wood that didn't know how to flirt. Who are you? Feng Tianwu asked with a calm expression. Feng Yunfei. The young man spoke frankly. Meanwhile, waves of whispers sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. It's young Master Feng Yunfei. What's he doing? Duan Ling Tian realized that this young man's identity in the Feng clan was extraordinary from the mouths of the group of Feng clan disciples. Otherwise, why would so many people address him as young master? What's the matter? Seeing that Feng Yunfei didn't look at her with that hateful gaze, Feng Tianwu's tone calmed down a bit. Feng Tianwu, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? Feng Yunfei asked in a low voice. Challenge? As soon as Feng Yunfei said this, everyone including Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu were stunned. But Feng Tianwu asked with a frown. Feng Yunfei took a deep breath. The Feng clan can recommend 2 people to participate in the dynasty martial competition tomorrow. One of the positions belongs to Feng Yunxiang, and I feel that I'm inferior to him, so it's fine. But you, what right do you have to take the other spot? Just because you're my only daughter? As he finished speaking, Feng Yunfei's tone was filled with unwillingness. Feng Yunfei's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples to be astounded before coming to a sudden understanding. No wonder I heard earlier that young Master Yunfei has no fate with the 2 positions of our Feng clan to participate in the dynasty martial competition this time. I was originally bewildered that besides young Master Yunxiang, young Master Yunfei is the strongest in the younger generation of our Feng clan. Who can seize his position? So it turns out that it's young Miss Tianwu that occupied that position. Even though young Miss Tianwu's strength isn't bad, yet she ought to not be a match for young Master Yunfei, right? Supposedly, young Master Yunfei broke through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage some time ago. Young Master Yunfei challenged young Miss Tianwu because he wants to reclaim the position that belonged to him? Many Feng clan disciples guessed. Two positions? When he heard the discussions of the crowd of Feng clan disciples, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. As a formidable clan that was merely inferior to the imperial family in the Dark Han dynasty, the Feng clan only had 2 recommendation positions in the dynasty martial competition? After all, even the various empires had 10 positions each. Young Miss Tianwu, do you dare fight me? If you win, then I'll comply to all your requests. But if I'm lucky enough to win, then give that position of yours to me. Feng Yunfei looked at Feng Tianwu, and his eyes were filled with awe-inspiring battle intent. In his eyes, Feng Tianwu seemed to not be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty, but an ordinary opponent, and he wouldn't hold back because of his opponent's beautiful appearance. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out onto Feng Yunfei at the first possible moment, and he detected Feng Yunfei's cultivation. Sure enough, it was as some Feng clan disciples had said, Feng Yunfei was a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. I wonder if young Miss Tianwu will agree. Even if young Miss Tianwu doesn't agree, young Master Yunfei can't do anything about it. After all, young Miss Tianwu is the only daughter of the eldest master. If I was young Miss Tianwu, I would surely not pay attention to young Master Yunfei. At the same time that the crowd of Feng clan disciples discussed animatedly, they looked curiously at Feng Tianwu. Many people felt that Feng Tianwu wouldn't agree. As far as they were concerned, even though Feng Tianwu was the only daughter of their Feng clan's most admirable eldest master, Feng Tianwu was too young after all. Moreover, she was a woman, whereas Feng Yunfei was at least 10 years older than Feng Tianwu. They didn't feel that Feng Tianwu was a match for Feng Yunfei. I can agree, but forget about the request. You don't seem to be detestable to me. If I defeat you, then you can leave. Feng Tianwu's decision had exceeded the expectations of everyone present besides Duan Lingtian. Including Feng Tianwu, no one had expected that Feng Tianwu would really agree. Especially Feng Yunfei. Originally, he'd come looking for Feng Tianwu with the intention of treating a hopeless situation as a last resort, and never had he imagined that Feng Tianwu would agree to his challenge. Now, the opportunity was right before his eyes, and it caused him to feel a wave of excitement. Even though defeating Feng Tianwu would perhaps cause the eldest master of the Feng clan to be unhappy, but he couldn't care so much. He wanted to participate in the dynasty martial competition and compete with the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty and the young geniuses of the various empires. He wanted to strive for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well. Even though the chances were slim, it was his pursuit. Thank you, young Miss Tianwu, for granting my wish. Feng Yunfei took a deep breath and took a few steps back before standing in confrontation with Feng Tianwu. Elder brother Duan, wait for me at the side for a moment. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was by her side, and smiled lightly. Duan Lingtian nodded and stood at the side before looking at the scene before him with a calm gaze. Feng Yunfei was a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. On the other hand, Tian Wu was similarly a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. The gap between the two of them could only be reflected in terms of concept. Young Miss Tian Wu, how about both of you not use spirit weapons in this spar? Feng Yunfei probed. The reason he made this decision was because he was slightly lacking in confidence. Because he only had a grade 5 spirit weapon in his possession and didn't have a grade 4 spirit weapon. As the only daughter of their Feng clan's eldest master, the young woman before him surely possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. Even though he didn't think that the young woman was able to surpass him in terms of cultivation and comprehension of concept, he still decided to be careful. After all, this was related to whether he was able to obtain a position to participate in the dynasty martial competition. All right. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly, and her beautiful face didn't change in the slightest as she didn't have any objections to Feng Yunfei's decision. This Feng Yunfei is rather cautious. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Young Miss Tianwu, be careful. Feng Yunfei's eyes flashed with a bright light when he saw Feng Tianwu agree, and he shouted out explosively as his entire body flashed out like an eagle. His hands formed into claws that were like a pair of sharp eagle claws, and origin energy raged and leaped about within them. Instantly, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Feng Yunfei, and they flashed out along with him to sweep towards Feng Tianwu with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. It wasn't just that. The origin energy in Feng Yunfei's claws was suddenly suffused with strands of azure-colored energy, and it revealed a strange aura. Concept. Wind concept. Meanwhile, Feng Yunfei had arrived nearby Feng Tianwu, and his claws abruptly clawed out. 2 claw prints that were condensed into form whistled out, and the surroundings were coiled with dense wind blades. Bush, 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 bush. After a short moment, the wind blades in the surroundings of the claw prints instantly dispersed, and they were like a rain of flowers that covered the sky as they sprayed down towards Feng Tianwu. Every single wind blade tore through the air and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing sounds. Swoosh, swoosh. Most importantly, there were 2 claw prints that were condensed into form within the wind blades that covered the sky, and it caused Feng Tianwu to be in danger. At this moment, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared in the sky above Feng Yunfei. Obviously, he'd comprehended 6th-level wind concept. When he saw his attacks cover the heavens and the earth as they swept towards Feng Tianwu, Feng Yunfei revealed a smile, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Feng Tianwu being defeated by him. The surrounding crowd of spectating Feng clan disciples couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Feng Tianwu. The current atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. 6th-level wind concept? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Originally, he was slightly worried that Feng Yunfei's comprehension of wind concept would be extremely strong, but when he saw Feng Yunfei had only comprehended 6th-level wind concept, he was completely at ease, even though he didn't know what level Tian Wu's fire concept had attained. But Tian Wu was a possessor of the fire spirit body after all, and her speed of comprehension towards fire concept was something that was difficult for an ordinary person to attain. This was something he could confirm through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged when facing Feng Yunfei's attacks that covered the heavens and the earth, and the red clothes on her body lightly fluttered. In the next moment, everyone was able to see the origin energy on Feng Tianwu's body royal, and it was like a ball of white-colored flames that enveloped her within it. Subsequently, strands of deep crimson-red energy appeared within the white-colored flames, and it dyed the white-colored flames to be half red and half white, causing it to be extremely strange. Destroy! Under the gazes of everyone present, Feng Tianwu's cherry little mouth moved slightly as she spat out a single word in a neither fast nor slow manner. Subsequently, everyone saw Feng Tianwu move. With a raise of her hand, the half-red and half-white-colored flames swept out and bloomed in the sky, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous shooting stars that flashed out swiftly. For a time, Half the sky was enveloped by red and white shooting stars. Swish, 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 swish. Right when the entire Feng clan was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already returned to the private estate that belonged to Feng Wudao, and they stood in the rear courtyard. The two of them stood facing each other and stood in confrontation. In a nearby pergola, Feng Wudao and Elder Kong sat facing each other, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, who were in confrontation with each other with interest. At this moment, when Feng Tianwu faced Duan Lingtian, it wasn't like when she faced Feng Yunfei earlier. She didn't take Feng Yunfei seriously. But when the distant Duan Lingtian entered into her eyes, he seemed to be unfathomable. Especially the confident smile on Duan Lingtian's face, it unknowingly infected her, and it caused her to subconsciously feel that Duan Lingtian was invulnerable. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath and moved her gaze away. She knew that if she continued in this state, then she would lose without a fight. Elder brother Duan, watch out. Feng Tianwu shouted out lightly and chose to gain the initiative by striking first, and her entire body flashed out as if transforming into a blazing flame that swept towards Duan Lingtian. It seemed as if she wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian. In the sky, 18 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. As soon as Feng Tianwu attacked, her origin energy and concept exploded out completely, and she didn't hold back in the slightest. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't move like a mountain. When he saw the flame that Feng Tianwu had transformed into was about to flash towards him, strands of milky white flames finally floated up into appearance on his body. It was precisely his origin energy that had been ignited. It wasn't just that, strands of azure-colored energy seemed to have appeared within his origin energy, and it was suffused with a strange aura. Wind concept. Tianwu, receive a finger of mine. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his right hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning as if it was assisted by the gods. Tempest point. A piercing howl sounded out when his finger pointed out. The condensed origin energy finger force flashed out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it was coiled with deep azure-colored energy as it moved to intercept Feng Tianwu, who pounced over. Slept. Along with the origin energy finger force striking Feng Tianwu, a wave of light sounds suddenly sounded out. Feng Tianwu's figure stopped, and the flaming palm print that accompanied her was instantly shattered. But a portion of the origin energy finger force was consumed because of this. 8th level wind concept. At the same time that Feng Tianwu exclaimed in shock, her figure flashed out once more to sweep to the side like a flame, and she barely dodged Duan Lingtian's origin energy finger force that didn't lose momentum in the slightest. The Yuan power finger force flew out. Finally, it entered the ground and disappeared without a trace. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and calmly withdrew his hand, and he didn't move in the slightest. The attack from before didn't even cause Duan Lingtian's clothes to flutter in the slightest. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage? Slight shock appeared on Feng Tianwu's face as she looked at the 19 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. During these past few years, her improvement was something that she felt was already abnormal. A large part of the reason she had such improvement was because she possessed the fire spirit body. But what about Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian didn't possess an innate spirit body, and he was only an extremely ordinary martial artist. Elder brother Duan, you're really formidable. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tianwu, do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. There's no need. Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly as she shook her head. Elder brother Duan, If you said earlier that you'd already broken through to the 8th level of the Void initiation stage and comprehended 8th level wind concept, then I wouldn't spar with you. If she knew earlier about Duan Lingtian's cultivation, then why would she come looking for a beating? 8th level of the Void initiation stage? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Looks like the matter of him intentionally concealing his cultivation wasn't seen through by this little girl, Tian Wu. After all, he wasn't an 8th level Void initiation stage martial artist now, but a 9th level Void initiation stage martial artist. As for his wind concept, he'd just broken through to the 8th level yesterday. Lingtian brat, you've really hidden yourself well. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao, who sat in the pergola, stood up and slowly walked out of the pergola before sizing up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom, and his face was covered in admiration. When they met for the first time all those years ago, he'd felt that the violet-clothed young man before him was extraordinary. Perhaps that prophecy is true. Otherwise, how could Wu encounter him? Feng Wudao thought in his heart. At this moment, he was even more sure. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.